17 months with the most wholesome streamer.
You see this? I quit. I opened my own hotel.
Yes! Spotify buttons don't work, chat. Love to see it. Doing it manually. What a time for a raid. That couldn't have gone more bloody perfectly. Hello, chatto. How's it going? That song actually timed out really well. Aaron, you could not have timed that raid any better, my friend. That was amazing timing. With 10 seconds to spare. I guess my first question to you, chat, is can you hear me? I assume you must be able to. And do we sound okay? All the settings carried over perfectly. I just had a lot of issues with a lot of things. No, God, I knew it. I knew it. I know when I'm being lied to. Glowing in the light. In it, you actually probably can see the side of my face ever so slightly changing colour. Shrimp to the Reese. Not sure. We'll see how it goes. Like I was saying, we've got a contractor in today doing the living room because there were some issues with the house when we first moved in. So that's getting sorted today. So yeah. My God, there's loads of resubs and loads of follows. My bad. One sec. Let me catch up. John Seven Hats, thank you very much for the follow. Ilkrum or Ikrum, thank you for the follow as well. Delta Muerta, thank you for the follow. Gold Raven, thank you for the resub. NOUFC Pro, thank you for the 16 months as well. Wills, thank you for the 26. That's a new one there. Love to see it. FM Analysis, thank you for the 17. And now we're caught up. 24-hour stream then in it though. Legitimately. Kaiten, thank you for the 24 as well. I've had to move my stream deck. You'll see me reaching a little bit more. I've done away with the USB hubbery, mainly because this PC has so many rear I/O ports that it's nigh on impossible to need it. Let me just turn that down a little bit more. The only thing that currently doesn't work is my Spotify. I can't control it with my stream deck at the moment for some reason. Thank you, Moles. It's very kind of you. MJ Roper, thank you for the follow. Glenn, thank you for the follow as well.
Do not hate me.
Shut up, Dave. It's funny you say that. It's complete and it's majestic. It's majestic. I haven't even had a chance to actually go and have a proper look at it yet because I can see it out the window, but I haven't actually had a chance to go look because literally I spent from 9 a.m. yesterday until 6:30 in the evening just sat at this desk configuring things to make sure stream was going to work today. It's wardrobe. I haven't got a Oh no, we do have a wardrobe. Solid actually. Has a big rear. It has a very big rear. It's got a lot of rear I/O, like legitimately. It's got like 4 USB 2 ports across the top, then 3 USB 3.2s underneath, then 2 even faster USB 3.2s underneath that, and then a USB-C as well, and then 2 more on the front. So it's stacked. It's working smoothly. It looks like it, yeah. The CPU usage is absolutely wild. Hence why I could do the weird transitions and stuff now, which is lovely to bring them back too. Ed Pomp, thank you for the brand new Prime. Love to see it, friend. Camera view a bit wider. Maybe it shouldn't be, but maybe it is. The camera hasn't moved because literally all I did was I put the old one on the floor, new one on the desk. It's mostly USB. I can't... hang on. You'll have to ignore the black cables because annoyingly, some of the internal cables with the case were black instead of white, even though it's a white build on a white case. So it's a little annoying to have some white cables there, but such is life. Sorry, black cables. But I don't... And the cable management's a bit naff right now because, well, you know, I just wanted to get it sorted and working. Right, there we go. I'll find a way to get rid of that and put that on stream. What cable? Loads of cables. There's tons of them. There's one from basically, despite it being an all-white case, the internal fan is entirely in black, which it doesn't look too bad. It's just the cable more than anything else that kind of goes through the middle of the case because it has to go reach the fan header port, which is right down at the bottom. So it's a little bit of an annoying bummer. So it is what it is, right? All the USB ports at once. I couldn't see what could possibly go wrong there. Lower League Builder Nation, do Scotland. I'll tell you what. Watch this chat. Oh, look at him. It's smooth as silk. It probably looks better for you than it does for me, honestly, because I've got a weird issue at the moment because I'm waiting for an adapter to come. So I'm actually using my left monitor plugged into my motherboard rather than my GPU. Because this monitor is so old, it only has a display port on it. Sorry, it only has HDMI. But I obviously only have one HDMI input on my GPU. So at the moment, I'm waiting for an adapter that is an active HDMI to DisplayPort adapter to get that and make it working. But yeah, that looks good. So yeah, as for building a nation, I like to take a second tier side personally. That's where I like to find it sits nicely in there because that way you can take over a team that's going to build without having to, you're dislodging the hegemony already, but you're not taking over an existing club because if you've got like 5 teams that have got high rep, it's better to add a 6th one when you get there rather than take one of them over because they've already got it. Well, GPU, it is a 5070. More specifically, it is a Gigabyte Aorus. Gigabyte Aorus Eagle or something? No, Gigabyte Eagle. It's a small form factor one, just to make sure it fitted in the case. Jack the Hobo, thank you very much for the 22 months, my
Haven't
friend.
been able to watch the streams live because of work and figuring where to do my PhD.
Ooh.
Can't wait to see all of the FM26 content.
Love to see it. What do you think of doing your PhD in? And have you decided where you're going to go? Yeah, if you're going to do Scotland, I would say you want to be picking a champ club because you've got Celtic and Rangers, but you also have like your Aberdeens, your Hibs and Hearts, sort of, that got reasonable rep. Those types of teams that are okay there as well. They are, aren't they? This is sorry, I should have given it its full name. The ICE transition. The ICE, I can't remember. It's Gigabyte Eagle ICE GeForce RTX 5070 SFF or something. Basically, it's white and it's small. Like Mike. I couldn't resist. It's happened now, it's out there. 45 hours. I reckon I have probably more, but some of those might be from accidental times when I've loaded the game during a podcast and then left it on overnight accidentally. The 5070 is the crucial part, yes. Pick a lesser team like Hearts. No, do that, exactly. Pieces and change, be absolutely not. I'm the same man, just with different wallpapers and some lovely, this is probably the one, you know? Let's see if this actually works properly. Every time we do something new, I'm just testing to see if it actually works. Let's have a little gander. There we go. Can I show it? Look at that, it's perfect. Yeah, this is the one. I do. So the current views that I'm using, Ed, if you mean that the scouting views that I made, if you do ! scouting views, that will get you a link to the video with the explanation, but also the Mediafire, and I think there's even a colour change one in there too, actually.
60 months watching this pathetic little man play with his pathetic computer men. Shameful. Humble worm. Do you ever wash that jumper? I bet it smells of my dried pasta water after last night.
There's every chance.
It was beautiful. Romantic. Disgustingly open. Is a game really launching if they are just removing some text?
Agreed.
I have no idea anymore. Keep up the work that makes your mum phone me up every night, crying and saying I wish Matt was more like you. Up the pasta army. Chat, follow my channel. Love you.
I knew it. The self-promo, it's so unhinged and like perfectly done to the point where I can't even be mad. I just can't, you know? So yeah, thank you very much though for the 60 months half. That's incredibly kind of you. Let's do self-promo is needed. I mean, how else are you going to do it? Clean slate tactic or use tactic presets. I actually made clean slate with this one, mainly because I wanted a bit more control, basically. So I'll just show you what we're doing, actually. If you've not seen what we're doing, it's not especially like ridiculous right now. I'm saving my ridiculousness for the full game. Oh, good lord, I'm getting all the tutorials again, aren't I? Because it's technically a fresh build. So what we're doing at the moment is this, but the crucial part is that what we're actually trying to do is lump balls into our main target man who can just nut them home. That's the idea anyway. That's the plan. Did you hear Gary O'Neill's back? He didn't even get there. He's not even got there. I reckon he's still got it. Who's the favourite now then? Main save, we're doing Wisła Krakow in Poland as a Poland building a nation save. So Una, my friend, it's lovely to have you here. I suspect that, I'm sure you're obviously welcome to your opinions. That's fantastic. But you're probably not going to find much sort of people wanting to just sit here and spout like negativity the entire stream. You're welcome to do so, but after a while it would just get a bit boring. I hope that's cool though, because like we're just here to have a nice time, play some FM, have a little bit of a chat, regardless of the other things going on. If you're down with that, that's awesome. If you're not, that's fine too. I totally respect that. Right, so what the idea is basically, in possession, we moved it around a little bit because we did have a DM in possession, and then, well, I mean, that's a shame, my friend, because if you keep it up, we'll just ban you. And that kind of sucks, because I'd rather not. We're meant to be having a nice time, I know. Yeah, literally. To quote that guy from Sky Sports that time during the Club World Cup, just play paddle, play tennis, go outside. This feels like a touch grass type of moment, which is something I need to do more often, if I'm honest. It's fine, Harvey does it again, you know what to do. So, this is what we're playing at the moment. We're not entirely sure how it works. However, what it did do is get us a 1-1 draw away at Sporting in the Champions League, which was bloody amazing. And we played really well because I've noticed, a lot of you guys have too, that channel forwards on the newer update from last weekend, or the weekend just gone, are ridiculous. Like, they're insane. I think they do, yeah, and that's okay too. I wake up grumpy sometimes, but then I take my medication and I feel all better. Chat, the best thing you can do is just sort of not engage for these things. Like, that's usually the intention of stuff like this, is to solely just sort of derail things from general niceness. Play Fortnite. Do you know, I haven't played it in ages. However, one thing I am interested in is, have anyone here played Arc Raiders? Because I got it free with this GPU, and it actually looks quite good. Essikin, thank you very much for the 9 months.
Thank you
That's
for
very kind of
always
you.
providing a lovely time with your streams.
I try to, my friend. I try to. Smile and wave, literally, yeah. Yeah, the new patch thing, I mean, like, because in theory, the only thing that's going to change later today at 4 is this bit of text down here is going to go. And this little bit of text down here is going to go. It does look quite fun. I've seen a lot of, like, hate towards Tarkov related to it. But I've never played Tarkov. But a guy I watched on TikTok described it as Tarkov for employed people. Now, I know that's a massive slander or whatever, but it just tickled me, I suppose. You know? So, let's press continue. Because I'm really excited to get into a game today, mainly because I want to see what it looks like with the new graphics. When I say the new graphics, the updated graphics on my end at least, because I've got it on custom still, because I noticed that even when you turn it onto high settings, you still end up with something's not turned up to consumes you. Yeah, that was what people were saying basically. I mean, obviously that was a not very nice way of saying it, but the impression I got from it was that Tarkov requires an insane amount of learning and a lot of like what's the word? Like engagement to actually get it to a point where you could probably enjoy it, right? That's the way to look at it. To change the custom graphics. Which custom graphics are you looking for, Alex? Oh dear, Harv, do you know what? Just do it. You know what to do. It's silly at this point. Like, yell into the void somewhere else, friend. You've had enough. Like, as a bartender, I'm cutting you off. Anyway, so one thing I've also noticed since we switched over, also you might notice that we've lost the name fixes. Unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to install those again, so that's didn't say your message. No. It's because you put a naughty word in there, Hayden. Stream Nana's she's a gentle old lady. You can't get her to say things like that. And if you're going to get her to say things like that, you've got to try to sort of gauge it, sneak it in there, you know, spell it different. She's a smart woman. I think we gave him plenty of airtime. Yeah, exactly. But thank you so much for the 4 months, Hayden. That's very kind of you, man. Hope you're well today. Right, let me do a couple of lookups first as well, actually, before we get going. For the PH, yes. Just think you're speaking Thai. It's sorted. There's got to be some painters, right? Sneak what in? Oh, wouldn't you like to know? We've actually got one. He's an assistant manager. That sort of tracks, doesn't it? Bet that was not meant to be enjoyed. Just suffering. That was the other thing, because on that TikTok I saw with the guy saying that, half the comments were like people raging about it, and the other half were people being like, you know what, fair enough, yeah, this wasn't meant to be enjoyed. It was great. But yeah, I'm tempted to actually get that, because it looks like a sort of, what a category? A dubbing with the boys type category. And I haven't had one of those games for a while. And as a result, I've done less dubbing with the boys lately. And why get a new PC if you can't dub with the boys? You know? Moigs, thank you very much for the follow. Ban Ocean, we've done it all. We might as well just sign off here. And now we can slow down. Perfect. God, I hate reaching around for my stream. Yep. We won't be sending that to him. Amazing. More intensive games now. To be honest with you, I'm barely good at FM, especially this year's one, right? I find that with streaming, the thing I like about FM is that I don't have to always be engaged directly in the game. I can look at read chat and it doesn't really distract from the game. Occasionally I'll yap a little too much, but I find a lot of games, you really have to be looking at the screen most of the time. And I like the engagement side of things with streaming. My favorite thing about streaming is the chat side, where I'm chatting to you guys while we're enjoying a game together. That's kind of where I find my comfort zone. And yeah, I have a level of competency with FM that's reasonable, that I can kind of do a lot of it in my sleep, which helps, because that way I can focus on chat more, honestly. Lack of Megabonk. Ooh, if there was something I was going to potential, it would be a bit of the old Megabonk. I love me some Megabonk. That reminds me, I need to install Sunshine and Moonlight on here so I can actually start playing Megabonk again downstairs, because, you know, got to use that new TV. Well, not new TV. Got to use that TV quality. Ah, dear. Excuse me. Warn Tugboat. Thank you very much for the follow. Just adjust this music a little bit more. Sorry, without my Spotify sliders set up today for some reason. I think it's because I switched from Wi-Fi to Ethernet and it might have changed one of my WebSocket ports or something. Didn't want to risk it. At least I actually have Wi-Fi on this. Trying to claim channel points. Really? That's odd. People have used them so far today, so they definitely should work at least.
Happy removal of beta checkmark day.
Ooh, that is a good point. I don't know. TSRT, thank you so much for the 43 months. That is wild. Is a Norwegian? Is it really? Love it even more. Not out of 4. Yes, that is correct. It's not out of 4. Which is I've always found that really weird. Other games that do that, I guess I just don't follow much in terms of other games with release schedules. It seems odd to say, hey, it's the 4th of November, and then it doesn't come out till 4 p.m. on the 4th of November. Click the chest. Oh, I don't know. That could be a Twitch. I mean, it's obviously a Twitch side of thing, potentially. But yeah. I don't think there's anything I can really do about that. But Twitch do just be really, really weird. It gave me some errors yesterday when I was trying to claim some some channel points to test out the song requests. Although that might be because it was trying to @ myself with my own account. Because that's a little bit whiffy. And what I would also say is, as far as the release today, remember, this release patch is essentially just removing the bit where it says beta and report bugs. So in actuality, we've kind of already got the release version, which to me is mental. I'm just amazed by that. It's Housekeys. Thank you for the follow. Global release times. Yeah, I would have thought so. So strange. I guess maybe I don't follow other games close enough to really notice that kind of thing. No day one patch. Yeah. I mean, the patch is coming tomorrow, isn't it?
Cooper,
Which
take off
is
the
so strange. I would wait. Yeah, Jamie. Honestly, I would wait for the end of the week. Because we're getting a big patch tomorrow, allegedly, on the beta branch, which I still don't know how we're actually supposed to get on. And then
football!
Loving the vibes lately, Matto. Thanks for the streams and some YouTube vids even. Also, love the way you handle chatzillies.
I think I've got better at that. And I suspect that part of that is just the improved emotional regulation, to be honest. I suspect that I'm getting a lot of help, I guess. But thank you so much for the £10, Steve. That's very, very kind of you. And Mr. Wilson as well. Thank you for the follow. I had a teacher of that name. Maybe you're him. Probably not, though. Today is day 0. Good point. That's a great way of thinking about it, I guess. So I have to go and opt in on Steam. I'll do that after stream. Luckily, I started working at 8:30 this morning, so I've already set up my entire Adobe suite today, which actually works, and I was super psyched because that meant that I don't have to do it after stream today. PC only. Yeah, screw them. I think you're right. It's to do with approval times on other platforms, isn't it? Especially things like Game Pass, which the problem with this is it's kind of one of those things where they have no one to blame but themselves. They want all this extra access, but it comes at the detriment of being able to improve the game quickly. And in the sense of like actually firing out patches in a faster way because of the approval process. Youth leagues for the under-19 squad. Yes. Yes, you are. Absolutely are. Because we were actually looking at them last stream. So the way I tend to get to them is wait for the game to tell me about one. That's not the right one. That's our game. They show up in my feed. Here we go. And then you just click it here. And that tends to take you into the league table for, oh my days, Bagpuss! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. That is so damn nice of you, man. That's really, really kind. And I'm very, very grateful. So thank you so much for that. You notice that obviously the name fix is broken. Unfortunately, my attribute colors have reset, of course, because that didn't port across to the new PC. However, Steam did a thing that I've never seen before because I've never been in this situation before. It installed the game directly from my other PC rather than off the internet because they were both technically plugged into the same network. So it downloaded the 7 gigs in like 30 seconds. It was wild. I guess there's so few use cases where that's actually likely to happen. But yeah, because it was Steam cached on my other computer, it just yoinked it and transferred it straight across the network at like, I don't know, 1,000 megabits a second. It was incredible. So that was cool. I'm in the mainframe, damn. Yeah, we need to get some Blunieri. We're going to see them today, I suspect, actually, because I think we're playing them in Europe as it happens. Let's see. What to do with 1 PM? Do you know what? We might even get through a game by then. Let's do it. I just have to get into a game. Oh, actually, no. Oh, before I realize we can't do the lookups if I go into the games, can I? Let's do these lookups, including the Harold Bishop. Australia, men's and women's best. Is there a way to do that? Or is it just like best players that it shows? Where would I see that information, Jesse? What I mean is there a screen that I'm missing, or is it more of a manual process? Just as you're releasing an update early, an actual patch release is not long after. You shouldn't need to get onto it. I probably will anyway, just in case. I feel like it's sort of a responsibility that I have as a content creator in this space to make sure that I'm always on the like cutting edge. Not that I've always ever been on the cutting edge of anything. Although I might have the most recently built PC of the community for like a week. National team next to the news. Okay, cool. That's fine. So this one here. Oh, I see. Yeah, they're right above each other. I'm an idiot. Comparisons. I suppose the comparison would be kind of useless, wouldn't it? So the problem is it doesn't even tell you who their best player is, does it? Because can you add columns here? You can. I can add world rep maybe. Wait, there's hidden attribute? Oh my god, you're right. This is what Ben was on about, wasn't it? Certain screens, the hidden attribute file appears. That's weird. Because someone tried to point this out to me last stream, but we couldn't find it on the screen that I was testing it on, but it works on this one. Interesting. I mean, it's showing what looks to be like chalkboard stuff, as you say. That's weird. Okay, what do I want is world rep here on? Just so we can have a look at the highest rep players at least. So the Australia's highest rep player is actually Cameron Burgess and this guy, Alessandro Cercati, who sounds like he was probably born in Italy. But there you go. My mug. True, but you know they're there. You can imagine them. I'll paint you a word picture. It looks like some views. Hope this helps. Although, what I could have done if I was feeling extra fruity. Ready? I'm going to do it. Ready? Get it in there. You're going to enjoy this. Oh, look at him. Look at him. He's unstoppable. You can't move me. Oh, yes, you can. Wait, I'm here. Now I'm there. Where do you want me to be? I'll be wherever you need me to be. It's tremendous. So yeah, that's them. I love that. I love being able to do that and it not completely crashing my entire stream. So on the women's side of things, we do have some key players. Their most valuable... Wow, okay, she got that rep. It's Tegan Micah of... which I'm guessing is Olympic Lyon? Olympic Lyon ladies, probably, if I had to guess. But I have to do the name fixes again. I'm assuming that is them. Or I will, for the time being, just be referring to them as... The old wibble wobble. Didn't quite work, Harv. That one's actually 2 words, as it happens. Yeah, it's because basically the animated ones I use here. I did try them initially back in the day, but the problem was it uses a little bit. It sort of what's the word? Like pulses the CPU to actually create the animation, and it put too much stress on it. And it would always cause loads of stuttering and made the things go a bit fucky in the match engine. So I stopped doing them. Went back to the standard wipe ones. The downside of the wipe ones is it used to dip my microphone as well, whereas this doesn't do that obviously. So that's just nice to have. My camera having it. How do you mean, Will? Oh, you're right. Yes, it kind of does, doesn't it? The combined one is just me in the middle. They've won a lot of Champions Leagues, yeah. Like a solid amount. They're a very competent side. That's a song request. That's a person, maybe? Or it could be a... That's probably... I mean, not many squads called Ulf. And I think we're unfortunately out of luck on Ulf Haflinger. Unless I type the full name in and this regex is a little bit broken. I suspect it's just because of my database. He'll be in the full one, obviously. Premedicated Matt doesn't get that possession joke. Do you know what, James? You're probably right. I think it's just that he would have got it there, but it wouldn't have been able to come forward in my brain enough for me to actually engage it quick enough to not say something like, I don't get it. So yeah, that's a good point, actually. Pod keeps noticing things like that a lot, actually. Like, every time something will happen, I'll catch myself. It's weird. It's so hard to explain. I've been writing this all down so I can take it to the clinician because I know that sort of stuff is really important. Vindaloo, thank you for the follow. Is that Vindaloo Na? Just need to make sure. That's your government name. Right, so yeah, that was Australia doing bits. I'll do the other database lookups and then we'll swing right to a little Harold Bishops to make sure he still works. You'll also note that this is not a sponsored stream because basically I talked to the agency and was like, look, computer's brand new. I don't want to risk streaming the first time on a sponsored stream in case it could potentially negatively impact the client if something goes wrong. So we're going to do that Thursday, Tuesday, Sunday. So this Thursday, then on Tuesday next week, and then the Sunday after that. I mean, he's got a great name. He's Hungarian. We like that. We'll scout him. He's 6'7". Never mind. You could have just said that. Lead with 6'7" and we'll never have to speak again. Qualify for the World Cup. Would they have done so yet? Bear in mind, I'm further back in the game than we are actually in real life right now. So I don't know if they would have even had a chance to do that. 6'7"? No. Oh, I feel weird just saying that out loud. When you click settings during a save, the detail level. So, oh, you mean in... I haven't actually touched this yet, to be fair. So I have it set to default for the time being. I haven't touched that. And I don't really intend to in this save, just because I've got a load of league set to playable. But generally speaking, if you have a league set to playable, it will still not... let me make sure this is correct. Yeah, so basically, it only does like the mixed stuff on the league you're actually playing in. The rest will just be like balanced out. Yeah, I don't blame you, Dutchy, honestly. I felt weird as soon as it came out my mouth. I don't even understand it. I'm painfully 35 years old. That's what it is. We'll get him scouted. That's a database lookup for Harold Bishop. Really, he just needs a ladder, doesn't he? One of these days. Maybe we'll get Heralda Bishop. Nope. Not today, unfortunately. Current set top 5 leagues. Okay, hang on. We'll swing back to that. That's a database lookup. Oh, Romania. So I suspect that... We'll get into it in a minute, chat. Romania... The problem is... Where would we even see that? Because we can't... Can we see their fixtures? Or do I have to click... Like, what am I even clicking here? Is the question. Can we even... Because obviously with national team management, not they seem to have... Oh, is it World Cup qualifiers, maybe? That'll tell us something, perhaps.
Do not hate me. I am familiar with over 600 dance moves, and I am programmed
Did that not leave me from the Romania menu? Oh, I see. Oh, there we go. Right, okay, so... Oh, this screen. So currently they are second in their group. Why is this cut off? Stop it. Jay Cozy, thank you for the follow. It's stuff like that, man. It's just, I see things like that and I'm just like, I can't defend that, can I? Like, what even is it? And why is it cut off? I'm assuming it's a form thing, but regardless. Well, this is technically not full release, Andrew. Just wait till you'll see the screen later and it'll be exactly the same, but this is gone. Then you might have a different opinion on it, eh? So yeah, they are actually doing quite well, but it's unlikely they're going to overtake Austria, who have absolutely kind of dominated it all, basically. Now, where do I find that, like, leagues? Where would I even... Is it news site? Around the world? Champions League, FA Cup? So we've got the Premier League, which we did actually look at the end of last stream, notably because... Arsenal are coming back up again now. They've started winning a few games, at least.
The Pope hat.
Yeah, that's really strange. We already discussed why that's the case, but it's still just... It's not a good look, regardless of the reasoning behind it. Ace Dalton, thank you for the follow. Because everyone's just so expecting of things. And I understand, because you think, oh, that's fine, they've had the beta. Then you get the day one patch, like always kind of thing. But, I mean, the thing is, we're getting a patch tomorrow, it seems like. So, hopefully that...
Fiona!
If that's good, people won't care in like 3 days. But if it's suddenly like, oh, really? Then it starts to be like, wow, okay. Kev's Feyenoord, thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's really not easy to get to other leagues from here, is it? Because you have to go all the way to here, and then into men's, and then that's the Champions League. Of course it is. Oh, I see. Right, yes. Because then we need a separate option for men's. That's so convoluted. Wow, PSG are absolutely clubbing this league. It's on the beta branch. I mean, it is just... Yeah, I get your point. It's all semantics at the end of the day, isn't it? I think there's an understandable element of that, especially with the long lead time, that is completely reasonable. The patch will do yet? No. And if it's anything like previous FMs, do you remember how for a while they just didn't release any patch notes when they did updates to the game? So we were all just kind of left going, what do what? Like, so hopefully we don't have that. And in theory, if it's still on the beta branch, then they kind of have to put some kind of patch notes, right? So it's Europe. So that's... Fucking hell, this is so unnecessarily difficult to, like, get around. I think, wow, St. Pauli, what a start. Less could be said for Stuttgart, though, but that's hella good. St. Pauli crushing it in the top 5. Scoring a lot of goals, too. In fact, they're the top scorers in the Bundesliga. Unrealistic. Can't be done. Got Italy as well. Serie A. Ah, good old Kaskevit. God. God, there's so many gone names in Italy. I haven't actually realised how many of them there actually are. Kaskevit, Parthenope, Celesti, that's a new one. Blunieri, of course, in there. 50 new UI. Wait, you mean that underneath it, there's actually just a cutout where it used to be because they just cut out the entire UI? What's the weirdest bug you've seen so far? Because I've not encountered too many appallingly stupid ones. I think the one that annoyed me the most was the one where it said I was in a highlight, but I was still stuck on the outside of the match screen. But that was fixable by just going to only commentary for a minute, but it was still a bit of a weird one. I haven't seen any of the truly heinous bugs so far. Yet. Give it a chance though, right? Stop 5 of those. And a cheeky little Howard Bishop Ultras. Why the hell not? See if this actually works properly.
Cooper,
and cardigan season. And it is, isn't it? I'm ready to become a coastal grandpa. Let's go. Howard Bishop, you know what to do, chat.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse, with sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I'm Andrew Harrell and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse, with sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
Yeah, we had the tracksuit one twice, ironically with the same player. Hence why he's now tracky, check. But he did score twice on those occasions, so perhaps it was good luck. Oh, was this the one where he kicks into his own goal? Yes, I remember seeing something like that in one of our games on Sunday stream. It didn't go as far as that, but it's like it started to do that, and then essentially the keeper spawned out like this, went to the centre-back, and then the centre-back just clarted it out of play. So thankfully it didn't go on our own net at least, but yeah, not ideal. Right, let me just... It's the FA Cup, which is not called that, but still. It's the Mole Cup, isn't it? Do I just go with the same lineup? Is there anyone that really needs to come in? Narty could probably come back to I'm going to have to clear the bench again, because we just played in Europe. I beg of you, SI, give me the option to clear the bench. Oh, that is a bit more responsive. At first I thought, oh, that feels really janky, but I suspect it was just because there was no caching set up, obviously, because it was brand new load. Pick positions only, get those subbies back in. You're not really fit enough yet. You have to be on the bench. Who do I want to not have there? Oh, Borrell. Yeah, what are you doing, cheeky? Sneaking onto my bench. Won't have that. Teleport anyone at my club in for a penalty shootout. I'd get the physio in there, honestly. Why not? Just get him in. Goalkeeper PIs. Oh. I haven't. I actually forgot that you could even do that. So it's in... As in here. You're right. Oh no, that's locked off. Passing strategy, that seems fine. I think it's actually... Whoa. Hang on a minute. I didn't realise that was an option. I can set my goalkeeper to dribble more? Now then. I know what I'm ticking on when we go to Wisła. Total football wouldn't exist without a dribbly goalkeeper, right? Shooting's standard, no doubt. Do it now. Do you know what? Agreed. Absolute... And I hate to say this, chap, and I'm going to stand back from the mic because of the plosives here, but, pussy-o. If I hadn't have done that, why would I find something like that and then not engage it, frankly? Make it shoot more often. Can I? Interesting. Yeah, but my guy's not a sweeper keeper. Oh, so I guess you mean that it's just sort of there so I can adjust it. I'm good. No Vaseline. No Vaseline? Good. Can he actually... No, he's shooting a standard. The only things you can control is his dribbling frequency, his passing risk, and his passing strategy. Maybe. No forward runs allowed. I guess you could just change that in the actual settings for the goalie, right? The Chief Scout thing is very annoying. There was a fix for it, but I don't remember what it was, because I've not done a lot of the deep scouting yet. High-risk passing. Do you know what? Maybe, actually, because that would kind of work. Duke, thank you for the
Be careful about signing dribble goalies, Matt. One wrong move and the ball is covered in enough drool to get the game weather delayed.
No amount of towels in the world's going to fix that, is it? Let's see. Yeah, let's do passing risk. They need to make it so that the balanced one is in the middle. It's so silly. Adams! Sorry, Adam, thank you for the 13 months as well. My God, loads of resubs today. Christ on a bike. Hello, Ulums. Okay, that's good. It's so unnecessary that we're doing this, but what about out of possession? It'd be rude not to, wouldn't it? My goalkeeper's about to be a murderer. Okay, cool. Wait, hang on. Miley has 7 assists. I tell you what, right? One thing I will say, and you know I love a lot of things about the match engine, and I actually don't mind these little tweaks that they've made. I always found that on previous FMs, especially the last like 2 or 3 game cycles, like 24, 23, 22, the majority of your assists came from either wide players or occasionally a number 10. It felt that it was difficult to get your central midfield playmaker players to actually provide assists for anything, or even key passes a lot of the time. They were providing a lot of hockey assists, but with the way that the game worked, you just never ended up being the primary assist because those long balls wouldn't really work. But now, Miley's our top assister with 7, and a lot of those have been brilliantly placed balls over the top that we've actually gotten to the end of. And I just really like that. It feels like you could actually play like a De Bruyne type player and have it work. That's nice. I appreciate that. Is that a song request on? What song did it put on? I'm really curious now. Best player is 6'7". I don't know how we'd even get that. Chori has 17 goals. Yeah. Sorry, not Chori. Hori. He's ridiculously good. Particularly as he's now scoring different types of goals too. I actually don't think I can change that here, can I? I'll have to do that one after the game, just so we can get into a game. Matt,
hey,
how's it going?
Currently enjoying some sun in Mauritius. How are we feeling about the launch?
Lovely.
Personally, I am waiting until some more updates.
I'd say that's a smart strategy. Yes, this is finally on the new PC. You'll notice the difference when we actually load into the match, hopefully. This is where it looks identical. I'm really excited about seeing this now, actually, because I have turned every single setting. I put it on custom, because there's one specific setting that doesn't go to high when you have it on high. Or is it very high? I think one of them has like a very high option or something. We are the favourites. Let's go. Champions League games are going to be glorious. And we do have some today as well, which is lovely. Beautiful. Oh, God, that looks so much better. Just the detail in the stadium alone. Even the houses are more detailed than the crowd was in the previous one. Like, in terms of... that looks so good. Yeah, no, I feel... and it's smooth as butter as well. Little bit of, like, shadow issues there, potentially, with some of the lighting. Although it could just be... that's just... oh. It just looks great, doesn't it? I want a snow match. I want a rain match. To be fair, I do have it set... it might also be that I've been tweaking around with my NVIDIA settings too. Yes! Well, I'll have to see. I did a lot of investigation yesterday to make sure I'm using the exact right encoding settings, because this GPU can handle a lot. So I'm doing like 2-pass full res. So the stream should look insanely good as well. On top of the actual feed being really good quality. That's the idea with it anyway. Listen to how am I playing? Because we're on the beta. The full game is released later, and we already take the lead through Patrick Soko. Love that. Nice little assist there from Hori as well. Already have the lead as well. I just look so much better. Stream looks good too, thank you. I try. Washed my hair and everything last night. Pod came back from town after I'd had a shower, and I was just sat there wearing an Alice band because my hair was annoying me. Oh. Last 4 days. Well, the last patch was Friday. And that was only a hot... oh, no, was it Thursday? Thursday night, wasn't it? So I'm not sure if there's really been anything updated since there. So it will look largely the same, I suspect. There's supposed to be a patch coming properly on Wednesday. Hello, Millard. Been in the new game. So the way we're trying to describe... oh, Christ. The way we're describing it at the moment is it's a much lower CA than a normal FM release in beta. But I believe it has a much higher PA. It just needs to reach that. And a lot of that is going to come down to bugs being fixed, QOL additions, as well as community stuff on top. Although I'm kind of ignoring the community stuff as far as rating the game, because obviously that isn't the game itself. That's like a separate category, which I think is going to be really powerful and really cool. But that doesn't... it's not fair to rate the game based on things the community have done, right? Because you could say, hey, the attribute colors are back, but they're not. Was it Friday night? Okay. I must have missed that bit. This pretty much is essentially the full game now, Livid, yeah. Tomorrow's patch will be huge, from what we can tell. But currently, the one we're going to get later today is almost non-existent as far as what it's changing. It's literally getting rid of some text. And there's probably a couple of things. Number from 1 to 18. 3. Strong number. I've always liked it. I was going to say this is a good start, but of course it would be. Like, look at our opponents. Hori's been very good. Considering he's only got an assist so far, he's got a lot higher rating than the guy who scored it. Yeah, there is elements of, like, Pogon. Ooh. Does that mean you're heading to a cheeky bit of Poland as well? To be big, because there kind of has to be. Because if you think about all the things that are currently wrong, and all the things that have been pointed out, and the fact that there's not going to be a patch today, or like a proper one anyway, well, that's a nice pass. Oh dear. I think if it was, and by big, I don't mean in terms of size, in terms of like download or anything. I mean in terms of number of changes and fixes. Because as you saw, like some of the patches will be massive, but it's just because of the way it's bundled. Because if I recall, the one they put out to fix the clocks was 1.6 gigs, when all it was adding the clocks back in. And I thought I was a proponent of big clock. Turns out I've got some competition. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing. And we're going to have to slowly, as a community, in conjunction with the devs, improve that personality of the game. Thus, the training will work better. That's the way I'm thinking about it. Steam reviews. Yeah, but... I'm already playing the game, so I don't have that. It's going to have an impact for sure, though, because people are just going to do sort of things. People will do what they do, you know? And that's fine, too. Like, and I think they'll be expecting that, because if they're not, then they are very naive. Hello, Sophomore. Main save. Sorry, I missed this. Yeah, the main save, that's a naughty tackle. The main save is going to be Wisła Krakow with Building a Nation as the sort of tuck away. I haven't, basically, all the mods have been removed, Hayden, from this, because with it moving to the new PC, it's like a fresh install. So I don't even have my attribute mod on this one at the moment. Oh, we got a penalty! Sorry, this is our first penalty of the entire game cycle. Somehow. So no, I haven't experimented with that yet, because I don't believe there was a match speed one that actually suited what I was looking for yet. It added the 50% thing, but I don't want it to be any faster than it currently is. What I want is like a 0.1 or 0.15 speed kind of one. Main save this morning. That's brave. I'd like to think that most of the changes that come with this patch tomorrow are going to be save game compatible, but there is always a likelihood of a few things like database stuff that might not be, you know. But if you're happy with the database, then you should be good to go. Mixer, thank you for the follow. Because of the delay. No. The plan was always to do Sunday. If we play the game on Thursday and we're like, oh dear, this still needs some work, and SI are making noises that suggest that there'll be another patch along soon, then maybe we delay a bit more. But honestly, if everything's in place for Sunday and it's not like stupid and we can get time to do a few tests, then it should be okay. I just want to go a couple of seasons in and make sure things like loan stuff works. Just a few little elements of building a nation that are super important. Oh my god, I love that. That little reverse ball. I feel like in 24 he just turns and clarks that straight at the defender. That was lovely vision. Also, another assist from Thomas Huri. He's become a really lovely, like, Mitrovic-esque focal point in this team now, where he's not just getting headed goals, he's actually looking for passes. Like, look at that. The sort of intelligence, I guess. They look more intelligent on the pitch. It's Bills. Thank you for the follow.
Over 600 dance moves, and I am programmed to get
That's true, because the console version, I guess if the console version comes out today too, right? So presumably that means that console players just have the game, no? I assume they'll be on the same patch as us, though, I guess, or like a version of it. Plans for this week. So basically, the main video I'm working on this week, because obviously yesterday was 10 hours of setting up this computer in terms of like software stuff, which is now done as of this morning because I finished it all off before stream. So now I can actually use it. My plan this week, so that means yesterday there was no video production process. Plan for tomorrow, I've got to set up some stuff for the sponsor stream on Thursday, but that shouldn't take long. It's just a question of integrating a few scenes and things, because the biscuit giveaway scene, for example, is like a full screen face cam scene with special overlays that I need to work with. I also need to set up how to do a giveaway for that so I can give you guys biscuits. But after that, the main plan is to work on the how to build a nation in FM26 video, because that way I can relaunch that at the same time as the start of the streams, and then, oh damn, they've got one back. And that will probably form the bedrock of that. So the full game comes out at 4 today, but essentially what we're playing right now is essentially the same game. The only thing that's going to change is some text in the bottom corner, for today anyway. A 4th tier team in the round of 16 of the Polish Cup. Damn, they're going deep. I mean, they won again on Sunday. They're absolutely crushing it. Oh, biscuits? No. Well, you could win them and then move to the UK and get yourself some biscuits. Still not sure how to do the giveaway part of it, but I'll have to figure that out tomorrow. It does. It's such a relief not feeling like the computer's struggling to just load basic things. Like, I wonder what my temps are like right now, out of interest. Because that used to be it. Fucking hell. Oh, that's amazing. Bear in mind, when I used to stream on my old PC, we'd be like mid-70s in temps because there's just so much going. And also it was just badly, had terrible thermals. It was 38. 38 is pretty solid for like streaming. We'll take that. Hello, Predator. Hair and thicker. It is getting pretty thick. It's because I couldn't get in with my hairdresser until the 22nd of November. So it's going to be getting longer. But that means that she's going to have a lot to work with when I get there. And I can probably get the exact hairstyle I actually want. And I've been working towards for ages. Because growing your hair out takes a while. Particularly with the way that my hair behaves. Oh, go on. Yes, a headed goal. They do still exist. Love to see it. Kubaku and Farkasuri. Or Farkasur YouTube, maybe. Thank you for the follows. Best and worst biscuit. Worst biscuit? I'm not sure. Best biscuit? It's got to be Pickup by Bolson. Or any of their other product range, such as Choco Leibniz. To be fair, that's actually an honest answer. They literally are one of my favourite biscuits. Still a bit laggy. The UI has definitely got better for me, but most of that... It was a bit laggy when I first booted in, but I suspect that was because a lot of the caches hadn't been established yet. But since then, it's been pretty smooth. Fever needs antibiotics? I know. From scratch. Yeah, it's a brand new build from everything. As in, every component in this PC is brand new. It's the first time I've actually done one completely from scratch with completely new components. Because the last time when I built the other one, I still had some stuff carried over into it, like the GPU, which was the biggest problem. It's nice to finally be able to use the updated version of NVENC. I had to use the deprecated one before because it was such an old GPU. 14 senior players. That sounds perfect, Bagpuss. Enjoy your defenderless system. You guess you're playing a back 3. Oh, only 3 of which aren't defenders. Enjoy your back 5. Just wants biscuits. Damn straight. Why wouldn't you? I was super excited. Coefficient. Yes. I'm building a checklist of, well, things to check when the proper big patch comes out. Things like coefficient. Weirdly, I was really worried when I started this because I noticed that it felt laggier than it did on my old PC. But now that I've played a little bit, that's gone away completely and it's definitely smoothed out. But I suspect that there will need some more optimization to that. Or, if there isn't, I can potentially use that other fix that then removes a lot of the animation and stuff because I have a PC now that can handle that. Check for a Polish save. Got to do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, right? We're kind of backing. Might even get some people off at half time. No, I'll give them. No, I probably will actually. We're 4-1 up. There's no point in risking people who are tired. Not when we can bring on someone like. Nobody. Okay, cool. I did not set up that bench very well, did I? Have we got Prash at least? Okay, we do. We'll get you in for a little bit. Mohamed Cham could do with the rest as well. I could bring Provo to the middle and maybe bring someone else on out left, like Shranz. Should have put our Japanese fellow on the bench. Nati could come in too, actually. Maybe in place of Beats. I could put him instead of Miley, actually. It's got reasonable passing. Just freshen it up. It was fun but very stressful just because there was a few things that were a little bit confusing. So, for example, the way that the AIO came configured wasn't the way that it could go in this case because it wasn't able to be top mounted. It had to be front mounted. So I had to flip the fans to the other side of the radiator. And it was all very confusing because I'd never installed an AIO before. In the past, I'd always just had air-cooled stuff with like fans and heat sinks. So that was a little bit concerning. But we got through that. Then we had the issue with the thermal paste, which cost us a day. But that's just how things go. And then the other biggest issue I had was... Actually, I think that was most of it. The wiring was easy enough. Most of it's been software issues. I spent about 2 hours yesterday just setting up my audio routing for things like voice meter. That was a nightmare. Particularly that Windows 11 has moved loads of settings around, so I didn't know where a lot of things I needed to go to get to were. But it is fun just clipping things together. And it's all shiny and new. Game with Tampa tomorrow. What, for the Avs? I mean, Tampa are in better form now, which is annoying. And we've recently lost to San Jose. But we did beat the night. We beat Vegas. So it's like... Do you know what will probably happen? We'll probably lose an OT because it's just the Avs culture these days. We've still only got one regulation loss all season, which is wild. We're going to go 41-41 this season. Weirdest President's Trophy win ever. I hope we see things in the dark. I hope not. Or rather, I mean, it hasn't yet. I'll have to eat some more and see what happens. Not being an issue. Basically, the issue was, unfortunately, this was just a little... just one of those sort of rookie error things from POG. Thermal paste on the CPU. Forgot to take the plastic wrap off of the copper block on the AIO. Straight down. Obviously, when you pull it back up again, it's spread in a weird way, and most of it was still attached to the plastic, so we had to get some more MX6. And then obviously clean up the CPU and the copper block with some isopropyl alcohol and then reapply, basically. But the temps are absolutely spectacular on this, so clearly it's doing the job. Are we about to concede another one of these guys? We are a bit more open, I think, with this style of play. That and I ate the thermal paste, you know? But don't blame me, all right? Venturing to different games on Steam. I don't know. Maybe. But, like, I actually do enjoy football. So I've been enjoying football a lot more lately in general. But I enjoy football so much, I don't know what else I would do. Because I don't really like FIFA or FC or whatever, really. Yeah. I thought it was going in. I don't think it's likely to be an issue, essentially. No, there's no third-party skins at Might Navag. There are things you can do that sort of emulate that, but not in the traditional native way. You said in English. Sure, which bit did you not understand? I would legitimately do like an explain it like I'm 5 situation, because I need that all the time, and I respect how much that is important from time to time. Or chat will. Hori's got a 10 out of 10 rating. Welcome in, Daddy. More YouTube stuff coming. Probably next one might be till Sunday, probably, because it will be the Building a Nation video, because that needs to be worked on properly to make sure it's right. And then after that, since the full game will be out, I can start going into silliness while I wait for the scouting stuff to catch up, because I do want to make a lot of scouting guides, but I need for a lot of things to be fixed before I can do that. At home today? Probably not. Hopefully they don't do as badly against them as I did, because we lost 7-0 at the Emirates. Tactic UI, well, the tactic stuff is brilliant. I think the UI for it could do with a little bit of cleanup in certain areas, because it is a little unintuitive, but that might just be because it's all new and I've not got used to it yet. But overall, I do like it. Oh, shit, hang on. There's colours and backgrounds, but they don't really change anything. Really. It seems like they do, Jacob. We've already had some good news from people that have gone to the future to test things, and things like the 2-year loan extension stuff still work. Oh, well, they've got another one. As well as various other factors that you need to work do. And there's some features in the new game that were not present before that work better. Have I got this still on? Ah, that's what I forgot to do. There we go. I wonder why it looked a little bit different. I hadn't changed my new camera settings. No, this isn't a Building a Nation save. This is just a save with Slavia so we could learn the game and kind of get a sort of a benchmark, I guess, as to what the game's like before we start trying something else that actually is like a long-term commitment, just in case stuff goes wrong, you know? Yeah, the scout retiring thing on 24 was, I mean, let's be honest, that's probably a bug that's going to get carried over. We just have to be very mindful of it. But that exact same thing happened to me on my last save as well, and in the end I just kind of went, I couldn't be bothered with it in the end because it was such a lot of stuff to redo, particularly as I'd done like 1,000 scout reports at that point. Oh. 2 a.m. My goodness. I hope you were paid and compensated accordingly for doing such wild overtime. So about Pog and thermal paste. Right, so basically, the cooler on my computer is a water cooling system, but it's an all-in-one. It's an AIO, which means it's an all-in-one. So basically, it's all like a closed loop. You don't have to put anything in it. It's just already like that. So it's essentially got a copper block that you stick on top of the like processor, but you need to have a thermal compound in between to essentially allow it to dissipate heat. I'm sure this is not entirely correct, but someone in chat can correct me. What happened was the copper block comes with a bit of plastic installed on it just to sort of protect it. Pog forgot to take the plastic off before putting it onto the thermal paste, which means it's spread all across that instead of the copper block. So we had to get some alcohol to
You know if there's a train coming
to get it off and then put some new compound on and then go from there.
They are building it now.
But yeah, that's what it was. Riri or Rai, thank you for the follow. No, the Building a Nation save isn't a secret. I actually mentioned it, I think, at the end of my last video. But yes, it's going to be Building a Nation Poland with Wisła Krakow. Oh shit, what happened with Fry? Did I miss something? My apologies. There's me jabbering on. It's got a call in 10 minutes where I announced to my boss I need to step down and reduce role in my company. Honestly, worst thing that happened. Yeah, this is one of these situations where it's completely rational and understandable to feel a level of anxiety as resulting in something like that. And you can't really know what's going to happen until it does, right? I think it's one of these things where you just kind of got to be honest and hope that that is received in the right way. Covered in Guinness and rum. Pretty much, yeah. Did the trick, though. Just downing a bit of 99.9% IP or whatever it's called. The good stuff. The stuff that'll send you blind. It was a strong performance, but we gave up a lot of chances. I wonder if it's just because we were a bit tired. Pace gets brought up. that was me while Pog was doing the thermal paste. Right. Unacceptable. Does it highlight the one it wants, or is it always the middle one? I need to learn that, actually. Ban Swatini, maybe. They've been bad. They don't get to be in there. I don't know about 27. It depends on how things go with Poland, right? Because we may find that the entire Building a Nation systems might still be busted in ways that we couldn't possibly comprehend and aren't available to discover in short-term testing. But, because all we can test is the things that we know we need to use, things like the loan firm stuff, things like that, and certain, I guess, glitches and techniques that we use. But there might be stuff that's broken further in, or even fixed further in, that could affect it in ways we weren't expecting. So all we can do is test the variables we know about. But so far, I've heard really good things about all of those variables, and it does seem to be pointing in a really good direction, especially with the fact that while the new loan screen is an absolute pile of shit, in visual ways, it is offering some more functionality that was not present in previous games. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. If they fix the UI side of it, which they kind of have to because it's garbage, then that could be really, really useful. In addition, the transfer in and out bit, hopefully, could be quite cool as well. Now that we've found out where you get the old offer players out settings, like in the dev list thing, now that we found out that that is in the game and you can set those, they're just hidden, that makes it a little bit easier for us. Well, the development list isn't in the game anymore. You really don't need it because the settings that you use to offer players out are still in the game, and that's really what matters. The dev list doesn't actually do a lot other than automate exceptions and rejections, and I often find that sometimes they do that in a way that I didn't even really like, so I'd almost sort of stopped using it towards the end. Particularly if you changed any development list settings, it would only change it for the new players you added and not the existing ones. And you had to do it one by one, which was tedious, as you can imagine. Full of start to the season. we've had a lot of tough fixtures. Not the last game, obviously, but before that, maybe we could have grabbed a point here or there, but we had a lot of injuries. Watching us against Wolves, albeit bad sample size and not a particularly high-quality opposition, it felt better. Like, we got a lot of players back from injury. It looked a little bit more like Fulham. So I don't think we're going to be in any real trouble, just because I think there are worse teams than us. And I think we will, over the course of the season, just get better. Because we started off okay, and we still looked okay in games. We just weren't able to score a lot of goals. We've got, Muniz is going to be back fit again. Lukic will be back, hopefully. Robinson, still up in the air about him, but Ryan Sessegnon has been incredible this season. So he hasn't... The absence of Anthony Robinson has actually not been anywhere near as noticeable as it would have normally been if Sessegnon hadn't been so goddamn good. He's an incredible footballer. The way that he has this incredible knack of getting into the right position to get goals, even though he's a fullback these days. He's always had this unbelievable ability to know exactly where the ball's going to be and just be there. That's why he scored so much when he played left wing back in the day. And he's still been scoring goals from left back, which is wild. Who plays? I haven't, no. The Biscuit sponsorship came about. I was just messaged out of the blue by someone from an agency that was working with them. And they clearly wanted me specifically because they'd emailed my management agency who had completely ignored them. And that's, as a result, I've now removed all of those emails from my bios because apparently this has been happening a lot. And then they actually came to me directly. So that was really cool. It's the first time I think that's really ever happened. So what I was going to do is just clear this out. King looks great. King is offering something that Smith Rowe doesn't. And the main thing is that every time Smith Rowe receives the ball, he always has this this tendency to pop it straight back to the receiver or pop it to the side. Whereas Josh King is the kind of guy that always has a little look. He's got that like scanning ability that you see in the really elite players, particularly in midfielders, where he has that quick look and he almost always manages to get a little bit on the half turn and almost always makes forward progress whenever he's received the ball. And I feel like Smith Rowe lacks that a little bit. Is he a viewer? I don't know. If it is, that's awesome. But perhaps. That's usually how those ones tend to come about. Yeah, Robert's been injured for a while. He had a knee operation in the summer. And it seems that he's had some complications with that, but they've been very vague about what. So we're really unsure about that at the moment. Best player that's 6'7". I don't know if I can actually... Can I put 2 of these in, or will it not let you double up? Oh, it will. Oh, I could just do his not between, actually, as it happens, but this should be fine as well. There we go. Those are all the 6'7" guys in the database. The one with the highest value is actually Harry Suter at Leicester City. You could order them. I think the only thing that you're not eligible for is the giveaway, because a lot of it relies on a tie-in they're doing with Sainsbury's, because they're on offer in Sainsbury's until the end of the sponsored period, essentially. There'll be like links and stuff that people can click in chat and things like that. I think the only thing that it's only UK for the Biscuit giveaways. Yeah, he's had a couple of substitute appearances, but that's it. And now he's not even on the bench at the moment. So clearly something's going wrong there. We're just not sure what. Should be Sunday demo, barring any like acts of God. So we're covered for force majeure. So we're saying to me, they're like, it's a good deal as well. Really good deal. I think it's technically the promotion's actually started, so I can just tell you they're £1.25 for the full box in Sainsbury's at the moment. Should be good. They're very nice biscuits too. But yeah, Harry Suter, 6'7". Got that jumping reach. He would do bits in this team at the moment. I'd whack him up front, because why not? Okay. Well, that looked great. Oh, there we go. Next Wednesday, Bayern. Tremendous. That's going to look fire. Yes, it's the surgery knee. It certainly looks like it anyway. Which is why squad depth is important. Like, one of the reasons I think we were so bad during that last little period was because of the injury to Lukic as well. We just had no midfield options. And because we don't have the wingers really ready yet, Iwobi still had to play out wide. But now Iwobi can drop into the 8. He's such a brilliant progressor of the ball there that does things that Lukic doesn't. And against teams that are around our level or lower, it's really, really effective because it allows Kevin to actually start games again, which is nice. Thoughts on Phoenix? Oh. Do you know what, Andrew? This is going to be weird to say, but I was actually gutted for Denny Hamlin. Because to me, I know that Larson was a deserving winner in the sense that he would have won the regular season points were it to be a full season points total anyway. But Hamlin dominated that race. And so the fact that Byron's tyre, would he not? I swear. I saw the stats where Larson gained the most points this year. So maybe it was wrong. Regardless, Christopher Bell, would he? What, this season? Maybe I saw a different points graph. Either way, I just felt like To be fair, that was the whole weekend as well, not just in Cup Series, like Xfinity on the Saturday night as well. Connor Zilic not winning it is crazy. The worst one would have been on Friday if Corey Haim hadn't won. That would have made the entire series look like a joke, which it kind of is because of stuff like that. I assume that next year things will be changing, but my goodness, that was a disaster. Now, hang on, we've got more players for the bench in this because it's back in the league now, aren't we? Winning race in the playoffs. In it, well, Larson hasn't even led a lap since May, hasn't he? Like, crazy. Huri was wanted by, I believe it was a Saudi side, and Brighton now. Brighton and Al Naima, who are not a side I'm super familiar with. Which makes me wonder if they're one of the newly promoted sides in Saudi, or they've just sort of expanded the realm of which ones are actually going to be more money heavy with actually trying to bid on your players. Couldn't tell you, but who have they got in their squad? Not a lot of players, actually, but it's probably because I haven't got the league switched on or anything. They've got a few guys. Can I see their wages? So they've got a couple of guys on, like, reasonable wages, but it's nothing special. But then again, the player that, like, they are looking at, like, Hori's brilliant for us, but I don't think he's going to be, like, a top draw striker. Then again, nah, his finishing probably isn't... Oh, it's his first touch. It's weird the way it highlights it like that. Dribbling the first touch aren't great, but he's got good, reasonable composure, good finishing, and he's not the slowest either. For a guy who's 6'7", he can get about. Almost fallen perfect. It's basically horrendous because essentially it doesn't reward enough the progress across the entire season, and it means that especially in the last race you've just got 4 drivers and one of them, whoever finishes highest, is the champion regardless of anything else. And yes, you've got to get to that final race, but still, it's... You had a situation in the truck series on the Friday night where a guy had won 11 races and the other 3 drivers in the championship 4 had 1 win between them, and thankfully he won, but he very nearly didn't. If he didn't go 7 wide and overtake almost the entire field at one point, it could have been very embarrassing. Right. They just get sponsored by them. Ooh, that was not what I meant to do at all there. I nearly didn't select an entire bench. Unpick positions only. We'll get you in instead of Markovic. Shrans. I like Shrans. I have him instead of Boral. Oh. Ice hockey mental jerseys. Go on. A country night for the Cardiff Devils. Oh my god. Oh, it's the... Do you know what? The jeans part is fantastic. That is... We need more stuff like that in football. That's what we need. I want to see a full Canadian tuxedo style football shirt, jacket thing combination. Like shorts are jeans, shirts jeans, and it looks like there's a jacket too. That's what I need to see. Speaking of things like that, actually, Pog was a very lovely lady and got me the Fulham Christmas jumper from Classic Football Shirts, and it is amazing. The mediums actually fit incredibly... I don't know where it's gone now. The mediums fit insanely well as well, which is really, really nice. Estefoldo, thank you for the follow. Oh, and Goretzka the go. I must have missed that as well. Yeah. So thank you, guys. Patch come tomorrow in it. Yes, Casey, it is. It's one of those things where I like to just think of it as the internet is going to internet. Did they have a Mick McCarthy? That's cool. Yeah, he's very good. Hori is extremely good in this particular system as well. Oh, God. Do I drop Ogbu for a game and just maybe bring Zima in just to alleviate a bit of that? Can we get through a game with Slavan Liberec without him? I can maybe bring Zafaris in too. Can I bring my... Yeah, I can bring our Japanese lefty back in as well. Hori's going to have to stay in because I can't really risk Henrique, but if we get into a good position, I can bring Classy Netneck in, which would be nice. What I might do, though, is start Mr. Prash while we're at it. Oh, dear. But yeah, they're very comfortable. They seem to have a... I was worried it was going to be a bit tight, but it's actually got a nice sort of... The sleeves are a little tighter, like you should get on a Christmas jumper, but it's still kind of baggy around the rest of it, you know? Kind of like this jumper I'm wearing now. Only, like, woolly and with Fulham stuff all over it. Need a striker. I actually don't think we do. We just need Rodrigo Muniz to not be injured, which he now isn't. He's been injured for the last, like, 4 or 5 games, so he's not been featuring in the squad at all. He, for me, can be exactly what we need. He just needs a consistent run of games again. How do I get the most out of our target forward? Well, good question, because normally I would be saying I have no idea, but we actually do know. Generally speaking, we're just trying to force everything to him as much as possible. So, team instructions-wise, we're playing quite a long ball, direct style of play with the idea to get it up there as fast as possible, where he can either do something or drop it off to someone who can with the wingers bombing on. In addition, a lot of our individual instructions on our wide players especially are set up to deliver balls early and also floated crosses, because he can usually out-jump whoever he's up against. Even really good defenders, he's capable of getting above them because he's got insane jumping reach. The other sort of way that we're kind of doing things is Mohamed Cham is a great little... No, that's not really how we're getting the most out of him, to be fair. But then he's also acting as a sort of focal point that he can then flick balls onto things like our channel forward as well, which has only really started happening since the latest patch. I've got to go back in here again now, haven't I? Christ. Accidentally pressed back. Hate to see it. Rename position. I think it's basically a variation of like a Metzala type role, but it's more advanced. It's kind of like... You could probably get the same sort of stuff out of it on a previous game if you used an attacking midfielder and used really specific instructions, but the channel forward just feels like a Metzala that's even more advanced. Potentially. Balder, thanks for the follow. I mean, it's worse than it's ever been, despite loving tactics and how it's supposed to work in game. I almost feel like, and this might just be a case of a miscommunication, those two statements sort of feel like they contradict each other a little bit, because if the tactics are good and they're supposed to work in game, I feel like never seem to cross to my target forward. I mean, my target forward has 18 goals this season, and we're in November. So I do wonder if it's how are you actually setting things up? Because, I mean, I do have set cross to target forward on all of my wide players. It has definitely become reduced since the latest patch. I've noticed less of it, but we've been scoring in other ways still. But there is a little bit less lump ball up, man head at goal. Definitely less than there was. Right, that'll be okay, I think. I don't think there's anyone directly missing from this that I need to have on the bench, at least. They need to have some better managements for these sort of screens, I feel like. But yeah, it's not something I've really noticed other than the slight drop in crosses has definitely been reduced slightly. Just can't quite pinpoint exactly what's happening. But part of that makes me wonder if it's actually more to do with the fact that... Do you remember how fullbacks, especially on the original patch and stuff, were underpowered to the point where they would almost never tackle people and you could just get skinned every single time? I think what's actually happening is they've improved the AI on fullbacks and made them more aggressive and actually capable of tackling more, which a lot of people have noticed. And what's happening is it means that your wide players are no longer getting into positions to cross as easily, so there's a reduced number of crosses coming in, and thus you're not getting as many opportunities for your target forward. So I suspect that it's more likely down to that. Potentially. Recent price is justified. Go on, lads. There we go. A patch release. There's a patch coming tomorrow. I mean, there is a patch release, but it's not a patch that does anything from what we can... Oh, here we go. I'm just going to let this... Wait, no, this is not Champions League, is it? This is just... Sorry, it's the blue stadium roof. Done me. Face scans. So, as far as I know, they've never had any kind of face scan technology in FM. I think it's mostly just regions that kind of look a little bit like them, but you will still need face packs for non-licensed leagues and stuff like that, if that's what you mean. Would you say that the game would be a lot better than UI? Honestly, Neil, I would... The full release is later today, and from what we understand, the full release patch that we're getting is essentially just the thing that removes the beta and the report bug option. I believe there's a proper patch coming tomorrow that is going to be, hopefully, including lots of stuff. But I believe they said that, right? Because I don't know where this information even came from. Because this was posted in my Discord, and it was really specific. So I'm assuming it came from somewhere, and apparently it was Twitter, but I don't know where that source was from. So I couldn't possibly know. Did SI actually announce them themselves? Oh, did it actually? Oh, have you got a link? I'm curious to know what they actually said. Because I just was going by what... I think it was Hadrian actually posted on the Discord. No, it was Owen. It was Owen. Yeah, the side netting thing, I agree. That has only been introduced since the last patch. I think it was partly due to the reduction in the cutbacks thing that people were complaining about. But I agree. The one way that you can get around that a bit is by turning your wingers on to shoot less often. It does tend to stop that. But you shouldn't really have to. They shouldn't be... I had a guy shooting at the side netting from the byline on Sunday. So yeah, I agree about that. Do Premier League faces on the card? Yeah. They have the Premier League license, so there will be faces for any licensed league will have faces built into the game natively, and even some of the unlicensed ones as well. I think it's further down the leagues, but yes, and even if you didn't, you could still get a face pack anyway for any other leagues that don't have that button in there. I would say so, but I think if anyone was going to report bugs, they probably would have been doing it by now already, so they kind of already know where to go, I guess. The side netting thing was a 21 issue. I think it was 21, but yes, it was insanely annoying. Yeah, there you go, 21, yeah. It was gopping. It was probably one of my least favourite FMs, other than the one where you couldn't score one-on-ones. That was pretty nasty, which may have also been 21 now, I think about it. Here we go. multi-platform submission process. So the Friday that will serve as the initial day one release build, which is still wild. Simply remove the beta. So yeah, there'll be an update, but it doesn't do anything. So they'll have that one as well. So Wednesday, which is tomorrow, the public beta track. And then no real indication as to where that one's going to be when it does come. Was it FM20? I see. So, yeah. So that's basically how that works. Basically, I'm going to get on the beta branch as soon as possible because we don't know when the other one is going to be. Reduce the tempo. Quicker tempo overrides a lot of instructions are given you. Yes. I think it's one of those things where the game doesn't do a very good job at explaining itself, because when you think of tempo, the game describes it as the way that you get the ball forward and the speed of progression of play, but I think it does still carry over when you're into those final third moments, and I find that players rush shots and miss a lot when they do that. That is amazing. Long shots, I've not do you mean they're not going in or they're going in too often? Because I'm not seeing a lot of them go in. When they do, they are amazing. That was lovely, actually. This is all hoary. Yeah, he's actually gone round his man there. Look at that. Takes the defender on. Little body feint. Cuts inside. The defender's absolutely sold himself there. It's a nice goal, actually. Stop my opinion enjoying my tonight. Well, there's probably going to be a patch tomorrow, so that's what we were just discussing. But at the end of the day, do with it what you will. On the beta branch. I suspect that the patch will be on the main one as well, but it will be later on the main one. I think that's the impression I got there, because it's easier to push it on the beta branch due to the submission processes and things with like license holders and stuff. Yes, Sally! Thank you for the 24 months, man. How is your Tuesday going? It is Tuesday, right? That's a good finish from Mohammed, but that might be... That was bad defending too, though. I think one of the issues is that a lot of the things that FM describes as certain things don't actually mean the thing that they say they do. And at some point, they might need to clean that up a little bit. It's the same thing with mentalities. The game does a really bad job at explaining what they actually mean. And what they actually are is essentially just levels of risk. So balanced is middle amount of risk. Positive is slightly more risk.
65.
Attacking is a lot more risk.
Relief
Very
I
attacking
feel
is even
today
more
is
risk.
second to none. Now off to
Largely.
the Maldives for a 2-week break.
Mr. Mike, there he is with the 65 months. That's awesome, man. Are you actually going to the Maldives for 2 weeks? Because if so, that's awesome. Can we hang out when you come back? We'll go on a bro day. We don't need the ladies. Shoot a lot side out of the box. That, again, could be down to traits, and you may need to adjust some of your shooting settings in both the tactic and the individual instructions, potentially. But I feel like they don't go in that often. I mean, to be fair, real life long shots are, by definition, low XG chances, so they don't go in as often. And maybe we've just been primed from years of playing FM to see long shots go in more frequently, because they did seem to. So in a way, it might actually be mimicking the frequency of real life football a bit more accurately, to the point where they'll feel more special when they do go in, maybe. Kivo as well, with the gifted sub. That's so kind, man. Thank you so much, friend. Ping Diags. That's what we're doing. Pretty much. Hang on, LED screen. Which screen is that? That was a weird goal as well. That was some terrible defending from us. If we're not likely in it, yeah. Probably not the best defending from us there. More long shots will go in. Yep, I think that's another thing you'll notice as well. If you're playing as a more dominant team, you're going to see more shots, so therefore you're more likely to see more long shots, just because you will do sometimes as well. So I haven't seen a lot of them ourselves, but then our tactic... Oh, look at this. So I feel like on previous FMs, you'd see a lot of shots from this kind of spot here. Those shots go in so rarely in real life. Is it going on? That might be a graphic. Oh, it's obviously a graphics glitch. Mohammed, now come on. What was that? He stuck a toe at it and the ball's just popped up in the air. That was silly. But Hori once again has hit the post with those headers. So those are the types of chances we're trying to create, but they're not going in as frequently as they were before. A wider range of priorities enables us to address some key areas and implement important changes. We're committed to continue. Yeah. And I think we'll have an interesting idea of what that means once we see those changes in action, or at least the first set of them, I guess. I personally, Toddy, would wait until... Oh, good effort. I would wait until tomorrow evening, if you're on the beta branch, and get this proper patch first, because there may well be a couple of things in there that could be save game dependent. I hope not, but there could be. Wide target forward is no longer a role. I wonder if it's because you can achieve the same thing with the wide forward thingy, with certain instructions perhaps. And it might have been that all it was doing was prioritizing different attributes of the player perhaps, and you can sort of do that secondarily. I don't know. We've definitely got better since that tweak to the tactic where we pushed the DM into midfield in possession. Most of day want to beta. Brave. Very brave. But hey, I guess if it does go wrong, you can just have to create a new save. As long as you don't get too, like, committed to it, I suppose. Look at the PI instructions. Yeah, it could be that the system you're playing is getting players into that position and they've got more of a shooting opportunity, and your instructions are allowing them to do so. Have you got it on Be More Expressive by any chance? Or like anything like that in there too? Because you might be able to... If I was going to try and stop that, I'd whack them both. Any player that's likely to end up in that position, get them on shoot less often. Maybe add a bit of work ball into the box unless it conflicts with what you're doing. In addition, maybe have more discipline turned on throughout the tactic. It might... it will stop them from like taking their own advantages as much. However, if they have low teamwork, they may just ignore it anyway. So there's that side of things too. There's all numbers of reasons why, and it does take a little while to sort of work through the checklist of why X, Y, and Z is happening. It's one of the things I've always liked about FM is figuring stuff like that out, because usually there is a logical reason. Usually. Not always, but usually. Right. We were kind of good, but not amazing. Particularly with that weird goal. Keep going. Love to see it. Keep going. Love to see it. Right. My mouth is getting very dry. Where's my drink? Up or down? Update time for tomorrow. No. They just said beta branch Wednesday, and then the rest of them at an undetermined time, I suppose. Did they actually say that too? In that case, you probably are okay to start then. Hello. Hang on. Hang on. Swalaveo? Hang on. No. Why am I struggling? Swalavelio. Thank you very much. How's it going, man? Hope you're having a lovely Tuesday. Forgive me for taking way too long to be able to say your name correctly. Oh, it's bloody Finland again. Sopper, man. What have you been up to? I do love Finnish names and the pronunciation of them, because it just goes against so many different conventions of names that look very similar in other languages around that area. Salt Wizard. That is a brilliant name. After Zima prove it. Yeah. Crazy tactics plan. I've got lots of things I want to try, but what we're going to be trying to do in Visa with the main save is I want to try and play the most like total football, short passing. Everything is short. It's not lots of dribbles because that's quite overpowered. I want to see if you can play a passing style instead. Oh, nicely done, Thomas. I was thinking Portuguese as well. The only bit that got me was the suo, because I thought I saw me, maybe. But yeah, so I want to try and play like as prettiest football as physically possible with Wisła, where it's all short passing, high tempo, let the ball do the work type of stuff, which is going to be really exciting. Yeah, Wisła Krakow, George, is what the main save is going to be starting on hopefully Sunday. Possession-based play. So if you're doing possession-based play, as in like you want a tactical setup that's going to allow you to keep the ball, you basically want to be trying to keep it as close to you as possible and taking less risks a lot of the time, because the higher the risk things are, the more likely you are to lose the ball, which is fine if you're trying to ping balls over the top occasionally. But for high possession plays, you want to have things like, well, shoot less often on everybody in ways, work ball into the box, possibly pass more often or dribble less often perhaps. There's various other instructions in there that will... Anything that you think to yourself when you're looking at the instruction would think, right, would this mean a player is going to get less of the ball or more of the ball? I mean, let's have a little look in the tactics ourselves so we can sort of see. If I just look at the team instructions in general, I'll use the all instructions panel. Oh, can you not use this one on this screen? Oh, you can, it's there. So, like, I would do a shorter passing style because you lose the ball less likely. I'd keep the tempo... Higher tempo, you're probably more likely to make mistakes, but you could break people through. So that one's more of an up in the air type of thing. Attacking width is kind of up to you. Creative freedom, it depends, because you could be disciplined with that kind of style. Low tempo is... I think you could do it with high tempo, but you'd probably get a little bit less possession. It might be more effective, though. Goal kicks, you'd want to take them short, for example. Distribution again. Supporting runs, that's sort of up in the air. Dribbling is a bit of the same. Progress, these are all relative. Pass perception, you want that into feet, for example. Because if you're passing into space, you lose the ball more often, potentially. Patience, again, you'd want to be keeping it work ball into the box. You want to discourage shooting from distance, most likely. Crossing style, probably low, maybe, or whipped. Out of possession, it's obviously a lot less... that's really down to you, because obviously out of possession... I guess if you're playing a high possession style, you'd also want a high press, because you'd want to be trying to get the ball back as fast as possible. Limit their creative freedom. It depends. That's one of those ones that I feel like I would personally go really high discipline to begin with. And then if I feel like it's working, I'd probably turn that back to balance and maybe even to more expressive, providing I have players with high teamwork. Because I feel like then you're basically saying, this is our overall plan, execute it, but if you find a moment to do something crazy and magical, if you've got high flair or whatever, maybe try it then. That's kind of what I'm going to be... That's the logic flow I'm going to be using with building the Wisła tactic, potentially. And it might not work, but as it happens, the squad that they have is pretty stacked for the Polish second tier. So we should not have to worry too much about getting absolutely ridden in that league. Because I believe they're the favourites for promotion. Well, they're definitely favourites for promotion in real life. Because they're absolutely crushing it right now. Let's go with a bit of Oscar for the time being. You are absolutely... Soko's definitely done better, but Schranz is good. Taro Atsumida's actually been better today. I'll leave him on because he could do with some more football, which means Provo could go in the number 10 for a little bit, see what he's up to. We're 3-1 up. It's probably time for Enrique, right? Has to be. First save, Wisła Krakow on 26 for the proper one anyway. Chat time 1. Thank you for the follow. Although I guess you could argue it's this one, right? Will it be announced as the Wolves manager? I'm afraid I have to wait for chat to announce that the Wolves manager has been sacked. So until that happens, can't be done. Pass maps and heat maps. There hasn't been. Oh, is that the LED thing you meant, Jesse? This giant board here. I wonder if this is a VAR graphic that's got a bit confused. Or, alternatively, I'm having a stroke and that's just the gate to heaven and I need to walk into the light. Stay tuned to find out. John's Bond is having a stroke. Call the Bondulance. Yeah, I think that's a way that you can sort of... Oh, dear. That should have been a goal. Should have been a way that you can... Hang on. Nope, it's gone. Thought just vanished like a butterfly. Cat's FM27. Probably just another FM26 save, isn't it? Romania Vanilla. I don't actually know what the rules are in Romania, but I think we looked at it. Which is ironic because I'm pretty certain we actually looked at it on stream the other day. And I remember thinking to myself, oh, that wasn't too bad. It gets smaller, does it? Is that because I'm walking away from the light? I'm coming back to the people who love me. It's chat. So is it like a floodlight that's fallen? Oh, I see. So someone for Slovan Liberec has not been paying their electricity bill. Wait, was that another goal from Tracky Check? Oh, it was. Dreadful goalkeeping, by the way. But it is a headed goal from our big man, our other big man. For the first person mod, it does look a lot like my key light, in fairness. I think I need like a next save command or something, potentially. Because, for example, in this game, look how much possession our opponents have got. 65%, and yet we're absolutely clubbing them in chances because we're just transitioning so fast. Getting up the pitch, getting balls into the box, and it's great.
Cooper, take off the
Adam UX, thank you for the follow. I potentially would, Adam. Just to be on the safe side. I'm planning to. But I think from what we've heard, you probably won't need to. With anything involving FM26, I'm always erring on the side of caution when I do anything. The amount of system restores I did yesterday was incredible. I say restores. I set up restore points before I installed every single piece of software. Wow, that was close. Pavelu, thank you for the follow. Kevin Ronaldinho, it's all about Kevin. He was really good against Wolves. Certainly his best performance, I would say, over a 90-minute period. Even if he didn't get a goal or an assist, he's just such a handful. I also liked how well he was covering for Cessna when he got forward, which was not expected to see that. Oh, go on, Midstrom. From DM? Come on, Mats. That's why I think we're putting pressure on teams way better now that we've got our DM pushing into the central midfield role and even making little occasional runs forward like this, which is very rare when the time calls for it, when we've actually got the ball. Probably just need to make sure he's got the work rate to get back when we need it. But the 5-1 win away from home. Okay. Now we're really chefing. This is potentially lovely. Feels like we had that little wobble. But then we beat Victoria Pilsen and we've just absolutely stretched our legs since then. And the other thing is our under-19 team have started winning very, very regularly. And that's usually a good sign that you've got a solid tactic if it's working in the background simulation engine and stuff. Oh. High on the jump. Yeah, it was pretty solid actually. 4 foreign. What does it count as foreign for Romania? Is it like non-Romanian or is it like non-EU? Because certain leagues have very different rules about stuff like that. Right, let's see the match stats. Tackles 1. We're winning a... Headers won 48%. They actually won nearly as many headers as us. I wish I could see things like headers won in the final third. I guess crosses completed kind of does that. It's actually quite similar. But then how many of those were like lower crosses and stuff like that? It's going to be great. It's nice to have the boys back, I suppose. Yeah, that's one thing that will should come today, though. We'll unlock the editor, and it might come with a patch that fixes it, because currently the editor that some people got hold of is broken in certain ways. It has this advanced rules thing that's busted because it's not actually in the game, but it is, but it thinks it is. So you can't verify any advanced rules changes, which is a huge issue. And presumably that is going to be fixed upon the full release of the editor. It's just in the sort of balked version that people got on the beta, like Hadrian, for example. So we're 6 points clear now. I don't know if they've got games in hand or anything. Nice work, lads. Fair play. And now we've got Bayern next, which I'm just looking forward to because we get to see all the Champions League stuff in full quality finally. So actually, we are 6 points clear. Also, where did Sparta come from? Last time I looked, they were down in like 9th place. They must have been absolutely cooking lately because they were nowhere. Victoria Pilsen have fallen off hard. Tremendous. Really, it's Carvina actually that we're kind of directly competing with because they've got a game in hand on Sparta as well. Okay, so it's normal service resumed here, but their performances towards the start of the year were bad. Really bad. So we could potentially still go 9 points clearer than with a win. Followed by a crash. That's your experience of it, Roshi? I've actually not had a crash since the first beta stream so far. I think, or was it the second one? When I clicked the button of doom, which is on me in a way. I should have learned my lesson not to click these buttons. Hadrian, I know, it's like they knew. It's like, here's a little present. In a way, if anything, it's more like an insult because it's like, hey, here's a little present. You can do loads of stuff, but don't you dare try and verify it. If anything, it's more of a tease than anything else. Iwobi Lukic, I'm so glad we finally got Iwobi in the 8. It just makes so much sense. But yeah, I've not experienced a lot of crashes, honestly. The only one I had was the one where I clicked the forbidden button. Where I clicked the wrong part of the UI. I don't think I've actually had any, or did I have one in a game? No, there was one in a game for something. Or was that when I clicked the button? I definitely remember a game that we were winning and then I crashed it. Slavia, wait, they're playing in the 2nd division? I didn't realise our B team were in the 2nd tier. Christ. They're pretty good then. American Pie main character. Jason Biggs. I've had it before. I'll take it. Hey, man pulled Alison Hannigan in that film. There's levels to this game. Live, laugh, Lukic face. Get it back. Report him. You're coming out beta to crash. Then I think you have unrealistic expectations about what a beta is. If you think that a beta shouldn't crash, then that I agree that there's massive issues with it, but the idea that the beta shouldn't crash is ludicrous. That's literally what betas are for. Well, not to crash, but to test things, right? To find crashes and fix them. Hello, Pat. Do I simulate more leagues as not playable for my lone players to evolve better? So, as it happens, FM has this weird way of coming out of beta to crash, but it's not out of beta. It's currently in beta, so we don't know what it's like when it's out of beta because we haven't. I mean, technically, you could argue that there's like an hour or so window later today where you could make that argument, but that's like, you know, there's supposed to be a big patch tomorrow, isn't there? So generally speaking, players on loan in leagues that are not loaded actually develop better. There was a glitch of that in previous saves. So you probably don't need to actually have the leagues loaded. What it really matters is the reputation of those leagues. Yeah, I haven't boinked to Pi. Circling back, haven't done that yet. Tune in in case the game keeps crashing. Right, so we've got Bayern next. I just want to see what these graphics look like full. I mean, hey, no, end of the day, people will form their own opinions and do what they like. I just think that the current version we have is a beta. There are crashes in it because it's a beta. More so than a normal beta, agreed. But, like, that's what betas are, generally speaking. Some of them are bad, some of them are worse. There's going to be crashes. I've not actually experienced too many of them myself, but I know they exist, and I've seen some crazy shit. Hello, Jamie. It's feeling nippy, and the matches look tremendous. Estonia. What are the rules like in Estonia? I suppose you're going to have to use an extended database anyway in order to make that work, right? How many injuries do we get in one bloody day? Oh my god. That's actually not... Vasil Kusai? I mean, he's mostly been as a substitute, but it's useful to have him on the... I guess it doesn't matter now so much that we've got Soko, but just losing a guy for 4 months is not ideal, really. You know how to crash once? Wow, that's a pretty rare occurrence, I would say. Hello, Game Slayer. Oh. Because we've actually got 4 points so far. There's a chance that we might I mean, we won't get through because obviously we've got so few good games against people. It's impossible, really. We've won the only game we can.
0 crashes for me also.
Actually, I'm curious, chat. How many crashes have you had if you've kept count? FM Cakes, thank you very much for the 10 months as well on Prime. Also, the number of hours you've had. I think is more relevant. Because you could have had like 50 crashes, but if you play for 300 hours, I suppose the ratio is still quite bad. I think I've had, since beta, 2. One was the forbidden button, and one was during a game, and I can't remember what happened with that. Unless that was the forbidden button. So it was either 2 or 1 over... I don't actually know how many hours I've played. If I look in Steamy. Still plodding along at a 38 degrees temperature here. Love to see it. Fair enough, Gug. Let me have a look. FM26. I have 61 hours in this so far. So not like an absurd amount. And a lot of that wouldn't have actually been actively playing the game. Sometimes I just forget to close it. Actually, I wonder how many of you, who out of you lot in chat right now have the most hours in the game? 30 minutes back. Oh, really? That's the more recent ones are more interesting as well, because obviously there would have been bug fixes that possibly would have cleared up a few of those early ones, because all of mine occurred before they did any patches. I don't believe I've had one since that spell of patches in the middle of last week. 55 hours. Yeah, mine's probably more like half of the amount that you see there. The streams and then obviously stuff for videos. The most hours. Yeah, you probably do, Mike, because you've been playing it for years. What's your excuse? Also, how's it going, man? How are you? How's the house? Later today, David. Well, I mean, this is still the actual game. Like, I think people maybe get... And SI don't help themselves with the way that they market these things, but essentially the game is to play. You can play the game now if you want it, right? At 4 p.m. today, nothing is going to change. So it's still available to play right now, hence how I'm playing it. 130 hours, hell yeah. PC's not the fastest. To be fair, I mean, this is another thing. I've played this on 2 different PCs now. Not a lot on this one yet, admittedly. It's really only been some stuff I was testing yesterday, and that was mostly graphic stuff. And then, of course, this morning, just to make sure that it wasn't going to completely shit the bed on me. Right, we're going to have to get rid of some people here. So Prash is going to come out for Schmeasley. It's only one in our starting 11 at least, but now we've got to get rid of Nati and Shrans, God, and Prash, and both of our new injured guys. I'm not sure we're going to be able to field a full bench here. Heatl's gone as well. Right. This might be a small bench here because of all the injuries. And oh, no, we've got a full bench. There's even a goalie on it. Ugh. New leagues. I believe so. Yes, we've got... what do we have? Is it UAE? Obviously all the women's leagues, which is I think 14 divisions there. And Lithuania? Or is there a third men's league I've forgotten about? I think there is one more. Oh, I didn't do lookups. Shit. Can I actually do that now? I can. Cool. I forgot I could back out on that screen. I just can't back out on the next. Egypt, yes. That's so cool. I'm really happy with the Egypt license. I think of the licenses out of those, Egypt and Lithuania is just cool because it just adds a nice little bit of context there. Particularly because they already have Latvia, and just having another African license is nice. We'd like to see them hoover up a few more of those. Al Habji, is this the guy? Oh my god! What a shout, bearded Charles. So sorry I didn't do this lookup sooner. Slavia Prague? Not quite. We do have Lewis Miley, though. Yeah, he's got a bit of knowledge, doesn't he? And remember, as a performance analyst, you might think, well, that's not relevant. It is. If you bring this guy in, you will unlock all of these countries as scouting knowledge, which will help with your view-based scouting if you do it. It will fill in so many blank spots. It's actually crazy. So it's really well worth doing these guys. He's a well-travelled man, yeah, innit? This is where he's only ever been in Belgium or something. He just reads a lot. Why does this screen scroll? That's new. More African leagues would be great. I want to see some Senegal, some Ivory Coast. You know, the real, like, hotspots leagues in there. Just so I can do African adventure again. Because I love the shit out of that save, man. He's brilliant. I need to remember the name. Because he's a free agent. Actually, I'll just sign him now, right? I mean, remember the name for Wisła. Because he'll be so goddamn useful. Yeah, anyone who's a member of staff basically at the club will count. Cross-border league, yes. They had an episode recently where they were talking to the head of the Viesliga, I believe it's pronounced, the Latvian league. Sweeper, it's just the best, isn't it? Sweeper and football cliches. Gets me all the football stuff I need. Well, that's tremendous. That's a database. Look up for Leo Sauer. Quite like African Adventure. Did you? No. I don't believe you. I think you're just trying to butter me up. Traveling the world. And honestly, Silverback, who can blame him? Football can be boring sometimes. Traveling the world sounds like fun. I have really been enjoying football a lot more lately. It's so nice to actually just watch games and watch patterns of play develop and see things and be like, oh, that's a thing. And then see an analyst say it and be like, wait, actually, I spotted that. Whereas before it was like, I couldn't seem to even understand anything in games. It's like my scouting knowledge has been unlocked in some manner. It's weird. 34 fingers cheer or something easier. Depends on what you're after, David, really. I don't know what sort of saves you're a fan of, I guess. Like, personally, I like a bigger challenge as possible. Sometimes a little bit too hard. And also it depends on, like, your level of experience with the game, too. So this is Kamari Doyle. I like this picture because he's clearly got his shoulders up like this because he's either leaning over because it's like a team photo or something, or he's just got really rounded shoulders. He's like a massive man, yeah. Got a sheep under each arm, ready to go. Athletic Madrid, Athletic Bilbao in the Champions League. Yes, that's a known bug, Paristo. There's issues with the fixture scheduling for European games at the moment, but I believe that was reported, like, possibly even day one. Might have even been reported on Alpha, honestly. Or that hasn't been fixed, or it might have been one of those ones that doesn't apply to saves, and that's the issue. Stuff like that are the ones that sometimes don't get fixed for existing saves. I believe they have done improve Mexi. Like, I'm pretty certain that was in the most recent gameplay patch. I've noticed that the tackling for fullbacks, especially, has got way, way better. I think you might be right, Davos. Although, it's always nice to have that in the background, just in case, right? When you need to get rid of a guy, Saudi are just there like, we have money, please come to our lands. And I'm like, you know what, lad? I'll drive you there myself. Don't know how. Maybe on a bicycle? I'll do like that guy that backpacked around the world. Probably that scout as it happens. Right, that'll be fine. Right, come on. Show me the Champions League interface in perfect quality. I'm excited. This is what I was really looking for. Are we at home or away here? This might be in Germany as well. So even bigger stadium it is, I think. God, that's a good team. We're going to get damaged quite severely in this, aren't we? Just if they've got any crazy signings in that I've missed out. Sadly, I don't know. That's really a question for them. Whether they even want it, what use would it be? Like, it's probably quite expensive as well. And it's like, I guess they're just balancing like whether they actually need it per se. Just to find a good goalkeeper. It's hard to say. Normally I would have some if this was a previous game because I kind of have an idea of what I like for in a goalkeeper anyway. But this To be fair, I had this happen on, I think last Thursday. Stream and chat showed me how to fix it. So I've been spreading the news ever since then once I figured out how to actually do that. Good defending, lads. Well played. Coming with the puppy image. A Yorkie, Shih Tzu, Maltese, Crossby. Damn, that's a lot of different options there. That's a full hybrid force. Doesn't enjoy big matches. Yeah, it just means that like the consistency will help offset that slightly, but you might find that, because bear in mind the whole big matches thing, it depends on the competition. So Europe wasn't all created equal. So a game in the Champions League group, league stage or whatever, is not going to be as susceptible to fluctuations in big match impact as, say, the semi-finals. In fact, it ramps up quite steeply as you get towards that. Sortifugel, thank you for the 27 months. How the devil are you, friend? Individual teams. If that's possible and someone figures out how to do it, that would be amazing. Honestly. If they've got a banging clubs, like some clubs have amazing club songs, like EFK Göteborg with their Nachhuine Poseidon song. Absolute bopper. Love it. Ballon d'Or. Oh, yeah. As far as I know, anyway. We're obviously only in November, so we haven't had a chance to see that yet. What a ball. Oh, good header. That was a lovely pass, actually. That's the sort of long ball stuff I'm on about. Like, they're actually trying a few of those passes as well. From distance, just trying to ping one to Hori and see what he can come up with. 10 minutes in and we actually are at home, turns out. This is tremendous. Like, we got that 1-1 draw against Sporting. I still think we'll lose this one, because Bayern are a lot better, and we are having to sort of step off at times because they're so good. But still, the way they're building up is allowing our DM space and time to get back into position. So having him push forward is not actually costing us too much. Feels like they're not playing as aggressive counter-attacking as I would have thought, which is pleasant. Winners come from only Latin American leagues. I haven't seen it in a save I've done yet, obviously, as I haven't gone far enough, but I have seen screenshots of it. I think it was all players from like Flamengo in one of the screenshots I saw. Or they've just had a really good season and we're being massively judgmental, and we should learn. We need to do better as a community. Hearts song for Slavia Prague. I have, yes. Is that the ABBA one? The one to Radio Gaga, or whatever it's called. I think. I saw a clip of it on TikTok the other day. See, this is the thing. Bayern are constantly trying to go to the byline, which I presume is part of the instructions built in, and our defenders are actually doing a really good job at covering that off, because they're trying to go there for the cutback rather than cutting it back slightly deeper. This is the kind of game that someone like Schmearsley could actually have a really strong performance if he can keep standing Olise up like that. It's a bit annoying that, wow, he's won it. Yeah. I guess Hori isn't fast enough to get forward for these breakaways, is he? Or it might just be the attacking role. I do need to look at, or I might just wait till we start Wisła, the defensive set piece settings to see where players are going to be. That's a foul. Surely? Ref? Have a word? No? Cool. Boot mod is here. Nice. We use the boot mod. Is it the same guy from last year, or is it a different mod? Because I had a boot mod on it was called like the boot selector tool on 24, which was really cool. Lovely turn, yeah. Hello, Lewis. Full match. No, it's on dynamic highlights. Although at some point, that's the reason it's progressed a little bit slower. I've been playing the save mostly on dynamic highlights just to sort of see more of the match engine and get an eye of things like tactics, because key sometimes hides stuff. That's a good finish. Change the VAR system. In what way? As in what way would you like to see it changed? Ilano, thank you for the 35. How is your Tuesday going, friend? It was a lovely turn, yeah. Really lovely turn. Yeah, that was just bad defending. Once Kimmich's into that position, Stanik's maybe can stick an arm out, but we've lasted 13 minutes against Bayern. I reckon we get a goal in this game. It just seems like we're going to get chances. Animations? I don't know, honestly. There wasn't really any... I mean, it still just displays the thing on the screen, doesn't it? There's not a lot to change, really. As far as I know. Or it has changed and I just haven't noticed. I try to avoid looking at VAR as much as I can, really. Yeah, the other thing is about it, you just find out straight away, which they do need to look into. Something's just put into the wrong part of the chain, I think. So the tells, you don't need tells anymore, because basically whatever the game pops up in the little toast here, that's essentially the decision. So when the goal goes in, if it says the goal scorer in that, then it's going to be a goal. And if it doesn't say that and it says disallowed, then it's always going to be disallowed. They need to just move that back further in the system. But that should be a relatively simple fix. I've said that too many times, I think, to the point where you might stop believing me. Strikers work. So far, our striker is our top scorer. He has 18 goals this season so far from a variety of different positions. Mostly striker. But like, some set piece goals, some corner goals, although rarely. I don't think we scored much from corners. Open play stuff, balls crossed in, some nice little pullbacks for him as well. So generally speaking, but that might just be the style of play is very heavily designed towards him. Depends what type of striker you're trying to make work, because the positions are obviously likely to be different to what I'm doing. I love that we've had a shot and we've still got 0 XG. I want to see that shot. Like, why was it that bad? Timely manner. I guess it depends, because everyone has priorities that are slightly different as far as what they would consider a big thing. So the big things for me are not going to be the same as the big things for you or potentially someone else. So, like, for example, that was a Rabona cross attempt. Seeing that a bit too much. It's great, though. Oh, how did it go, Fry? So things like, for me, it's the lack of ability to import and export scouting filters, for example. That's a massive part of the game. The coefficient's broken. Stuff like that. There's various other things that I think are extremely important to have, but other people may not care about things like the coefficients, obviously, because their saves may not depend on it in the same way. I think everyone should care about the scouting filters thing, though, because that's surely something that everyone really encounters at some point or another. Player progress screen. Yeah, we've equalised! Come on! Mohamed Cham has been on it in Europe. 3 goals in 4 games from number 10 position. Incredible. Yeah, Silverback. From what I've seen, they do. I'm seeing way more just transfers in general that seem to, like, click way more. That was a lovely pass from Horan. He's just kind of released it. Little deflection, past Mamo Neuer, and we lead. Not lead, we level. Prayer with a friend yet. I haven't played any multiplayer yet, but I have heard that sometimes that... I've heard that basically there's a huge issue with multiplayer games where apparently it keeps continuing people even when they haven't pressed continue, and it's not on like some auto timer. It thinks you've pressed continue and you haven't, and it's like kicking people out of screens and stuff. That's what I've seen anyway. But that's mostly from screenshots that have been shared with me and others. Change the roles, run instructions, can't make it work. I think really all I can say is just keep tweaking. You will find something that works for you. But for watching games for like 10 minutes, they can do. Because it's on dynamic highlights. So, like, again, the games are going to take ages on dynamic. If I switch it to key highlights, we would progress through the game really quickly, but we also wouldn't see a lot. And I'm trying to sort of use this experience in the beta to see more of the matches, to get an idea of how the tactic stuff works, and just enjoy the match engine in a way, I suppose. I think with Viswar, I'm unlikely to do that. Outside of building the tactic initially, I'll probably switch it to key highlights as soon as we're happy with our system. With harder, I don't know. As always with any game like FM, it's as hard or as easy as you want to make it. Just like in real life, in some respects. Like, if you come up with a good tactic in real life, it will do good things. So in the same way you playing an overpowered tactic in FM would also result in you doing good things. So it's up to you, I think, to a certain point to make your own restrictions and things to keep things interesting for you, and then adjust those difficulty levels for you. People always talk about difficulty, and I never understood what things that the game could inherently change to make it more difficult for you. The one thing I do think probably does need a tweak, though, is the ability to source players. I think some players will join clubs too low down a bit too easily. So, for example, I probably shouldn't be able to get Lewis Miley on loan here in the Czech Republic. A lot of the loans seem to be a little too easy to get, so that maybe does need to be tweaked. That's probably the only thing that's caught me out. Match X criteria, we're trying to find coaches, really. And even when you try to select multiple attributes to do that match thing on player profiles, when you're ticking all the boxes, half the time it doesn't actually register the click and doesn't show it in the box, but then you realize it actually has registered the click, and then you go back to the other thing and it's selected more attributes and like multiple versions of the same attribute. That's why that sort of stuff's super annoying. Injuries and free kicks. Yeah, I think that could probably do with a tweak more than anything else. Speed in between is lower. I don't know if it is or not. I wonder if it is a little bit just because of the 2D match thing, which I haven't really found all that useful yet because I normally play on quite fast speeds in between. My camera settings, yes. So I actually only just changed these back because I realised obviously it reset when I put the new PC in. So at the moment I'm using dynamic sideline on camera height 4 because I find that the broadcast one is just a little bit too zoomy, whereas this sits out a bit, and you do lose the sort of dynamic scene changes for things like corners and set pieces, but I think it's just more fluid and I quite like it basically. And I have the graphics on custom now because the high settings don't actually go to the full highs on one of the things, and I can't remember. I think it's to do with anti-aliasing. That's a good save again. FM24 tactics. Well, you can't really do 24 tactics on 26 because all 24 tactics are only really not based on in possession, but the tactic system is brand new. So you could sort of recreate it, but you would still have to change so much that it's almost to the point where why would you at that point? You might as well just start fresh. The save animations do look really good, yeah. Look at our Raiders at all. Right, it's funny you mentioned that, Fry, because yes. So it actually came with my GPU, and yesterday I spent some time trying to find out how to actually get it. Turns out Amazon sent me like a code. And I then had to put that into my NVIDIA app. But when I tried to do that yesterday, it just said, oh, there's technical difficulties. I then went on the website, whoa, and then they said, oh, my GPU wasn't eligible. Even though I know it is, it's a 5070, it's literally on the list. So I thought, oh, well, that's weird, I might miss out. And then today, I thought, fuck it, I'll try it this morning. Put it into NVIDIA, and yes, I have now got Arc Raiders. Have you played it, Fry? Because I was asking chat about this earlier, because it does actually look quite good, and I might be tempted to give that a go properly, because I've been looking for something a bit new to play, and it seems to be quite well liked so far anyway. The impressions I've got of it from on social media, anyway, have been good. And I wonder if that's, like, because me obviously seeing that on social media is how other people are sort of seeing the FM stuff. And I guess it does show how important that kind of stuff actually is, like general sentiment, if you are chronically online, or just online engaged in some small manner, right? 2D math if you want to. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you got rid of it, you'd presumably want the ability to put more stats pages in there. But I think the issue at the moment is those stats pages don't really exist to put in there because they seem to have taken a lot of that out. That's just a really nice goal from Elise. Quarter flag still bugged. I didn't know it was bugged. Hunt Showdown. No. That sounds dope as well. But no, I haven't tried any of those types of games. The game I keep seeing Ark compared with is Tarkov, but obviously not as I said earlier, they said it was Tarkov for employed people. But will they say I'm employed? That's the question. Technically? Maybe? I don't know. Dizzy, thank you for the follow. Hello, Holbrook. But I would like to give it a go. But the thing is it one of those games that you can solo queue and actually have a successfully fun time with it? Or is it one of those ones that you need to kind of squad up to play? As in what I'm saying is, am I going to have to rope Viking into playing it with me? That is really what I'm trying to say. Flag was like a post the ball would kind of knock it. To be fair, in real life, flags are, they are solid objects, and you do sometimes see, rarely albeit, the ball hit the flag and stay in play occasionally. Yeah, that's the one I see the most basis. Well, I've never played Tarkov though, so I have no reference point for it. Mega nice for some reason. Really? Interesting. Okay, in that case, I might genuinely give it a go. From what I heard, because I did have a little in the TikTok comments, this from what I heard generally means in the TikTok comments, people are saying that the game seems to really prioritize trying to queue you into servers with other solo players if it knows that you're a solo player, and it seems to be really prioritizing that quite highly, but that might just be their experiences and it isn't actually indicative of a wider thing. Different gameplay. That's fine though, because I've never played any of these games before. Like, I haven't really done much in that field at all, quite frankly. But that one just looked kind of cool, to be honest. I didn't really know what it's about. It just looks like, because it's, hang on, it's an extraction shooter or something, isn't it? Like, I don't really know what that means. And I could have just looked it up, but I'm lazy and I had things to do yesterday. I sat at this desk for 10 hours. That was my day. Slowly getting more and more irritated. They've got 69%. I would say nice, but they're beating us, so maybe not. 2 surprise boxes. Viborg, nice. Tenerife third shirt. No way. Well, I can remember what that shirt actually looked like. Top of the screen. Yeah, I just think that there's a lot of this stuff that could be optimized. Like this screen here alone. There's just so much wasted space. And the fact that when you click the live league table, it doesn't show you the live league table. Stuff like that's just silly, isn't it? Join with a certain... Extraction means you join with a certain equipment, and if you die, you lose all of it, or you can loot more and extract and keep it in your stash. I see. That makes sense. So you're not extracting like... Because when I hear extraction, I always think like you're rescuing someone. That's in my head. It's like a hostage negotiation type thing. Maybe I've... Yeah. I also heard there's a chicken. Don't know why that's relevant. I just heard there's a chicken. Wait for something... before starting V-Spot. Yes, we are. The game to come out. In general. Dentist Simulator. I could do with one of those, to be honest. Thankfully, the tooth's gone a bit quiet for the last couple of weeks, which has been nice. Play the Division, I didn't. I nearly did, but as always with these things, I used to find...
to extract teeth.
The 52 months, Steve. How are you, man?
You see this?
I
quit. I
would always like watch other people play them. I don't know, who'd watch other people play a video game? Crazy. Because I just never felt like I had the skills to do that kind of stuff, and it would be such a steep learning curve, so I never really engaged in a lot of those types of games for the most part. I feel like I'm more willing to do that all of a sudden now. Maybe that's just because I'm letting my curiosity guide me more than I was before. I guess I could just yell at them, right? They're doing okay. We're only 2-1 down to Bayern. It's definitely better than it was against Arsenal. I mean, it couldn't get any worse. We scored, for example. NSD and Guffegg, or Guffy Egg. Thank you for the follows. This is the shirt. Ooh. Oh, the pink one. I do like that. I think I saw this on Vinted a couple of months ago. It's really nice. navigate the terrain. Oh, so they're sort of learning on the fly. That's cool. That's actually sick. No worries, Turtle. Yeah, so basically the full game comes out later today, but it's really sort of I say cosmetics patch. It's probably not even that. It's like a title patch, if that. The proper patch is supposed to be coming out tomorrow. So at that point, we'll have a better idea as to whether it's safe to begin, I suppose. But no, it's the new FM mirror, isn't it? Yeah. That was us in 25. Is FM25 coming? It's coming very soon. They're building it now, and then it was cancelled. Considering we've conceded twice, we haven't actually given up that many chances to buy in, at least. I like that it's a dugout thing that's telling me of a score, and it's like, do it. Do what? Sign Mohamed Kudus? Hello, Mikey. Yes, they're playing Arsenal in real life, are they not? As long as they don't do as bad as we did against them, they'll be fine. Maybe. Someone to the dark zone. Interesting. So it's like PvPvE. Is that was sort of the other explanation I saw for it. But like with a little bit less emphasis on the PvP part, sort of. But still a thing, but not as like prioritized, I guess. This is all coming from me just watching a couple of... I watched like one full-length TikTok about it, and TikTok kind of just went, this is a new thing. You've watched a lot of that. I'm going to show you loads. Do it. There was another one where it was like, you're 2-0 down. Do it. Like, what? Do what? You've got to be more clear. I know that it does give you more context if you click it. I just like the fact that it's so brazen on the face of things. Just everyone is... We need a moat that's just do it. We just get the Shia LaBeouf one. What a tackle from Zima. Oh, what? Just realised I should have put Ugbo back in again. Particularly Zima's performance tonight, outside of that, has actually been kind of poor. They've had a lot of shots, but have generated almost no chances, which suggests that we're actually limiting them to mostly pot shots from the edge of the box. Other than the 2 goals. In fact, probably even less than that. Is online working yet? I mean, it's working in the sense that it is technically possible, but there's a lot of issues with it. More so, I would say, than the main game. Hello. Oh, that was a lovely pass. Hello, Hadrian. This is real graphics. Yes, we real graphicking today. In Hunted to Extinction, there's competition for resources, loot during the games. I see. Simple strategy. Doesn't need much more than that, does it? Wait. Oh, go on, bang it. No! We're actually giving Bayern a game here. Was that Lewis Miley? He had a lot to do there, to be fair. Good. Holash again. We've come out to play in this second half. This is glorious. Domestic cups. No. I mean, to be fair, if I won the cup, it would actually be sort of considered what we're supposed to do. So I'm not in the best place to answer that, I suppose. No boot mods. I haven't got any mods at all because it's the new PC, so everything's fresh. I've not even got my colour change mod in at the moment. Oh, just snappy. Oh, yeah. It's so snappy. I've installed a couple of little things to help. There's a piece of software called Everything, which is like Windows Explorer, but better because it just instantly knows where everything is, which I'd never even heard of before. And it's amazing. And I would highly recommend it. So that's been really good, just for finding bits of stuff in places. But all in all, it's just been incredibly fast. I mean, it should be fast. It's got a very relatively fast NVMe SSD, and I've set it up as best I can. So it's nice. It's just nice to be using a computer that just feels less clunky, I suppose. I can actually run games at a good setting and render videos very fast, and allows me to stream on even higher settings. Score not visible during highlights. Depends. Like it's appearing for me, but I have heard of some issues in the Europa League with that happening. That's actually quite a nice play. Well defended, lads. The launch day. Yeah, I mean, the only reason it's even in the title is just because it's almost like you kind of have to, right? It's there. And it technically is. Well, it's got a real-time viewer. You'd love to see it. Welcome in, NSD. You're not one of them lot. That's what it is. I can see all the people watching on the VODs going, thought you were one of them. Nah, you come to the dark side. It's also lunch day. I mean, every day's lunch day if you're hungry, which I rarely am. Can't remember the last time I had lunch. Go on, Mohammed. Right, okay, probably time for some changes now. Hori is knackered, but he's... God, wow. Taro Atsumida doesn't half go missing in these types of games, but that's not what I meant to do at all. Hang on, did you just get... One sec, chat, bear with. His rating got worse upon me moving into the right wing. That's new. He's like, no, boss, honestly, I'll be even worse if you play me there. Sure. I don't know who to bring you... What I'll do is I'll swap him over and then bring on Dodera there. And then, no... Wow, we have a lot of players missing, man. Seferis has been awful. But, oh, Lewis Miley wasn't even on the pitch. That's my bad. Bid strip for maybe Oscar? Horry needs to stay on. We have no more wing options, really, do we? I could bring on Ogbu for Zima. Oh, he's improved a little bit. He's made some good tackles, but he's a little bit nervous. Yeah, we'll get you on for Zima. Might just check their feet, just in case. But for building a nation save, because it... Wait, why is Oscar red? And also considered a goalkeeper? Find out today. I feel like of all the base nations that are in the game with their vanilla rules, for the most part, Poland is the most sort of prepared for a building a nation save because of its relatively relaxed rules on foreign players. They have some quite high rep clubs, which means that you'll be adding lots of quality to the top. And Oscar hasn't even come on yet. Oh, good save. And also, I don't think he was injured. Oh, maybe he was. You're right. He had one of those like yellow injuries or something. Oh, well. He's about to get a red one. And so the game's still not very good at highlighting that, I feel like, in the actual overall interface. Just highlight him in red or orange or something so I can see that. But yeah, so Poland, and I've done it before, back in 2018 on YouTube, and I had a great time there, honestly. So I just figured if I was going to go for it on 26, what country would I want to do the most? And Poland just felt right. And Wisła just came perfectly because they are massive, but also second tier. Couple of days. Ooh, what did you get, NSD? Join the new PC club for the time being. Drop the time. Yeah, I realise that. It's just funny that it's like highlights it on one thing and then you drop him to the other side. He's like, 5.98 now. He does a laugh drop a stinker though. Like, managed to lay off the... Oh, that's a lovely pass. Oof. The game's releases. Not today we don't, because they've already said that there won't be, but tomorrow there should be. The only patch we're getting today is a patch that removes the bit where it says beta. Oh dear. Oh, I'd like to see one of those go in for once. Even if it is against us in a game like this. We're getting even less of the ball, but it just takes one little moment, one little mistake from Bayern, one good ball in to Horry. I might even play for set pieces. Just to try and get us a free kick or a corner or something. More likely to get counter-attacks from it potentially, but just anything.
I open my own hotel.
Just to try and win us some kind of marginal moment. On Donkey, thank you for the follow. Yeah, because obviously with the advanced rule system, I mean, hopefully, Hadrian, when they release it today, maybe they'll come and edit a patch too. Mohammed Cham, that will allow us to actually sort that. Hopefully. Because I think you won't be the only one complaining about it. The game keeps on stopping. Stopping. So not crashing, but like stopping. You aren't accidentally pressing the spacebar, are you? Could be that. Team pronunciations. Yes, that is also part of it. I've got okay at some of the Polish ones, and I just want to learn. I think it'd be fun. I had a lovely time there last time. Plus, it's another reason to do it, because I was like, I really just want to go to Krakow or something for a little bit. So, hey, if I do the save there, I can be like, Pog, try to go to Krakow for the weekend. Work for Malta, although admittedly, that was quite an easy sell. Hey, do you want to go to Malta for the weekend? Yes, I think I do. Also, opt-in, yes. And I still haven't figured exactly how I do it. I know you can do it in the Steam overlay, but you need a password, don't you? And I don't know if they've actually told people what that password is yet. Full AMD setup. Okay. Full AMD setup. Full AMD setup. Fair enough. Last time I had a mix. My previous one was AMD CPU, Intel GPU. This time it's Intel CPU, NVIDIA GPU. Timo. Oh, mate. Timo's going to kick off. Kyovia. A picture outside their stadium. That's cool. Tenerife for a weekend. Hell yeah. That's why I wish that we could have won the Champions League or do something there in Tenerife, because that would have been a great one to tell Pog about. Sochaux, still nice, but not quite the same as Tenerife, you know. Welcome in. Oh, you're actually from Malta. No way. That's awesome. Yeah, it was a beautiful place. Oh, hang on. Horry? Oh, he's just taken 3 of them on. I really do want to go back to Malta as well and see it for a bit longer, where I'm not like focusing so much on the football side of things and can just enjoy it for what it is, which is a gorgeous country. Because I only really saw bits towards the north outside of obviously Valletta being at the airport and stuff. I basically got out of the city as soon as possible and kind of just stayed in the north of the island for most of the time I was there, because the stadiums are up there as well. Get on the Dingley bus, damn right. I did go to Dingley actually. So we did ride the Dingley bus in my car. Because we went to the observatory at Dingley Cliffs and it was beautiful. Just tremendous. Oh, what a request, a new FC Pro. The new album's growing on me a bit. Particularly Crawl Back to My Coffin. What a song that is. Did I swallow? Always. Been to Warsaw. Nice. How was it? Oh, really? I've heard that it is a lovely, lovely city. Beautiful and also affordable too, in terms of both accommodation and general getting around there. What is Hori doing? There's no need for that, Thomas. Come on now. So that's exciting. Just to choose when to go. Those 4. Yeah, that's the thing. It's sort of growing on me. I still don't think it's... I feel like it doesn't show off Rory's range as much as I would like. I know that they're trying to steer into more of that kind of thing that like Bad Omens and Sleep Token stuff, and it's working for them, and I wish them all the success. But I do prefer the songs that are a little bit, got a bit more bite. Like Neon Grave was an absolute banger. And just things that channel that a little bit more. General Opinions has a lower CA than any other FM release I've been a part of, but I think it has a much higher PA. But it does need to get there. And that's the thing that's up in the air for me. I'm enjoying it even more now that I'm playing it on a computer that can actually like use graphics and stuff. I've always wanted to do something like that. Unlock FPS. I don't know. I actually don't even know what FPS this is running at. I'm guessing 60. In fact, I think if it was 30, you'd notice, right? But I suspect that they usually keep things like that locked in these sort of moments, because I think if you've got such variable FPSs, it makes it hard to diagnose bugs potentially. I don't know. I'm guessing that's why. 300 event speed, I suppose, yeah. Did anything for me? Yeah, the last one was good, and I saw them live after that, and it was fantastic. Because the show, and Rory is just an incredible singer, but I don't know. I heard when they dropped Neon Grave and that as a single from that album, I thought, oh yes, we're back. And then none of the other songs really hit that level for me. Still very catchy though. 2-1 defeat at home to Bayern is pretty good going. 4 o'clock, general. UK time, that is. Oscar did all right considering he was limping around the pitch. We always expected to lose that though. Like our group was a group of death. And by that I mean our group of fixtures. On graphic settings as well. Oh, that is really strange. I simply don't know. The graphics are tremendous now that I can actually see them. I mean, I enjoyed them even before then. I am proud of their efforts, honestly. Losing 2-1 to Bayern is nothing to be ashamed of. And it's like, yeah, I wonder if anyone left the band or something. Because their older stuff, like songs like Starving to Be Empty. This. Incredible. Particularly the live version they did with Lucas from Holding Absence. It's so good. Once I've had a bev, on come the live videos. Pog and I realised what we were those people the other day. We had like a Beartooth concert on. Hadn't even had a drink at that point yet. That's when I see. Oh, fair enough. Like I don't think I could go back now. That's the thing. I think I'm committed to the 26 lifestyle now, and I will just run it into the ground if you like. Cynthia and Sad. Yes, exactly. And to be fair, the Cynthia Sad stuff for Hurtwave is brilliant. Like bare teeth playing instruments, I know. Their crowns are going to get scratched and everything. Okay, so we've got another international break here. Oh, that's the last international break of the year, isn't it? It was incredible, Hadrian. Like, it was just crisp. And the players looked not real, but the closest I've ever seen in an FM game, especially when walking out, there was like a heaviness to it that I actually just loved. Even Rory's side project as well after that, by just his name, he released a couple of tracks in there that are incredible too. Very sad, of course. God, this room's getting so warm. Might just open the door. Probably not going to do much. Unless I open the window too, but I don't know if I want to be subjecting my neighbours to that sound. I'm already subjecting Paul the contractor to my yelling from upstairs. The game. You have it in the game. That's awesome, David. We do have a player lookup thing, but you know what? In this occasion, I'll make an exception. If you let me know your friend's name, we'll have a little gander. I suspect that he's possibly not in my database, just because I use a non-standard database setup for this save. Actually, it's more standard, if anything, but it means he's less likely to be in the game. Is it Arda Thiago Silva, Porto B. Do you know his full name? Just because Thiago Silva, I'd be willing to bet that half the players in this database are called Thiago Silva. Although we could just look at Porto B, actually, in fairness. And he'll only be one of like the 4 Thiago Silvas there. So that will narrow it down a little bit. Was this the team you were on about, Tome? Juan Pablo II? I'm guessing it is. They're not quite as fleshed out as some of the others. Because obviously the Peruvian League isn't switched on. Hello, you know? MWM CC91. Thank you for the follow, friend. Oh, there's loads of Pope clubs. There was a few clubs in Malta like that. Wasn't it the Don Bosco lot? That was related to that in some way, wasn't it? Rinsa. Or Rinse. Thank you for the follow.
I open my own.
Right, let me just have a little look. Let's just go to Porto B, because I do have Portugal switched on, so the Porto B squad should be loaded. Let's see if we can find him. Damn, they have a lot of players. Okay. I'm not seeing him. That's their senior squad, Matt. One sec, that's literally not even the right squad. That's Porto's senior squad. Sorry, it's weird because I'm on Porto B, but because they're a part of the same club, it's confusing. So we actually want... Wait, what? Hang on. So that's the senior squad. This is the Porto B senior squad, right? There we go. That's confused. There he is. I'm assuming. It's got to be, right? 18, Porto B. That's very confusing. Two different senior squads on the same page, and the first one that you see isn't the senior squad of the squad that you're actually on. Good. It feels like a lot of this stuff is like dead hyperlinks where it's like a 404 warning almost. A new pair of football boots blistering my feet. Yes. Or like that pair of Vans I bought off of Vintage for £4 and then realised why they were available for £4. Because the heel, I got a blister within one walk to the mechanics and back. That's, again, Reese, God, I feel like you and I have this exact same music taste. Hands Like Houses, pretty much, this album and the one after it are the only albums I like. The stuff they've released since then, it's like they lost their ability to write songs. And I don't know how that happened. It's everything after Drift, basically. Drift was the last thing that I remember from them that wasn't even that good. That was the beginning of the crap. Oh, their vocalist left. That would explain it. The new guy sounds kind of like him, but worse. I assume he was also writing the songs then, because these two albums are absolute bangers. But everything after that was just, not great. Sometimes that actually works for bands. Like, I actually prefer the new Barry Tomorrow clean vocalist. His voice just sort of tickles my brain in a really nice way. Much like I tickle the what the hell was I going to say there? I have no idea. 5 years? I feel like at that point, you're pot committed, right? Have you actually got anything in here? Ooh, he's a Hanson. He's never going to sign for us, is he, realistically? Still, like, oh, it's so good. They're just... Their newest stuff is fantastic. I never really was super into... Tickle the Boxes, that's the one. I knew you'd back me up on that one, O'Hoosby. What I was going to say, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say Tickle the Boxes. I was trying to remember the thing that O'Hoosby called me out on before. Said called me out on. Noticed. I suppose is the best way to describe it. Let's see. No worries, David. I'm glad that I could actually help and he was actually in the database. Sometimes people will be like, hey, my mate's in the game. And I'm just like, are they though? And it'll be a player from like a non-league Czechoslovakian side. Czechoslovakian side? That's probably unlikely. If you find me that guy, then let me know. Exactly, Whoosby. It's like how I like to just throw out the occasional absolutely unhinged comment just to make sure people are still on their toes, you know? Be rude not to. Oh, we actually... Pardubice actually are a top flight side. We absolutely humped them in the carb, which is exciting. Are they presumably towards the bottom? Yeah, okay, so them and Dukla are down there. What the actual... Now that the league's had a few... Oh no, we still got a game in hand. And I'm assuming our game... Oh, we've got a few of them, actually. I mean, our goal difference is obscene. It feels like we've got stronger defensively since that patch as well. Fuck knows if he still plays in it. Yeah, I don't know any footballers. Oh, actually, I guess I know Andrea Cassar, everyone's favourite Maltese goalkeeper. So you can check out, mate. Sure. Is his name Lionel Messi by any chance? Or is it Arda Güler? It's a fun league. Like... I could totally see how building a nation in Czechia could work just fine. The rules are pretty okay. If I could remember where they were. There's nothing like crazy silly. Like the non-EU in the starting 11 thing is the one thing that holds you back a little bit. So it would maybe stop you from overpowering the South American scouting. But you could still develop them into being EU later. But that's the only thing that would really kind of hamper you. At least you can have a massive squad though. Like, if they had that rule and it was only like a 30-player squad or something, then I think it would be cooked. But because you can have a massive team, you can kind of get away with that a little bit. Because you can still have those guys then. You just have to be sparing about how you actually put them in your team. Honestly, Toadza, I like it, but I think it needs a lot of work to get better. Like, low CA, high PA. Paddy Kenny, there you go. I think I've even really met that many footballers. Outside of ones I've met through, like, content, you know? And weirdly, most of the footballers I've met through content have been like England footballers just because of England stuff, right? Fed your brother-in-law. Was he even meant to be there, Tome? That's the question. He was meant to be at work. And he just found him there instead. He's skiving off of work to be a non-league footballer. It's the dream. What is this we're listening to? So the song bot seems to... Oh, it does work. Nice. I'm glad that's working, actually, because it wasn't working last night when I was trying to set it all up. Hunger having no scratch rules was great, yeah. You can remove the rule, although you might not be able to because the advanced rules editor in the pre-game editor at the moment, at least in the beta, is broken. But they'll surely have to fix that upon full release. But yes, you could remove it. Yeah, me too, Reese. I can confirm. I've tried and I've confirmed. Met Steve Stone. I bet Morgan Rogers and Tino Livramento. They were really nice when we did that England video that never came out. But they were lovely. Like, I think I liked about them is that they were willing to actually get involved with us and not just like phone it in. They actually they gave it some effort, which was nice, because I think that was one of the issues with anything like that, because it's like they've got other shit to do and you're just a distraction in their day, understandably. That's the one I've been saying, Ben, because it saves me from having to give it like a number, because I feel like when you say a number out of 10, people have really warped views on what ratings are like that are. Because if you say something's a 6, they go, oh my god, that's really bad. It's like 6 is above average, because that's how it's supposed to work. The bell curve should end in the 5. That should be mid. So I feel like this is an easy way to describe it. Plus it puts it in FM terms, doesn't it? Yeah, probably because it wasn't meant to be released. That also could be doing it. I might quick pick here, actually, just to freshen the... I won't be doing that, but just to get some players moved around a little bit because of fitness. Hori could do with the rest. Maybe I can do that. Cham could do with the rest as well. Maybe Zephyrus? No, he's there. Right, let me think about this. Beatstrip can't be in that position because that's Miley's role. So Mohammed can go... I'll put Beatstrip in the other one. That'll do, for the time being anyway. It has huge potential, yeah. Yeah, the editor will come out on full release. So later, so that might be better. Streams for 5, I'll take it. World's okayest streams, it works. In real life, I believe they are the favourites, yes. So we're currently 6 points clear, I think, at the top. We had a little wobble to be in the middle when they changed some stuff over, but we've tweaked the tactic a little bit, and it seems to be... We're just steering into where the game's pointing us, I think. Erling Braut Haaland. I don't believe you're related. What was he like as a kid? Probably still really tall, I imagine. Shrans, Prash... No. I swear to God, my assistant... Borrell must have some kind of dirt on my assistant that he keeps trying to put him in the team. He has been absolute bobbins. I'm so sorry if he sees this somehow. He won't. Or if he's like your favourite player at Slavia, but my goodness. In the match engine, he just does not cook it. Soko is fine. Have they got... Put him on there instead of Precop, probably. That'll do. Second cousin, I see. That makes sense. Rufus Brevet in a Budgeon's Light War once. Fulham's training ground was in the... There you go. Some say he's still in there. Who is this goalkeeper that isn't Markovic? What are we doing? Are we cheating on Mr. Markovic? Let me guess. He's performed well in training. Measley. I will put on the bench just in case, because we don't need another goalkeeper. There's never an excuse to have a goalkeeper on the bench. That's a hill I'm willing to die on. Without a goalkeeper. Okay, that'd be fine. John Lewis, right before Euro 96. Wow. Load of suitcases. So he was packing as he walked around the store. Was it like, when you get to Tesco's where you get the scanner and you fill your bags up on the way around? He was ahead of his time. He was doing that in 1996. Pog and I did a big shop last week at Tesco's, and it did the whole assistance needed thing. Lady comes along, and then she said the words that you all hate to hear. And I've not heard this yet at Tesco's, ever. Not the, I have to scan these amount of items in your bag. I have to scan everything. I have to scan every item in your shopping. I've not had that one before. Usually it's just like they give them a select items. And nope, she had to scan every single item. And we were there for ages. I was sitting there thinking to myself, we could have just gone to the till. It probably would have been quicker, and she wouldn't have wasted her time. Yeah. So that was good. And then they couldn't find the right onion in the onions or something. So she was like, yeah, so if I've put the wrong one through here, when next time you shop here, it might happen again. I'm like... The reason I don't do the home delivery stuff is because I find that they used to prioritize way too much the short-dated stuff, and it used to piss me off. So we just try and like rummage through. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm packing with sensibility. We've got the 3 or 4 bags in there, and I'm thinking, right, this is harder, so it's in a box. It can go on the bottom. This is some frozen stuff, so I know I can just whack that in the freezer. This is like fruit and stuff. I don't want it to get squishied, etc. This is the bread that we're going to eat in the car on the way home. Weird replacements, true. Yeah, my mother once ordered some bread, naturally, and got Galaxy chocolate as a substitute. Needless to say, that sandwich was disgusting. Do better. Yeah, I feel like he should be saying it in a more French way. I guess it would probably be pronounced similar, but I want him to be like Gascoigne, you know? Didn't make it right. Probably put too much chocolate on it. Stuck in Tesco's for 40 hours. There you go, yeah. We were supposed to go to the big shop yesterday, as it happens, but by the time I'd finished dicking about with this PC and getting into a state where I felt I could stream on it, it was 7 p.m. And I still had to have a shower because I was gopping. I like some songs off it, Reese, but it's not as good as their previous one. Because I actually don't mind some of their newer stuff, to be fair. I didn't even know they were still going for a while, but I actually don't mind a lot of those songs. Minging Matt, that was exactly it. They yelled at me as I walked down the stairs. Sent fabric conditioner. Interesting. And how was the gin and lemonade after that? A ham salad chocolate. That's the one. Somehow the most sickly sandwich a man could have. Fools Worth of Liars, that's cool. Like, I always loved Def Havana because they operated in the same sort of music scene I used to. And the singer in our band went to college with them because they all knew each other, basically. And so that was just kind of, it was just cool to see bands coming out of that area doing well. Them and like Mallory Knox and stuff. We do have to win our home game. This is going to be an interesting test because we've got a lot of rotation in this team, especially Enrique. We'll do the business. Eggs and Morrison just they had white shells like American eggs. Oh. Yeah, because you get those packs that are like mixed, and I'm like, whoa, hang on, mixed eggs or what are we doing here? Am I going to find like Haribo? Actually, to be fair, they do eggs. They come pre-fried too, which has always been suspicious to me. Certainly said I found a guitarist before. Yeah, I feel like we have all these really weird connections. It's like my favourite piece of trivia there is the fact that a lot of you will know Josh Peach, the FM streamer and the guy that does the TikTok stuff for FIFA E. The band I used to be in, his uncle was the bassist in that band. It's just the strangest, like, weird connection that you can have with a person. Gopping. Gopping is a word that I think I stole off of James May. It's just a brilliant word that I think it has a sort of onomatopoeic element to it that sort of perfectly sums up. I feel like even as a non-English speaker, if I was to say something was gopping, you would immediately know what it is, I guess, right? There's certain words that don't fit what they mean, but that one for me is perfect. It's great. Same niche metalcore band in it. We were getting some clothes ready to go get rid of, and I was just like, no, you can't throw that away. Those are my niche metalcore bands. Don't you dare throw away my O Sleeper shirt or my Buried in Verona shirt. What does gopping mean? Do you know what? I actually don't know. It's one of those ones where you're like, I probably look it up and it doesn't even mean what I think it means, but I'll use it and you'll be like, yeah. Ford Scorpio front grille. That was it. Exactly that. It was the Ford Scorpio front grille. Horrible, sickly, and also a little bit, there's another word. Tasteless, yeah. Buried in Verona, great. I say shirt. It was a vest. I had the Pringle vest of theirs, mostly because of the Pringle element. Tremendous. Garish, yeah. Garden City. Could be. I think you're thinking of Bletchley Park, potentially. Or is that round there? Manky? Yeah. Adjective, ugly, disgusting, yeah. That's how I nauseate. Wow, look at us. We're the kings of adjectives today, friends. Hey, someone literally requested a football chant. I love it. You're providing the ambience that I didn't know I needed. Oh, it's actually a Slavia... I love that there's Slavia Prague fan chants on Spotify. It's good to see. How many monthly listeners does Slavia Prague fan chants get on Spotify? 2,000. That's more than I was expecting, actually. And yeah. Suits me just fine. Oh, hang on. Did I miss that one? But from bands years back. It was a band called Go Fly Win. Very, very regional. With a very, very weird spelling. I mean, this was a long time ago. Like, we're talking 15 odd year, well, maybe not. Yeah, around that sort of time, potentially. It's a good chant. I mean, it just sounds like a football chant to a certain point, right? You just sort of hear it and go, yep, that's a football chant. The Gas Boys football shirt, yes, it's even more gopping when on my body, I find. Mostly because through most of the life of me having said shirt, it fit like a sausage casing, but now it does actually fit. Not well, but it does fit. Viscous link. It does. It has an element of, this is going to sound super strange, GM. The word feels like it's dripping as well. Like, do you know, it feels like a word, if a word could sweat, gop and gopping would. Much like myself. What did I miss? Oh, 2025. Yeah, that's basically around the same sort of time as me. It was more, for me, it was more like about 2009 to 2013, roughly. In that kind of area. You know, venues like Portland Arms in Cambridge and like B2 in Norwich and places like that. And what's it called? The Grinning Rat in Ipswich. That was a particular haunt. Mostly within the East Anglian area, so to speak. It's a bit of a kick clash, isn't it? You pick good. Sounds like a village near Peterborough. Nah, I think in a march. Elliot Minor. No way, Pog loved that band. I think the most fun ones we did was like, are any of you guys familiar with a band called Hacktivist? This is a really strange connection. I played a gig with Hacktivist once. Not the same type of music in any way. At this place in Milton Keynes. Yeah, so there was a thing in Milton Keynes that we did, and we played with Hacktivist there, which was crazy. And obviously like Mallory Knox. We used to play with Mallory Knox quite a lot because they were obviously from Cambridge. But they were like the biggest sort of one that... You played with Hacktivist too. Probably the same festival, right? I can't remember what it was called. I don't even know. I haven't listened to them in ages. Wow, we've actually limited them to 0 shots. See, what they've done is they've let us have the ball. Although it's kind of worked because it stopped us from scoring. Yeah, we met a lot of, well, dickheads in bands because most of the time you end up getting involved in those gigs where they're like, oh yeah, you can play on the support act, but you have to pay us for tickets up front. It's like, hang on a minute, I'm playing the show. Do you remember all that kind of crap? Punk and thrash, not really, no. My main genres that I actually listen to, like, say I have no like restrictions on what I want to put on. It's mostly like sort of poppy synthwave kind of stuff. I do like that kind of thing. Like bands like not the Getaway, The Strike. And then mostly metalcore. Pretty much from that point on, it's mostly metalcore. That's my vibe. Like, I've been obsessed with that We Came as Romans song, Bad Luck, lately. It might be my favourite song of 2025. There's something about that song that just hits different, both lyrically and in terms of the punch that it packs. I'm going to yell at them. Go on, lads, get better. Jal, thank you for the follow. Claimed he used to be a member of Hacktivist and honestly don't know enough to disprove him. I mean, hey, it's one of those things where it's like, you probably don't care enough to try and disprove it either because you're just like, it doesn't really change much, does it? It's not worth getting your Sherlock Holmes cap on for.
Oh, this isn't where
roundabouts. Plenty of roundabouts in Milton Keynes too. I rarely ever went there, to be honest. My sister lives kind of nearby, and I have a few friends that sort of lived in that area. A friend of mine used to live in a place called Woburn Sands, which I've realised is not actually Milton Keynes. It's like the posh bit on the outside. I looked at rental prices there once and I was absolutely blown away. Andy, thank you for the follow. A steeplechase? Really? That's cool. Hang on, they've held a steeplechase race there for 150 years. Damn. Well, because at the moment we're having trouble getting over this one particular hurdle as it stands. Is there a thing in this game? Hard to say because we're quite a powerful team relative to the rest of the league, so we're expected to win most games, and we generally are. I'd have to look at our fixture schedule and sort of see where the breakdown of wins comes from, because we have won most games. We've got 2 losses and a few draws in there. Dumb angles. Yeah, they are a bit bad for that still. And I do have shoot less often on them now. They're better than they were, but that last thing that most recent gameplay patch on last week definitely did make that slightly more prevalent. It needs to be just dialed back a little bit, I would say. Come on. Oh, he's offside. No, he's not. Get in. It's a Ferris. This might be one of his last games, potentially. Name of the We Came as Romans song. It was called Bad Luck. It absolutely crushes. There's another version where they've got some other bands involved. That's good too, but it's not as good as the original. He goes, sorry, I go. He goes at the front of the venue, hops on the bar and picks up the guitar. It wasn't. Oh Christ, what was his name? I can't remember the guy's name. I bought a guitar off of him once. I also sold something to the guy that used to be, or might still be, the bassist from While She Sleeps. Even though we had no real connections, just Facebook. Back then, everyone was just on Facebook. Hello, Benny. He could have easily squared it. Yeah, absolutely. It's because people said we don't want cutbacks, so now they're not cutting it back. They're just twatting it into the side netting. This is one of those monkey's paw type situations, I suspect. I'm really good, Benny, honestly. I'm having a nice time just enjoying things running smoothly for me in a game and in a stream. It's a rare time. Posh side. Yeah, Woburn Sands, it's like this little... It's just a little villagey place on the outskirts. But my mate, who now lives in Aberdeen, used to have a flat there. The reason he had to leave there was because of that stalker he had, which is less good. But I think he was paying a lot for that anyway. I just wanted a break to do something new. Cappuccino. I just think of coffee when I read that, more than anything. 20-year show. I hope so, because I think their last two albums have not really cooked for me. They just got a little bit... Same with the Architects, really. Those... it's just... They're like so close to being really enjoyable, but While She Sleeps had probably the best guitar tone I've ever heard. Released in the sense that, like... hang on. The game is not out of beta until 4 p.m. today officially. In the UK, that is. So it will still be in beta for the time being until later this afternoon. The last one I think was definitely better. But I don't think a single song of it I went, I'm going to listen to this again on repeat. Pretty much everything after Holy Hell, which is coincidentally the point where they pretty much had to start writing their own songs again, hasn't really done it for me. Nihilist will forever be one of my favourite songs. If I say my way, I think, yeah, you want to give it a bit of time, maybe. I'm personally going to, but it depends on how eager you want to get started, right? Interest after the first... Yeah, so there's a very specific second half bug. I haven't experienced it yet, but a lot of people have, and I'm wondering if that is the bug where they were talking about, Dr. Metalface. Chat, have you experienced that thing, and can you confirm that is the bug you're talking about? Yeah, the new save is going to be Wisła Krakow in Poland, with Building a Nation as the sort of overall scheme for it. Drop Nihilist from their setlist comp. I saw them at Ali Pally with While She Sleeps a few years ago, quite a few years ago now. I got so, like... I basically had to leave during Architects because I got so hot because I'd overdone it a bit during While She Sleeps. But I was just so happy to see them. Plus, I get to see Polaris next year, which I'm very excited about. You like that show too? Nice! I think we discussed that before, actually. I think it just depends, right? The latest album for me is definitely a lot better, but it still wasn't enough for me to, like... Maybe the previous two are just tainting me too much and I need to re-listen to it in a sort of fresh mind, perhaps. Marmozets. My friend used to... I think his girlfriend was in... I don't know if I remember. I swear he had some connection to that band. Building a Nation save. Yes, so basically... Oh, same link as me. Basically, the idea of the Building a Nation save is you're trying to... The end goal, basically, is to get your league, i.e. in this case, Poland, for us, for you and I, to be the best league in Europe as far as coefficient. So you know the thing that decides how many teams a country gets in Europe? That... chart. And the way that you do that is obviously by having success in Europe, but you can't do it by yourself, because if you win loads of Champions Leagues, it will help, but it won't get you to the top. You need to have the other teams in your league also become successful on a European level, and that's where the real difficulty in the type of save comes in, because you've got to try to find a way to improve your entire league, ideally without leaving the club that you're managing, and that's, for me, where the real fun starts. That's essentially the overall goal of the save. I've just switched him around and not actually done anything, haven't I? Yes, I have. We do have Mohamed Cham. So it makes sense to bring him on for my league. Oh, wrong one. Because he can't... Well, he probably can play deeper, actually. He's pretty versatile. I don't know if Oscar's injured or not. Yes, he is. Okay, cool. I feel like it could probably be nice if it told you on this screen if they were injured. Just give me some indication. Give me a sign. What I will do is bring him in there. No, that's not right. Oh, is it going to do that thing where I can't take Oscar off now because he's... I might have to do it a different way. Have I got the... Oh, I might have fallen into the Oscar trap again. Nope, we're good. Sort of. Weird. Ah, thank you, Dr. Betterface. Hopefully, once they actually fix the filters, I'll be able to do some more stuff there. In theory. How do I do it? How do you do it? I find the best way of doing it is to essentially build a loan farm where you're loading loads of... you sign loads of players and try to loan as many of them out to other teams in your league as possible and improve their squad strength. So by doing so, they're then able to sign better players because they're willing to join them because their squad's better. That's the logic for it. And then slowly over time, they start to do better in Europe. They then get more money and therefore they bring more money to your league as well. Their players are worth more, so the sales, but they boost them up basically. It takes a long time. I do have a guide about it from the previous game, and I'm going to be making a new one for 26 as well. I just need to get the full release properly so I can see what certain mechanics function like and what works and what doesn't. Although I've heard good things so far about a lot of the things that we're likely to rely on. Travis Barker of Metalcore in it. I didn't even see the first part of that. I still know exactly what you mean. Dudera. Oh, I can bring Nati on. I'll bring Nati on for you. And then I can bring Oscar on for Bidstrup. Might just leave Oscar on the bench, actually. He's suffered enough. I'll bring Sadliak on instead. There we go. That'll do for the time being. Yeah, the online games, John, are... How can I put this? Buggered at the moment. A contract bug. I don't think that was a bug on previous games. That was just the mechanic working perhaps slightly a little bit too well. But as far as I know, that's still in the game. I haven't actually tried it yet. I haven't done a lot of contract extensions, and those that I haven't bothered with it because we're mostly likely to be here for the one season. Robbie Keane's in... Wow. But hang on a minute. Gary Neal needs to get the job so he can be sacked. This is going well against the prophecies definitely lied to me, is what I'm saying. Madbug nobody moves. Yeah, I've not encountered it yet, and I wonder what the conditions for it are. Also, I see what you mean, NUFC Pro, about all going a similar route. It's very obvious when they do it, and I get it, right? But it's the fun thing I always hear with that is like, hey, it's okay to evolve and change your sound, and I absolutely agree. It absolutely is. Some of the bands I love the most have changed their sound multiple times, and I still enjoy their music. But I feel like sometimes that defense gets used a little bit too much when all of them conveniently change their sound to the exact same sound. It's like, how very convenient that they would all change it to that exact sound. Odd. They'll be very successful. Fair play to them. But like the whole, they're just experimenting. Are they? I'm sure that's what it is. At the end of the day, you got to make a living, right? Art's only good if people enjoy that art and can buy it, and you can, well, not only good, but like if you can make a living doing it, way better. They've rushed them into making singy songs. That's what you need. Was in Purgatory 4. If I recall correctly, he got sacked again before we got the chance, so he just kind of dicked about. I think we did look him up, maybe, but I actually genuinely can't remember what happened with that. Do it anyway. Just got pushed into it, I guess. Yeah, it was called the spineless to our guns. Oh, it's only good when you're dead. Work for Van Gogh or something. Ears chopped off or something. I'll give you the requisite parts and you can form the joke on your own. How about that? Right. What I was going to do is have a little gander, because you mentioned this earlier, at the fixture schedule and see whether our home and away record... I would just look at the league table, actually. It'd be way easier. Just go over this to the portal. We can have a look at the home league table and see how good we've been. Am I allowed to do that? I am. So our record at home is 7 wins and 1 draw, 8 goals conceded in 8 games, and 25 scored. The away record... It's definitely worse, but not by much. We're not scoring as many goals away from home, I'm noticing. Still scoring a lot of points, just not quite as many. We also have played less games away from home. But, so one of our losses, did come at home. I think that was our first loss against Carvina. And there was a draw in there too, or maybe that was the draw against Carvina anyway. So, hard to say. You'd probably need a better way of representing it would be maybe for anyone who's doing a save where you're a sort of mid-table club or expected to be a mid-table side. That would be a better way to sort of see if that's working or not. Because we're likely to be expected to win most games in this league as things stand. Our under-19 team is definitely creeping back up this. We were all the way down here at one point. It feels like they haven't not won a game in a very long time. Is that no, that's... I hate the fact that it does that. Right. It's one of these, and I can never remember which one it bloody is. I think it's this one. Oh, we did lose to Bayer Leverkusen. This is the one. Also, they have lost a couple of games recently. More goals being scored. But maybe Brno are really good. I don't know. Are they actually any good? Reasonable, I suppose. Okay, nice. Is it more Champions League soon? Wait, is this another international break? Or was that what that other thing was? Wait, what's this? Oh, of course, we're trying to get the new recruitment guy. Who do I get rid of? I'm guessing this guy because he's cheaper to get rid of. But is he any good, actually? It's still going to take me a while to get used to these named staff attributes. I think it's probably because I've not really investigated much into them yet. And it's probably going to be way more annoying when I actually do. The Cubism School of Joke Telling. Nice. Lovely little club. Yeah. I mean, I say yeah as if I have any real reference point for them, but they're a club whose name pops up when I'm trying to sign youth players, because I do find the occasional good youth player there on previous saves, and then I sort of trip over my tongue trying to say the name, but I'm guessing it's just pronounced Brno. I'm noticing the Czechs love the occasional just, no, vowels are for pussies, we are not doing that here. So his contract is gone. El Habchi's now in, which means in theory, if I'll go a day, just to be sure, if I now go a day, we should now have way better scouting knowledge than we did before. Even if it's just a performance analyst, rather. He gets the job done. Love to see it. It's good. It's very good practice for Poland. I may have sat in a Costa a couple of weeks ago, simply watching. I think it was like a 35-minute video, and it was just about Polish pronunciation while I was drinking my strawberry drizzle, or whatever it was called. I don't know if that was actually what it was called. It was delicious. I suspect it had about 9 billion calories in it, but, you know, Pog was at the gym. What else was I going to do? Normal people stuff, that's what. Scouting finished. Oh, this was the guy from Bolivar, that Bolivian centre mid. He's very fun. Wait, haven't we already signed him? Yeah, we already agreed to join him. Brun, is it actually? I don't know if I believe you now. I feel like this is the point where you're having me on. I love it. I've just got really excited about a player and forgot that he's a guy that we've already agreed to sign, because we signed him up before we even looked at him properly. He's just really solid across the board. Despite the fact he's 27, he's just decent. It is a bit, actually. Be a good track, though, to be fair. It definitely would be on like one of those, now that's what I call music insert. I don't know what number they're on. Probably quite high these days. Maybe I'm just thinking of Dizzy Rascal. He had some bops back in the day. German name of the town. I see. Why do they need a German name of the town? Or is this one of those we don't talk about it because of the mid-century stuff type of moments? Now that's what I call contrizzle. Now that's what I call artery blocking. Oh, HRE stiff. Okay. Stiff. HRE stiff, chat. If your HRE remains stiff after 4 hours, please consult with your physician. Oh, it's promises. Okay. Well, that's fine. We've got ages to do that. And by that, I mean sell. It's a shame, actually, because... Actually, if we're selling some guys, we should be fine by getting... Shrans will be able to come back in, basically. I can't think of the HRE without immediately thinking of Crusader Kings. And various Quill 18 videos. God, I love that guy. Suppose someone play... I know. God, imagine if they just came out one day and went, bam, everything's adaptive and it's just filling the screen no matter how big. On a widescreen monitor as well. Not that I have one. I think people would lose their damn minds. How do you say... hang on, right. Let's have a look. The way that I would try to say that, anyway, would be... Brzezikiewicz. Brzezikiewicz? Kiewicz? Maybe? There's just far too many vowels in there. Oh, EU5's out, isn't it? Spread them, I think, yes. Pray for your PC at that point. Quill, because he used to do football FM content as well, didn't he? Was it Wraith Rovers that Quill was like properly into? Definitely the blue pill. Yeah, 100%. This is why I was always terrible at playing Matrix. Isn't there a registration window between the last 2 games? Isn't there? That problem might just go. You're right. I might have cooked by being average. To be fair, that's how I've done that most of my entire career. Oh, Air United, of course it is, yes. Ironically, I never actually watched any of his FM content. I always liked him for the other stuff, the more like the paradoxy type stuff, you know. Some of my favorite ever like series have been that. I'm trying to think, was it him or there was another guy that did one with the Count of Tuscan. I can't remember. Was it Many a True Nerd? There was a YouTuber called that. I think he had a Fallout series as well, but he did a series on I think on CK2 that was absolutely goated. Better than Expensive Jeff? Damn right. On the bell curve, this feels very mid-90s WWE music. Which is exactly the album this is off of. Amazing. Got invited to meet the team. I never get invited to meet the team. I need to do a save, or that's an achievable goal. Oh. Random things and learning something new. There you go. It's... Don't make me bring out the Supervet Britney Spears connection, because Pog and I heard a song the other day and that came up in conversation again, and it is possibly to this day my favourite random rabbit hole that we've ever been down on a stream. Up there with the Gideon streams before the MTK save started. Any point 184? I would say no, because it's not likely to change. Today anyway. Tomorrow maybe. In fact, I think likely. But today the update isn't going to do anything. Right, what's he want to go out on loan? Yeah, I mean, you're a striker and you're not going to play for us very much. That's fine. We'll loan you out. I mean, I'll offer you out now, but we are in November, so if anyone's got the ability to loan you here, I'll be amazed. It would be cool to see more pre-loans being arranged, i.e. agreeing the loan before it can happen. That'd be sick. Maybe we're about to find out if that is going to work. Let's just see if this does generate anything. And that'll do. Cool. And what I mean, Donald Price, is you're welcome. No offers for Naked. Well, that took 45 minutes for nobody to be interested in him. Don't think it's a good idea to sign him on loan right now. I mean, he is a 36-year-old striker. Actually, he's got reasonable finishing, but he's not the fastest. Like, I've seen Glaciers move quicker than him, so I understand their reticence. Reticence. Renan Lodi. He ended up signing for someone in the end, didn't he? Yeah, Leeds. How on earth did we ever think we were going to get Renan Lodi? He'd have been brilliant, but I think Alexander Prash does the job. So we're playing Carvina again next. God, I can't wait to start seeing scout reports coming through and actually be like, damn, yes, I'm excited about those again. Because here it's sort of irrelevant. Oh, now not you as well. Starting more games. Yeah, I get that, Mikhail, but the problem is Bidstrip exists, and you're actually quite good. Maybe I can give him a few games. Release time, 4 PM allegedly, Slasky. I'll try. Very influential. I mean, you're not. If this pyramid is not lying to me, and a pyramid so far in my life has never once lied to me, then you're actually not a very influential person at the club. So I shouldn't really... In theory... Wait, hang on, is he? I've been fooled. Okay, I've been lied to. The pyramid, actually, it just doesn't highlight itself properly. Because it's using purple on a purple background. The Holy Mother of Kit Clash Batman. Most likely Sunday caught you, but we don't know until we actually get a chance to play the game on release, and then when that first patch comes. That's the real test, is when that patch comes tomorrow and we try it out. That's when I'll be able to give a better idea for that. But also, thank you for everyone getting over their Patreon player information as well. I had loads of them. I haven't actually gone through and done the spreadsheet yet, so I'm going to do that after stream today. But if you haven't, and you're hearing this and you still haven't put them into me, make sure you do by the end of the week so we can get that in the database so your players can generate properly. Because you do have a few more options. Things like player traits now are the main thing. And also remember, we can't have you come at Wisła, but everywhere else is literally fair game, including in Poland. Hadrian's got some tricks up his sleeve. Right. Prove us to be why. I've never once had a player actually be happy with me saying that. The whole, you'll come off the bench in games and do a good job. Prove yourself, potentially. They always just insist, I mean, to be fair, he has already got a regular starter, so I suppose in his mind it's like, well, why would I have to do that? I think that one probably should work more in situations where you've got a younger player that's asking for more playing time when they perhaps don't actually have a degree, but they want it. That one probably should work there. I don't think it does, but it probably should. Decent suggestions, good. They just need to fix the recruitment focus stuff where the CA and PA stars don't appear on that screen. Like, how am I supposed to know out of these 30 players? How am I even going to begin to narrow that down if I can't look at anything on that screen that's going to give me anywhere to point the right direction? Expected underneath new. I believe a lot of this stuff... Oh, interesting. Expected squad play. Isn't that lower than regular starter? You're right. It looks like the game's been a bit more sensible with this. That's good. That's really good, actually. Because now they're not basically saying, hey, I want to be a regular starter. They're saying, look, I'd settle for a little bit less, but don't take the piss, mate. Fuck it. That's cool, actually. That might have always been there. You just maybe didn't see the interface for it. It might have been like a background thing that was been brought forward to the front now. But if it is, that's great. My first game on FM26 today be improved from beta. No. Well, it depends on when the last time you played the beta was. If you played the beta this morning, then no. It'll be the same game just without this bit of text down here where it says this is a beta. It'll say this is Sandpit Turtle on the future release. The playing time widgets are definitely better. There is actually some underrated good shit that's been added to the game, but a lot of that's kind of got lost in a lot of the things that people don't like, understandably, because a lot of that is entirely rational. Because I think they say all that stuff that people didn't like worked perfectly fine. I think people would be actually finding a lot of things to like within that. Sandpit Turtle. What nationality combination would you give him? That also means that we'd end up with the Sandpit and Turtle being names in the database for the next save. And there's already some heinous shit in there, which is great. Apparently the graphs are a little bit balked. At least they'll let you now compare players that don't play for you. It's another striker. I mean, I'll offer him out on loan too. He can't expect me to do anything too soon yet anyway, because we're in November. And as long as I keep offering them out, which I'm going to, then he really can't kick off at all. Transfer, offer via transfer room, offer you out for loan. Somebody take him. Maybe it's because I'm saying unspecified. The Galapagos Islands. So Ecuador then. God, my computer just zooped up for absolutely no reason there. Just the process is like massive apparently. Oh no, I missed an international roundup. So it's Carvina then Napoli again. Okay, that's cool. Oh my god, there's more of them. So we're actually getting Slovakia games. How unhappy with Lewis Miley's loan agreement? What? What? You can do it, Improve Max, but there's a filter that you need in order to actually isolate those reports, and you can't. It doesn't work at the moment. So everything else works, and once they fix that filter, it will work, but at the moment, there's no point in doing it because you can't actually isolate any of the reports properly. But it should hopefully soon work, because everything else is perfectly fine. Hello, Matt. How's it going, man? Still load the same leagues and nations in 26 as we would in 24. Depends on what save I'm doing, right? Because, like, with my Poland save, my plan is to load, obviously, Poland, use my big database setup, and then some view-only leagues to sort of sprinkle in some stuff around that. Using the CM role. Oh, that's really fucking annoying. Because he has played as a CM. That's his role for us. Can you see the played in position? Or is that not a thing that exists anymore? Or was that only one of the things that Saz introduced to us and I got really into? Playing time youngster. What? I think that's a glitch, surely. It must be in here somewhere. The screen that tells you which positions they've played in. Because how can I prove him wrong if I can't even show him? Season stats, maybe? Oh, I like that. Okay, that didn't realize it even did that. Hot dog. For maybe it's in the pop out with a lot of these things. So he's almost exclusively, with an exception of, I assume it's because they wanted the specific role, which I hate that crap. And I swear they even said something about that not being a thing so much anymore. Honestly, Wills, any platform you like, as long as you tell me what the Patreon name is so I can click them and make sure they're all connected, just to make sure that I tick everyone off. The platform is entirely up to you. I check all of them. Conquered Bayern Season 4. Nice. We actually lost to Bayern today, as it happens. Start save. Hopefully Sunday, maybe. Cubs just have to remove it. Oh, that's annoying. That's actually super annoying because he's literally played as a central midfielder. And the thing is, well, we did the meeting. He's going to get recalled now, isn't he, because of this crap? Why isn't Lewis Miley playing as a central midfielder as we agreed? I don't know. It's almost like he is. So yeah, it is because of the role. So they wanted to be a central midfielder, but they also wanted to play as a central midfielder, instead of just as a central midfielder. Oh, God. Full duty care. Mate, you're probably going to play him in the role I'm using him anyway. I mean, I'm not going to do anything, but it does mean we'll probably lose Lewis Miley mid-season because of that crap. I hate it so much. Borrell, I will not be... I'll ask this guy. I don't even know who this is. Oh, it's my assistant. It's going to his best shot. He's going to do nothing there. He's failed to resolve it. Wow. Imagine. What did he even want? Oh, go on loan. Okay, you all want loans. That's fine. Yeah, off you go. He's not a happy boy. Optional Miley. I don't think we do. I genuinely remember reading something that said they were going to fix that so that it didn't matter as much. Scouting method. I mean, the main way I've been scouting in this save, although I haven't done much scouting really because the window's shut and I don't really intend to do a great deal more, is players that just come through random scout reports. And the other thing I have done a few bits, like the one player we signed that actually used like a method per se was Alexander Prash, who we found using the... Because obviously you can't import filters, but you can import views.
Cooper,
So what I did basically is I used
I am familiar with over 600
a custom view.
moves, and I am programmed to get
I've
freaky.
just realised I haven't copied over to the new PC. Yes. I'm a professional, and this is my job. CXOD, thank you very much for the follow. Luckily, chat, I can just go and download them from me. I just have to find the media. But basically, I use custom scouting views that highlight the key and preferred attributes for every single role in the game. I have 79 of them that you can download. And then I just filter this by the ages and then the position. And then I just triage my way through there. And we found a bloody good player doing that. This is the guy that I found for the wingback role doing this. So we use a wingback in possession and a pressing wingback out of possession. And the reason that that's so important is because you need a guy that can do both. So this was the guy that we found doing that. And he's been, frankly, pretty bloody good when he's played. He's a great role with central midfield. Wait for future updates. It's entirely depending on expectations, right, Ben? Like, I'm able to enjoy it now, but I guess it depends on what you think's likely to change soon. But I think your best bet is at least to wait till tomorrow afternoon when there's the first big patch, right? What was the question, Vonchik? Because I may have missed the answer potentially as well. Well, no, I didn't miss the answer because I would have spoken it. But I may have missed the question potentially. Words are hard. Join me as I learn them. Let's see. We'll have a look at Miley's contract as well, actually, just to see what it is. But I'm pretty certain it just says central midfield as the role. It's the same as the wing-back issue we had before on the MTK save, where they wanted him to be a wing-back instead of a wing-back, and I got confused. As you do. There he is. Wait, so Mohamed Cham on loan too? Crap, that sucks. So his contract with us, which is in here, is loan club. So yeah, it was the preferred role bit that got him. Because obviously he hasn't been playing as that role. And nor will he continue to be. Hello, Jack. I'm good, friend. How are you? Probably enjoy it more. I mean, yeah, but this is the point. But also, why delay gratification at a certain point? At a certain point, you could wait forever for things to happen. But, like, why not wait till... At that point, why not wait till 28, 29, and so on and so forth? Why are you developing concerns? Oh, new contract. Actually, to be fair, I would understand your concerns. I would like to address these immediately by offering you some money. Always worth a go. You never know, right? It might work. Presumably, Vchek is now going to complain about... Is this like everybody complain at Mat Day in our team or something? Exactly, yeah. Why delay things that are fun? Although maybe that's just my lack of impulse control coming into play, and perhaps is not the best do as I say, not as I do type of moment. Why was I about to offer him out for transfer? Wait, can I not talk to his agent? Okay. I guess we're just star player. I mean, he kind of is, actually. What sort of deal we took? Jesus Christ. That's why I should have talked to his agent, considering he's currently on 8k and he wants 22. Do you know what? That's next manager's problem. He can deal with that. Particularly as he's not likely to get that many goals out of Hillary next year anyway. And when he inevitably does move to Brighton, go out on loan as well. That's fine. Hello, Fran. We'll do you... There probably was there, actually. I just missed it. What am I doing on here? I need to go to the meeting and say the same things I always say and then end up with the same exact results. I hate that it drops you back to here and then you have to go back into the portal again because you can't click their names out of these unless you've actually loaded it in. It's just weird, needless extra clicks there. Which honestly could be the tagline in 26 at some point. Right, loan out, offer player. Off you go. Sick. Free face pack. They're all free. If anyone's charging for a face pack, do not get involved with it. It is not legit. There's no such thing as a paid face pack, as far as I know. And if there is, there shouldn't be. So all the good ones and the reputable ones are free. My personal favourite is DF11, but you will note that obviously because they're rectangular pictures, you get some weirdness in the 26 UI. So maybe you'd want to go for some cutout ones or circular ones, perhaps. Expendisar, thank you for the follow. This is still the beta. The full release TM doesn't come out till 4 PM. Should be, Jack. And I think, unless anything is truly goppingly broken, there's that word again, on the main build that we'll hopefully get tomorrow. Is that a regen? Oh, it's the sports scientist. I was like, why have I got a regen who's 29?
Here's a fun fact.
I've paid downloads.
Just 2 blocks from here.
Not to mind. I mean, I've never paid for it. And I, as far as I know, haven't downloaded it in any unique way. So as far as I know, it didn't have paid. Oh, yeah, that's just for quicker downloads. You can just still download it the normal way. I just torrent it. Which is usually quicker anyway if you've got fast internet. Torrents can be absurdly quick. Sukram, thank you for the follow. So, actually, good question for you, because obviously you're a console player. When does that... Is it like a physical disc, or is it just like a digital purchase that is downloaded the same way as it would be on Steam? But genuinely, I haven't bought a console game in such a long time. I actually don't know how the systems work these days. I think that's the best they can really offer, Fran. And honestly, if it's like a kind of tip to say, hey, thanks for the work, I get that, but I just don't like paywalling stuff. In terms of like things like that. That's why all the things like the views and stuff that I make and the filters, it's never going to be paywalled. The only thing we have like paywalled here really is the Patreon region thing, but that's not really the same type of thing. Because I don't like hiding information, I guess. So it's kind of like a pre-download thing where it downloads the files and it unlocks it. I see. That's kind of like what Steam used to let you do, something like that, right? So Miley is now injured, which is irritating. So I'm going to have to do the whole swifty-wifty. Let me guess. Oh, wow, he didn't put our terrible centre-back in for once. My assistant has finally learned the ways, although he has taken out our Japanese friend who does need more football. 2 goals and 5 assists is pretty solid. We'll get you in. Prashes into Nono's back. Saka. Araujo again. Isn't Hori surely fittable? Yeah, he's fit for this one. We'll get you back in. 20 goals and 7 assists now. That's insane. He's definitely got better at assisting goals too since the latest patch. Yeah, we'll start Bidstrup actually. That role is not really doing a great deal still, but it's better than it was. Shrans. Is anyone crazy that I'm missing out on? Narty. They really don't like Narty, do they? Same kind of opinion that I think Stuttgart had when they gave him to us in the first place. Hello, Bruins. How are you, my friend? How are you feeling? This is where you're just like, no, I'm not actually a Bruins fan. I've just called that on here. But if you are a Bruins fan, how are you feeling about the season so far? Slightly delayed for us being interested in it, yeah. Fair enough. Each to their own, right? I don't think I can go back now. There's too many things I've got used to, and I just enjoy the match engine too much now. Why is this green? Oh, it's because he's... Oh, I like that, actually. It's color-coded. So if he's a DM out of possession, it shows it in green on here. Can't believe I actually didn't notice that was a thing. I do like that, though. Right. Carvina, and then we've got Napoli next as well. Sorry, not Napoli. Parthenope, or whatever the hell they're called. In it. I think that streak actually started with the Avs last week. Whatever the hell we were doing there. Actually, no, that was the previous weekend, wasn't it? Still our only regulation loss this entire season. I guess, what are the expectations like, really? Are you expecting to be a lottery team, playoffs, mushy middle type of thing? Particularly with how weird the league is this year. There's so many teams up towards the top that you're like, why are they there? And then same towards the bottom too. Particularly as we've hit November 1st now. And as we know, that's the only day. Nothing else matters after that. Right, go on, win it. Popped us for 7. Missed the playoffs, sadly. I think so. Who is it you guys got in... Was it Hagen's that Boston got in the draft? I forget. But I don't think you'll be particularly high up for the McKenna sweepstakes. I thought Swayman actually started the season quite well, or has he fallen off again now? Winter Classic. Isn't it somewhere dumb like Florida? Haven't they got like 2 outdoor games in Florida next year? Because I know they're bringing back the Stadium Series and it's in Dallas. Pasternak seems to be carrying that team on his back a lot of the time. Every time I watch them, it was just Pasternak. And to a lesser extent, Geeky. The Geek Squad. Oh. Yeah, I swear they're doing a Winter Classic in Florida. One of the... Either obviously Tampa or... what is it? Sunrise? I forget. 2D view, like. So, you mean like the proper 2D? Let's have a look. I honestly don't know. Oh my goodness. It reminds me so much of the old 2D view. Do you remember back in the day when the 2D view, well, looked a bit like this? I feel like I'm playing it's like Disco Elysium as a football game. It's in Miami. Oh, is it? I guess it would be weird if it was in the same place as the teams currently exist, and Miami is probably the largest metropolitan area in Florida, right? Which is where you're like, no, it's not. That would be St. Petersburg or something. Key. There we go. Sick. The playoffs roll around. You just need regular season Hellebuck to be playoff Hellebuck as well. Or at least hope that... Is Comrie still a backup? I always liked Eric Comrie. He just seems like a nice dude. Crazy because he's a goalie, but generally like a nice guy. Also, he's not actually in the lineup these days. Fair enough. I swear I saw him actually... Did he start a few games earlier this season? Return to Polonia. Not Polonia. It's going to be Wisła Krakow. But it is the same nation at least. Forget how to play in it. I mean, that's what cost us at the start of last season. We're having a tandem of Anunin and, well, more likely Skorgiev or Forgiev or whatever you want to call him. We'd score like 6 goals a game and still be losing. Come on, Tom. Finally a headed goal. So they do still happen like that, just not as frequently. And I'm okay with that. He's still scoring at a nice rate. We lead again. Particularly as I want revenge over Karvina because I'm pretty certain that was our first defeat or at least first dropped points. It's just nice to have good, or at least reasonable, goaltending. Sean, Dome will be placed over the playing surface during construction and removed at a game. Oh my goodness. They're going to have to be... The Zambonis are going to be working overtime in that match. It's just seems super strange. I guess you want to take those things there, but... I just really hope that some more of the... What's it called? Not the World Series. What was it? The thing they do abroad, they did it last year. I don't know if they're doing it again this year, where they do a lot of games in, usually, I think it was in Czechia and Finland last year, I think. I just want the Avs to get on one of those, and then I will go to whichever European country that happens to be taking place in. I will get there. Oh yeah, there's going to be puddles for days. Is Jacksonville actually the biggest city? Oh, I see what you mean. So because of the greater metropolitan area type of thing, where it encompasses like some other cities that are close by too, and that sort of counts as Jacksonville. American cities are weird like that. Winter Classic in Guildford, gimme. Technically, that's not even my closest rink anymore, in terms of like an EIHL rink. Coventry's actually now closer, which is what Pog and I were going to do on our birthday, but I got so apocalyptically drunk the day before that was never likely to happen. Which I still kind of rue that, because that would have been a really fun thing to do. We're still going to try and do it again. To go for the neighbour. Oh, really? Oh, I see. So it was a bit like, what was that game used to be called with all the blobs? It was like something.io. I almost said Vicario, but that's definitely not it, because that's the Spurs goalkeeper. But with cities instead. Agario, that's it, yes. But I am now going to refer to that game as Vicario, because it makes me feel better inside. No, there's barely any near me either. I mean, hence the fact that Coventry is my closest one, and it was Guildford, and they're both like a 2-hour drive from me. I know Cambridge has got... There is actually an ice rink in Cambridge, but they haven't really established a proper team yet, at least on the men's side of things. I think they have got one in the women's leagues. Still quite low down, but at a higher level overall. These guys are dribbling quite a lot, you know. Nice, just standing up to it. Probably the sort of the Fens, essentially. Where everything's just very flat. 700 square miles. Oh my god. I guess it's because... No, actually, I have no idea. Christ, that's insane. Here I am in my tiny... Yeah, I'm kind of... Well, sort of near Suffolk. Closer to Norfolk, I suppose. But also quite close to Suffolk, too. Oh, well, mate, I was planning to get to one at some point, because I know I'm not the only one that wants to do something like that. So maybe we should sort that out at some point, because the season's back now and everything. Also, Coventry have like this quite affordable sort of padded seat option, which, would you believe, I saw on Padded Seat. That actually looked quite cool. Although, maybe they got rid of it, actually. It's called like the Sky Lounge or something. Southern Sweden. Right, there's no hockey rinks in Lithuania at all. Actually, then again... I'm trying to think, can I name a single Lithuanian hockey player? And I bet there has been a couple in the NHL, maybe. Technically. Latvia, sure, but not Lithuania. I'm just immediately thinking of Shilovs. Belfast Giants. Yeah, there's not a lot of teams in the NHL, so they just need to play each other a lot, which I guess in hockey terms is actually probably quite a good thing, because it builds the rivalries a lot more over the last few weeks. I would say yes. But a lot of the negative thoughts I've had about it since the little changes have mostly just because things I've done have not worked as well, but I suspect that they were working too well, so I kind of need to just kind of suck it up and adapt my tactics, which is what I've done. So the defending's definitely got better, which has made me less able to score the goals I was scoring before, but the other things have made it more fun in certain other ways. So my striker's not scoring as many headed goals because I'm lumping crosses at him, but he is now setting up more goals and scoring more goals in more. What is he doing? It says no nonsense from Mohammed Chan, but I would argue that is the definition of nonsense, what he's just done there. It's always worth throwing Swedish stuff on just because of the sheer number of adverts on the shirts, both in hockey and in football. It's tremendous. They really do squeeze it all in there. I've never seen human beings look more like a NASCAR. Or a NASCAR stock car, I suppose. Are they all from southern Poland? Huh. Why is that? Or is it just because it's just more popular down there? Book out the Skylash. Yes. We'll have a box. Or something. Because it was like 20 quid or something. Which is not too bad. I said Latvian. Sorry, I said Lithuanians because I was thinking of Lithuanian NHL players if there were any. Latvians, obviously, there's been loads. Well, a much larger number, I would say. Oh. But hockey is the highest viewed indoor sport in the UK, which I suspect it doesn't have a huge amount of competition with, but nevertheless, I think it's also one of the fastest growing sports in terms of its spectator attendances and general viewership. I don't know which channel the TV stuff's on though, so maybe they need to work on that. Zubrus, of course! At least it's someone I've heard of, I guess. Second Division European hockey. That's usually when it's time to step away, innit? I remember the Czech, actually speaking of Czechia, the Czech under-19 league back in like 2014, probably the same now, used to be an absolute goldmine for BTTS bets. It was, I've never seen a league with more leaky defences than the Czech under-19 league back in the day when I used to be more of a flutterer, so to speak. Broadcast channel 5, I think it is on a channel or something, but I think they need a better deal, but I assume it's just because that's the current deal they have, right? Yeah, because basketball's extremely popular in Latvia, right? Not Latvia, sorry, Lithuania. Like more so than even football, is it not? Hockey Manager. There's so many of those too. At least you got more choice with the Hockey Manager games. I still like a bit of Legacy Hockey Manager or Hockey Legacy Manager, whatever it's called. On a boating website, maybe. If he is, Pog would know. Oh, thank you, Austri. I hope it was helpful. Which guide? Oh, the setup guide, yes. That video sort of started picking back up again weirdly this week. I guess it's because with the hype of the game coming out, people are looking for that exact sort of stuff. Understandably. This has been a poor performance again. Carvina play away against us that just does not vibe with our tactical style at all. Bear in mind, it was football, Daz. Not Czech under-19 hockey. It's Czech under-19 football. But you're right, yes, that was when I was like, maybe I have an issue here. Which is why I tend not to do it so much anymore, or at all for that matter. I'm very prone to addictive things, would you believe? Really, the only one that's never had that effect on me is alcohol. Isn't good. Oh, we're happy with that. We're doing okay. There is quite a lot of known issues. Super Sisu, yes. So it's not on your end, don't worry. The mileage may vary with how many you see of them, as I've not seen as many as some others, but it depends on what part of the game you're engaging with, your PC itself, and other things as well. Talk about Lower League FM. To be fair, they could be forgiven for thinking that the guy doing an FM stream probably would be talking about lower league football and not like random Czech ice hockey. So it's more on me for not explaining it very well than it's on them, I suppose. Honestly, if you took a random subset of my streams, coming in and expecting to be hearing talk about football is very unlikely anyway. That's a penalty. We've actually got one. Love to see it. Maybe. He's got past his man. Set up the main saves properly, yeah. That's usually why it does quite well. I like to get them out early anyway, because I felt that it was... The tests I'd done were extensive over the course of 2 days to the point where I was happy with the consistency of the results, so I felt it was worth doing as a full video. Choose basketball. Well... Hey, if they get the tall boys, get them in at centre-back. Although, it's probably just better to go to the NBA, isn't it? If they can do. Russian table tennis. Yes. That's when you want to stop. Yeah, it was Premier Sports. That was the one. Because Premier Sports have a lot of weird licenses. They have, I think they may still have the NASCAR license. Obviously, I don't watch it on there because it's just, yeah, no. But they, I think, are the ones that have it. If I was just trying to find Zubrus. Oh, there's probably a guy. Praying for the NASCAR. Yeah, I just watch it on NPC. I just go to America. I fly there every Sunday to watch the NASCAR on NBC. I don't go to the races. That'd be stupid. I've used all my money on the flights. I just sit in the hotel with NBC on, or many of the various other broadcast partners, depending what time of the year it is, since there was 4 of them this year. Hey, he didn't shoot, but I think it was mostly because he got tackled. He was about to. I could see it in his eye. Go on, here we go. Oh, that was nice. I think he might be offside, though. No. I noticed as well that when the ball hits the post a little bit in 26, the players just kind of stand there. Now, I know in real life people get caught by surprise on that too, but I think it's a little bit exaggerated in the 26 match engine. Just ever so slightly. Yeah, I think they've got La Liga this year, which is definitely a better selling point. But they've had the NASCAR license for as long as I can remember. And I don't think I've ever watched it on there before. They just take the feed, innit? Oh, that was the other thing. The Premier Player stuff is just garbage. And it was quite expensive. I mean, it wasn't that expensive, but it was enough to the point where I was like, do I really want to? Brazilian football. Ooh. All those Ballon d'Or winners from 26. We'll get Henrique on for a little wee bit. Considering our lack of performance in this game, we are still at least winning it now, which I guess shows how far we've come. I'm going to get on Provod. And where's Nati gone? Yeah, we'll get you in for... Did I not start on him while he's injured, isn't he? Well, semi-injured at least. Seems to be losing a lot of sharpness. 4 p.m. Weissler. But you won't notice any real changes. PSG or Bayern today? I assume they're playing each other. Although that'd be a very strange question. Or you just looking to place a bet? PSG maybe? My knowledge of Champions League football is... I probably have a better knowledge of the Czech under-19 ice hockey league than I do Champions League, genuinely. To the point where I have once again forgotten that it's Champions League day today. I wouldn't have even remembered until 5 o'clock came round and I'd got a random notification because of a Kairat Almaty game or something. Bring Nati in there. Are Liverpool playing Real Madrid today? The Trent Derby. Yeah, we get it as well. I would put, I mean, at this stage, I'd definitely be saying Real Madrid, but hey, we'll see. It just goes silent, yeah, and it's really weird. It sounds weird, but I actually find the American adverts break things up a little bit. Plus, I get to hear about all those new drugs I could potentially try, and all the horrendous side effects of those drugs too. Where would I learn about all these things? Stoker. I love it. It's just like random this or that. Ketchup or mayonnaise. Which are actually 2 lower league Latvian teams, before you ask. I'll whack that up. Stoke or Oxford? Probably Stoke, right? Depends if it's wet and windy or not, right? Custody of Alexander Arnold ladder match. Got to get a table in there too, surely. They are just brilliantly funny. To be fair, there are some very annoying adverts too, like the Liberty insurance one. I say annoying. It is annoying, but it's also completely invaded my head. So it's clearly doing the job. I'll never buy it, but it's there. Liberty, 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 liberty. It's kind of catchy. The even better ones is when you get adverts that are on like the local affiliate station of the American channel you're watching, where it'll be like Hank's Hardware in Dayton, Ohio. Those are the best ones. And it's a guy that's clearly filmed it on like a 1999 camcorder and just gone, I'll send that in, that'll be fine. Yeah, I'll post that. Those are the very best ones. Or the random law firms that are, again, hyper-specialised and hyper-local. Jones Barbecue Massage. Oh, you've been there too. I see you frequent the same places. So much more annoying. I think it depends on the sport. I find that the hockey adverts team, I see an overlap with the NASCAR ones on the hockey side of things. A bit less of the druggery, but I think it's because the reason you see so many drug adverts on NASCAR is because of the demographic of the general viewer base of the sport. So they're just like all the COPD, all the erectile dysfunction pills, and those are the main 2 actually. And breastry as well, which to me just sounds like a plant that grows tits, but turns out it's actually some type of inhaler. And I think actually the one I have currently is made by the same company. Dating. Oh, yes, the dating app ones. I haven't seen those for a while, but you're right, actually. Yeah, they need to sort their demographic out a little bit. Get more people like me, a slightly younger aging white man. They've got to do a complete demographic shift here. Bob's Cars. Oh, it's brilliant. I want a channel that just shows those, but not specific to the location. It just shows local regional adverts. Be like Tarrant on TV, but an entire channel of it. From Ireland. Yes, it's weird that they always use Ireland for those. I wouldn't know, obviously, but I've a friend told me, you know? Always catches me out. I'm like, why is everything .ie? Like, what example are you trying to make here? It's wild how many of us do. This is why the airline industry is doing so well. Because of everyone travelling abroad, solely to use the television. They should be thankful. It's a big loopy ball. 4 p.m. prospects. Oh. It's been a really, like, balanced before. In the end, we've actually dominated them, considering how bad we were in the first half. It's going to be a Luis Enrique text, which is only based on out of possession and passing. I mean, I assume you could. I haven't tried to, as I haven't studied the man's work enough to be familiar enough to try and build something like that. But if you ever have a chance, I'll put it this way. If there was ever an FM game that you have a chance to maybe do something like that, it is this one. I think you could do some pretty wild things, and I very much look forward to trying those wild things, as well as my fun tactic I want to build. Waiting on meetings. It's the worst, isn't it? Not that I have many meetings, to be fair. I call streamer meetings. It's just a 4-hour meeting. It's the world's longest Zoom call, except I'm the only one in it. Yeah, well, that was good. 4-0, absolutely destroyed them. Actually, stream because of the release. Not really, because the thing is, Ragnarok, the release of the game doesn't change anything about the game. If I would have been tempted if it was a case of the patch we're getting is like a proper update that actually changes anything. But the one we're getting today is literally a thing that removes this and the thing that is currently obscured behind my big mug. Although you can see a little bit of it poking out down here. What league in England? I guess it depends how far down you want to go, right? Oh, shit. Wait. Sprained wrist ligaments, catching a ball? I mean, that's fine, but how did you get through the rest of the match and not have me not notice? Don't hide these things from me, you know? It's like that, those scenes in movies where there's a gunfight scene and everyone's fine, and then after the scene's over, you see one of them who looks fine reach into their jacket and find blood. That's what my goalkeeper's just done, but in a way less dramatic way. Crew update. Found the top target according to them. How do I see the top? Oh, Christ. Wait. I think there's a way that you can filter it. I might be wrong. I often am. Keep that in mind as we investigate this together. I might have some existing scout reports I can actually test this on. Because it's in recommendations, isn't it? If you go to here, I think up here. Maybe it's one of these, perhaps. Veep, you have a very small sample size. Please don't think this is going to continue long term. Here's all I can say. Took off the club? Adrian, I don't know what you're doing, but there's no clubs involved here. You're thinking of Golf Manager. Yes, exactly. I'm fine, he said, grinning while blood is pouring out of his mouth. Wimbledon. I had a good time in my Wimbledon save. So that's the only reference point I have for you there. They have wombles around, so at least you know the area is going to be clean. Like, you can potentially do a save where you pick up things that the everyday clubs leave behind. The cast-offs, perhaps. I feel like I'm just doing this for me now. We've got Kubalai Yavush, who I don't believe is actually in my database, unfortunately. Let me just make sure. I'm afraid he appears to be mysteriously absent. My delight will not be found in Turkey on this occasion. I'm afraid that's going to have to be a refund your points there. Right, back to you, back to you. Oh, he's showing such pleasing progress. Amazing. His next club that he joins in January are going to be very happy with that. Probably should have stopped playing it, really. Oh, actually, that's more like it. I need that. He's now homegrown. Cool. That will help for Europe, actually, in fairness. Speaking of Europe, it's Napoli. God, I get a bit packed now. There's some midweek games after that too. I guess it's actually quite a lot of games to check here, isn't it? Because there's the regular season bit, if you like, and then the playoffs after that. Is there like a championship race at the end where the players just run down the pitch? I'm here for it. Denny Hamlin would still lose. Recruitment advice, Slavia injury. We've actually got quite a few injuries now. Is he going to miss the Napoli game? Am I actually going to have to play a different goalkeeper? I think we could get absolutely crushed here. We have the most injuries of any club in the league. Speaking of injuries, I have actually noticed that, I say noticed, not personally, I've seen that, however, in the women's leagues, the injury frequency is a little bit too high. I think Hadrian posted some screenshots where almost all of the teams have got like 9 injuries or something crazy, which is not what you want to see. However, one thing I will say, chat, is that something else that Hadrian showed was that leagues like Poland especially seem to have a real propensity for hiring interesting people to be their managers. There were some fantastic screenshots that you put in the Discord that had some of the craziest names that were just randomly managing in Poland, and I cannot wait to see that sort of stuff pervade. And I wonder if it works with transfers too. That's the thing. Wimbledon are sponsored by FM as well. It's just a fun club with their brand new stadium and whatnot. It's unavailable. Yes. I think that's how it's displaying it for the time being. Do a Taskmaster style save with the...
It is.
Well, it's funny you say that, because I was actually talking about that exact concept, not from my idea, being to a friend of mine, another content creator, the other day, who was thinking about doing it that exact thing. So stay tuned for if they actually say that they're going to do it out loud. I mean, if they do it, it'll probably be out loud, but you know what I mean. They'll announce it with words. Maybe even text if we're lucky. Shisui, thank you for the follow. Playing for Slavia. Luckily, I'm not. I'm simply managing them, but because I thought it'd be fun to manage in the Czech League, and here we are. That's the one, Ragnarok. There you go. Got to get it in there. Because women. Because, you know, this is all women's fault. Open up the comments to the most recent video yesterday, and would you believe it? I started getting the "you talk too fast" again. And I was like, do you know what? I resisted. I didn't do what I normally do, which is hit them with the "listen faster." Spelled wrong, obviously. Because I'm trying to be a better man. But then I also wondered to myself, would a better man do that? Or would he just bite back and be sassy? So, let me sort this squad out, because half the team is not here. For Oldmar. I mean, that's current Neymar, isn't it, at this point? Probably at the weekend, Pragmatic Frog. Most likely for Sunday. Got there in the end. Miley at the... No, we won't be doing that. We don't need both of you in there. Or is this because we don't have Sadliak available to us? Potential. Nope. My assistant just hates him, apparently. Wait, hang on. Oh, yeah, no, we don't have Bidstrup, do we? Nope, we do. He's on the bench for some reason. Assistant! You're not assisting me in any way at the moment. Zima, Holish, Nono, Provod, and you can start too. And he's not even started the main... Wow. He loves a rotation, doesn't he? Yeah, let's just drop the guy who's got 29 goal contributions this season. What could possibly go wrong there? Zafaris probably should be on the bench at least instead of the other goalkeeper. Since Markovic is going to have to start. I suspect that's going to be our weak point this year. It's just goalkeepery. A bit of that. So cool. Oh, my Amazon package is coming soon. The question is how soon? Chat, I'm being told to restrain my dogs. Which is, I always find those messages, I understand why they do it. It's just when it started happening the first time, I got so confused by it. Just getting this random text from Amazon being like, restrain your dogs. I don't own dogs for a start, but if I did, they'd be well behaved, damn it. Because it'd be a corgi, you know? Although I really would like a Clumber Spaniel. I've agreed for Pog to let me to have a Clumber Spaniel called Gary. Lithuania ban. Ooh. I think your best bet, Eden, probably is to wait until tomorrow because of the big patch, just in case there's anything. And I feel like one day is like, if I was going to say, hey, wait 2 or 3 weeks, then maybe it's just like start now. But honestly, you're probably better just wait like one more day. Time for Mr. Assistant. Pog's car hire has finally gone, yes. She finally got, finally managed to expense some stuff at work too from before she got the car hire stuff, because she was having to do some trips to Lincoln in her car, say my car. And obviously you get like mileage expenses, which is good. She turned a healthy profit on that, which is quite fun. She's just having a lovely time. She's actually not here today because she's out on the river again. I don't know what she's up to today. Choke the Chihuahua, that's the one. I think that means something different, personally. I encountered... Pog and I used to go to this thing in London called Discover Dogs. It was basically like a dog show, but not for dog owners, but for prospective dog owners. And you basically had like all the different breeds there with stalls, just like showing you the dogs, telling you about them. It was amazing. And sucks that they stopped doing it because then it became part of Crufts and it wasn't as fun because you have to go to Crufts. But they used to do it at the Excel Centre. And there was a Clumber Spaniel stall there, and they were just adorable. And they're not a particularly like well-known breed in the UK at least. And it was just really, really cool. They were just so friendly and lovely. I mean, this particular set were anyway. Scaraboy, thank you for the follow. Discover pretentious dogs in it, yes. They don't bark, the dogs just go, I say. But it's really, really fun. I even encouraged some people from stream to go to it, and they did. So you're welcome. Hello, Josh. Sunday probably, Josh, unless something crazy changes. Hello, Inferno. How's it going? Was it a lonely road by any chance? I'm going with the Green Day stuff. Oh, Christ, I forgot Kevin De Bruyne plays for Nap. Sorry, Parthenope.
Bring on the Flugelheimler!
Raven Mad Murdoch. That's a good name. It sounds like a political candidate for the Monster Revving Loony Party. Perhaps an idea for you. Oh, God. I can't even be mad. It's Scott McTominay. Thank you for the follow, though. Yes, actually, please do, Veep. It's much easier if I'm a visual learner, right? Good old QPR. Can't be doing with that. I might even buy a new coffee mug just because of that, because it's blue and white. Where's the Freudian sponsorship slip? Yes. That'll be on Friday. Not Friday. Thursday. Ported my save over. Oh, you did it. Did it go into your OneDrive by any chance? One of the first things I did when I got this PC set up was just remove any mention of OneDrive and de-bloat as much as I physically can. Because there's one thing Microsoft love putting on these things is more bloat. And it always tries to sneak back in there. Oh. Nice. A Blunieri household. Yeah, I need to put the name fix back in. At least the biggest thing I was worried about with the porting over is worked, and that I could actually take the save file with me. Top 1 Danish. Let's have a little looky what this means. Okay. So I see. Oh, I see what you mean. So basically what you want to know is, how do I find out which of these players the game says is this player? Gotcha. Unfortunately, that is where my level of knowledge ends, in understanding what you want to know. But I think that this could be one of those things where I'm an idiot and I've missed it. There's a 50% chance that it's that. There's also a 50% chance that those numbers are meaningless and it actually doesn't have anything underneath it. Welcome to the wide world of FM26. It's, yeah, I think our knowledge levels might in fact be on par on this occasion. Because that's sort of like, you'd think they would be highlighted in some way, right? How you still get into it? Yeah. The question, Inferno, were you able to play the game off of your OneDrive? I mean, at that point, it is even your game. It's their game. It's our game. The community. The co-op, as it were. Syncing every file in my documents, including the game. You've done the old backup everything option. I see. Not great if you've got like 2 terabytes of data to back up. We looked at league stats. Not yet. I'm afraid to. Oh no, we did actually look at league stats at one point, didn't we? And now they should be more populated, if anything. Might give us a bit more useful information, perhaps. Oh, forgive me, Chris, I missed that lookup. My bottle is literally right in the line of where the lookup's are. I need to move this. It is exactly that. It's like your recruitment staff are actually somehow doing real-life clickbait. Like, you get a scout report through, and it's like, hey, I found a Brazilian wunderkind. You won't believe what club he plays for. Stay till the end, and I'll tell you. Number 5 will amaze you. And you're like, you just open it. It's just a normal scout report with absolutely no context. I can see Aaron doing that with his Southampton stuff. Okay, this has affected me more than once in the Champions League now. So I wonder if this is a Champions League issue. Because this happened in the game against Bayern earlier, didn't it? Full version didn't do anything. No, all you need to do is if you have the full version like active, in the sense that the beta version active, you will have to close the game. Sometimes restarting Steam is also useful, just to trigger the sort of download, the push, so to speak. It's like when a lady's getting pregnant and the contractions are far enough apart or close enough together, they go, right, we're going for the big one now. I'm not a midwife, as you can probably tell, but I do know one. This analogy's got away from me. So what you're fucking hell. Right. So what you're waiting for essentially is that, and then just restart the save, restart the game, and it should be absolutely fine. And yeah, you're not likely to have any real changes anyway, because it is just essentially like a title update today. The big update should come tomorrow. But yeah, you won't need to do anything other than that. And then when you load back into it, it should be basically the same. Right, how do I get out of this? Yeah, only commentary. That should do it, right? I like that it goes white and blue here, randomly. I had to reboot the hospital. Oh, Christ. Please don't tell me it's crashed. Oh, no, we're good. Oh, I could have been, actually, yeah. Can I have a highlight, please? Wait, what? There we go. We've scored. In case anyone was wondering, we have in fact scored. And who else? Oh, it was a penalty as well. God damn it, man. That is in the Patreon bit, Danny. I know I said I'd never hide any useful information behind a paywall, and I would say that this is very much sticking to that ethos. No useful information will ever be behind the paywall. I stick all the stupid shit up front. That's true. Ironically, that midwife friend of mine that I was talking about, I say midwife, she's not actually a midwife anymore. She's a previously a midwife. Midwife in another part of her life. Just recently had her second child. So congratulations to her. Call her. I think she's a bit busy with her brand newborn baby. Heavy stupid shit is how the world works. I know. And to be fair, that's how I have a job, so I shouldn't really complain too much, right? Did watch 5 seasons of Chicago Med. There you go. I'd say you're at least like 75% of the way there. I've watched House. I watched The Pit. That's got to be like most of a medical degree. I watched Noah Wiley. Midwife adjacent because she has a baby. I mean, I guess she'd have some knowledge there, but she used to be a midwife, and then she was a genetic counsellor after that until the birth of her first child. And since then, she's just been mumming the hell out of it and having a lovely time. And honestly, it's just I like seeing people happy, you know? It's never lupus, no. Yet. Yeah, I bet. Like, for an ex-midwife for a wife. Damn. Do you reckon... Is this another one of these things where doctors make the worst patients type of stuff? Something about 20 hours a day they become problematic. Yeah, I think my issue would be like, once they can start talking back. It's like, no, I don't pay you for this. You're going to be quiet and listen. Just like I did as a child. Not. Woke rebrand of midwife. It does a bit, doesn't it? But if I recall correctly, she never actually explained it to me. So it could well be that. I just don't know. Or I wasn't listening. I probably was, actually, but I have a habit of forgetting things. I don't know if you've noticed. Two from Toronto. It's a very, very solid series. So I use key highlights with dynamic, but I don't know if actually that makes a difference. I'm pretty certain that actually if you have it switched to dynamic, it will always just be the same kind of thing. I'm only using it really to get an idea of the match engine a bit more and sort of enjoy the graphical performance of the game. So I think I certainly wouldn't be playing my main save on dynamic highlights for the most part because it would take too long to get through things, but it's definitely something I would be tempted to switch on for major games so I could enjoy them a little bit more and feel like I'm getting more immersed in it in a more dynamic way, I guess. So I'd play like cup finals and really crucial games that need another closer look on dynamic for sure. I like that it's there. Technobabble, isn't it? Yeah. That sounds scary, actually. I don't know. I'd be probably a terrible like birthing partner for Pog. Thankfully, not something we're really considering at the time being. Probably, I was going to get a house, but I do at least live in a house, so that helps. Watching the Penguins Leafs games. To be fair, top of the East. Please, oh for goodness sake. Stop, oh my god, it's in. Wait, what? Who's offside? We are once again doing well in Europe. To go back to being a midwife. Oh, really? What, like you're wasted here? You're on the other... Is that like when someone leaves the public sector and joins the private sector in a way? Like, she's going back in there and they're like, you know? Or like switching from becoming the player to being the manager. Actually, I don't think she's gone from the manager to the player. Never for Jared to lock in. I know. It was all part of the plan. To watch her vomit the drug she was. Yeah, that does sound suboptimal. Bad. There's nothing I hate more than seeing Pog in pain. Unless it's funny. Then, you know, you kind of get a bit of leeway with it. But for the most part, it's rarely funny. And by that, I mean, like, say she's walked into something because she's extremely clumsy, and that does happen a lot. Logout 88. Thank you very much for the prime. Having Pog around is a bit like living with a Roomba that hasn't got its, like, motherboard completely configured correctly. Just banging into the stairs. Birthing process. This is a weird statement, isn't it? Like, oh, are we still going? Go on, bang it. Oh! That would have been a really nice goal. I feel like I do want to see a few more bangers. I'm starting to understand the complaints from earlier a little bit about the lack of those stuff. Because it feels like they almost never go in. But again, that might just be because it's now more realistic in a way. But give me a little bit more. I'm playing so many matches. Like, give me a banger or two. Maybe that's what it is, actually. I'm seeing lots of highlights with those shots. But because I'm playing, it's fewer matches. So maybe if I was playing more games, I'd see more of those going in. Perhaps. Not nice to watch. Yeah, how is she, James? There's a malfunctioning Roomba. Yeah, that's what I put on our anniversary card this year. Are we still going? If so, how so? Oh, off the... Wait. No! Okay, they do not react to rebounds very well. That is a definite bugbear I'm starting to see now. It feels like a player does a thing and then they just put the controller down, waiting for the next passage of play. When it hits the post especially, nobody seems to want to go near the ball. It's like the act of hitting the post turns the ball into like some hot potato that no one's allowed to touch for like a split second. And it's usually just enough to get the defenders back there. Oh, that's a naughty one. He's just done a 2-footer. Mean. Was that Samuel Ngisa? Surely not. Go on. I feel it was a little bit, but I just a little tweak on the reactions there could be tremendous. Go on. Hori. No, saved again. Wait. We are actually kind of chefing. I mean, he did have a propensity for that type of thing, I think. God, he's got a kick and a half on him, hasn't he? We're actually doing very, very well against Napoli here. I know we've had the penalty, but we're seeing chances over and over and over. Take a corner and shoot into the stands. Really? What, just shoot the corner straight into the stands? That's brave. Oh my goodness. This is where we're going to get cooked, I suspect, because they do have better dribbly boys than we do. Other than Tarawat Sumida. Actually, Soko and he are pretty solid. Maybe we can out-dribble them a little bit. Oh wait, Nono's hurt and I didn't even notice. Yeah, they need to do something about that. Maybe get a better streamer. But until that's the case, it feels like the game doesn't notify you of injuries as in your face as it perhaps should do. Like a germ on the 5-second rule. Can't touch it. It's just the rules. Spurs are absolutely dominating. That's another bug, actually. Spurs are dominating the Champions League here. To do nothing, let everything settle, so it's a bit bored. Yeah, I can imagine that, like... I guess it depends on who you are. Pog is like this. When she has a day off, now that she's getting these weekends and she's understanding the mythical beauty that is having 2 days off on a row on a Saturday and Sunday, something that she's never actually had in her entire employed life. So now that she's got that, Saturday, she's fine. Like, chill, because she would always have Saturday off. So nothing's really changed there. We'll go and do stuff, etc. But Sundays, she's still really not sure about because, one, I'm almost always working on Sundays, with the exception of like once a month, but not for a bit. So she just isn't like doing stuff because she doesn't want to sit still. And I suspect part of that is as well because her new job is nowhere near as stressful as her old job. So she kind of gets all the rest she needs on the Saturday and she just wants to do stuff on the Sunday now. But this is what I'm saying to her, like, this is the time, the perfect time to find that hobby that's going to make you insufferable one day. Like, I've already got my stuff. Now it's time for you, you know? Trying the mods. I've tried, the only one I've actually tried is the attribute color change one. I've tried both. I tried the Korean one first, and then I tried the one off of Sort It Out SI, which was brilliant, worked really well. I don't have it installed currently because I switched over to a new PC and forgot. It'll be back on Thursday. As for other mods, I think that's the only one I've actually tried thus far. Please don't shoot. Oh my God's sake. They could just let us do that all day. But I know the other ones I know of currently that are sort of mass liked in some way. There's the one that changes the menu speeds. We'll have a look at that one at some point because that does seem intriguing, especially now on this PC. And then there's the gameplay speed one that adds an extra gameplay speed, no? Because what I'd really like is, I think 125 is fine, but I wish there was like a 1.15 because I feel like the base level is too slow in matches, but the 1.25 is just ever so slightly too fast for my liking. Basically, I want one that just lets you put in a custom number. But then I'm asking for a lot there because that's never been a thing, right? So those are the ones I know about. I know there is a boot selector one. FM load. Oh, so that's a thing now. I was waiting for someone to develop something like that. So yeah, I'll have to get into that. Any of my hobbies, that's the thing. I've obviously this time of year is crazy busy because of the release and that. So I wasn't expected to have time to do hobbies and stuff. But I am looking forward to when there's a little bit more time available to start getting back into music again because I can finally plug stuff into this PC and it's not going to explode. That would be pleasant. Just to have time to do that would be cool. And just because I was going to say I need a creative outlook or creative outlet, but a different type of creative outlet, I suppose. But yeah, the menu speed one I've heard really good things about. Sewing. So Pog used to do knitting. back in the day, this was during like COVID when Pog was furloughed for like 6 months. So she literally was just at home the entire time, and she did all sorts of things. The amount of different hobbies she tried and stopped during that period. I mean, there was knitting, there was all sorts of random fitness stuff. But yeah, she did do knitting for a little bit. I think she just... This is the thing. I mean, I think it's quite difficult to find a new hobby because, oh my God, we're in front again. Mohamed Cham is the best human being on the entire pale blue dot that we live on. 4 in 5 in the Champions League from a number 10 spot, and we're leading against Napoli. We might actually get through, you know. Look at the way he's just sat between the lines there. Makes that run. That is so good. Channel forwards are incredible. If you don't have one in your tactic in possession, wham bam, Mohamed Chan in it. Cham. Has a 1.1. 1.1 I think would be doable. That might be just about enough for me, actually. I do actually have a copy of those files. I just... When I copied it, because I was doing it on Friday, it obviously didn't come across this new PC because I forgot to put it in the big file of stuff I took across. Because I had like 60 gigs of things to bring over, most of which was just face packs. And various things like save files. Oh, that's a naughty tackle. I could even... something might be a red or something. This team is Slavia Prague. Would you chat says a good way to find new hobbies or talents? That's a good question. And I was actually weirdly going to ask chat the same thing, Stephen. I wish I had better advice. I've always wondered how people discover new hobbies. I mean, I wonder if a lot of it is either you see some form of media featuring that thing and go, that looks cool, or you know someone who does it and they introduce you to it. That seems to be like the two main YouTube recommendations. Yes. That's the thing. I was talking about this exact thing to my mate on Saturday night. You could type in the name of a hobby and guy or girl afterwards, and you'll probably find a YouTuber with 100,000 subscribers that is a very specific niche to that hobby. It works for basically everything. And you found 2 new channels just doing that immediately, you know? Physics girl, the hockey guy, etc. Slayer or Slayator. Thank you very much for the follow. TikTok as well, yeah. A work colleague, yeah. My work colleagues are all really into FM though, so it's hard to get out of that bubble. You need fresh air, exercise, clothes that fit, furniture, art. Okay, trying to find a hobby to make whatever you need. If you start small, that's how I started. So interesting. I guess you could argue that running is my hobby. I mean, I didn't like... Do I do enough of that? Yeah, isn't it just, Chris? She seems to be recovering more so recently, though, which would be cool. Just nice to see her if she ever gets back to being some semblance of, like, normality in her life, right? Because her channel was great. I think I'm still subscribed there. Do you know I have Unboxing Straight Talk? And I get the feeling that you're probably not here for the right reasons.
It can get very depressing.
Do you know I have a radar, and it's not particularly strong, but sometimes it just goes off. That follower delay was really late, wasn't it? Like... How very strange. Seems like Stream Elements is messing up a little bit there. Channel 4 is just attacking forwards of a new name. I think they're a version of the attacking midfield role with some specific instructions tied to it. But either way, they're brilliant in this particular setup anyway. We're winning. I was going to say, I'm glad you're here, Mike. Harv had to do some work earlier, you'll be pleased to know. If you've just joined us, Harv actually had to do a thing. I'm not sure if he's going to recover, but we'll see. Zed is climbing, yeah. Troll baiting. Just in FM. I know, it was more of a joke about the fact that all my colleagues are FM streamers because that's how it works, right? Like, what I'm saying is I'm boring and I need to find something new to do in my life rather than just running. I mean, I like running and I like reading. No, it's all good. Summon the Harv, innit? I guess you could argue that you are my work colleagues. I mean, you're here while I'm working, right? Actually, no, because by that, that would mean that if I get into a taxi, then I'm his work colleague or his or her work colleague. And you know what? Why not? It could be, Daz. It could be the ultimate setup that we weren't expecting. I like sometimes to let people play the long game. It's one of those hear me out type of moments with the clients, possibly. Which is my work colleague. There you go. And he can introduce me to his hobby. I just don't think I don't think I've got the game for that. Full of my work colleagues. What you sell to fund your biscuit addiction, true. That's really gone on the back burner lately. It's been very pleasant. Well, I feel like I'm eating too much, but then also at the same time I'm not because I'm just not snacking at all anymore. Qualifies work colleagues. Do you know it might do, Caught You? That means also all of your work colleagues, by extension, are also therefore my work colleagues. We're just a big community here, you know? It's just what we do. Have I once again gone through another game without looking at that bloody lookup? God, I need to move this bottle, man. Oh. Weirdly, calling me your clients or whatever, it just brings me straight back to Jones barbecue and foot massage. Okay, cool. Mike, do the thing. We have a 3 strikes rule around these parts. Didn't help the Toronto Blue Jays, but it helps in here. I'd give it a wait, Stephen. I would wait. If I was just playing it like without me being in mind, I would just probably, yeah, I'd wait till tomorrow with that bigger update. What a first time chat. Hey, not everyone's content is from everybody, right? I'm sure there's lots of people out there that think my content's shit. I'm one of them, in fairness, if that helps. God, look at Mike. Mike's like proper head teacher vibes today. Love to see it. Forums. Maybe a relocation package. Interesting. Am I going to be your agent in this case? Because I'm afraid that my client is going to need 2 really vague salary offers between £1 and £100,000 a year. Somewhere in between that, maybe. This is where, like, Matt, I am way more than that, and you just have really weird salary expectations. Too professional. I know. I've never seen anyone do that before. I feel like that's maybe what other streamers do, where they'll time people out instead and let them think about it. Perhaps with me, I'm more like I'll give them a bit of rope. And, you know, they might write a wonderful novel on that rope, but they might also just drop slurs on it. And when they do, we ban them. I suppose. Other writing utensils are available. Ropes, probably not your best bet. Oh, thank you, Blue. I'm obviously only joking. One of the things I've come to terms with more so over the past few weeks anyway, is that actually I'm reasonably good at my job, to a certain extent, right? At least okay. Some might even say the okayest. I'm trying to get better at that sort of stuff. And I think I'm actually like, because you can pretend that you're better at it, but I think more recently I've actually started to embody it more and actually believe it, I suppose. Let's go to Wyoming. Yeah, I can see why you'd probably want to... It's not a lot there, is there, really? Is his name mean Frozen? God, that's way better than what I've been calling him. That remove bugs from save slot in the beta. The thing is, it's not a question of should, it's a question of can. So Unity may make that more possible, but there are some things that might be to do with database stuff that is simply impossible to patch out in an existing save. That's usually where those bugs tend to be. And I've experienced my fair share of them in the past. Oh, we could have slipped around the side. No, Blue Luna, it's just... I'm not a very serious man. That and most of my life I got by on self-deprecating humour because as a kid at school it was easier to bully yourself before someone else did. Like for reals, that's sort of what happens, and I suspect that is not an entirely unique perspective amongst us. Anticipation for the report bug log. I know. There'll be much rejoicing upon that, for there will be no more bugs to report. Right? That's what I've heard. You can't use any of that on... Oh, shit. Hey, be the change you want to see. If you can find a way to make those things yourself, whack them up. And maybe I'll have to do a version for console players, but then I'd have to buy it on console, and I don't own a console. Tough. I actually do think, though, this year, this game cycle, we're going to see the rise of some really big FM console YouTubers, along with FM console. I feel like there's more of a... It's fine. I came here to lead, not to read, right? We each have our own things. It's one of the things I love of the fact that previous Let's Play saves I've done in the past especially have meant that I have a weird over-representation of followers from certain clubs. Portsmouth and Wimbledon being 2 of the prime examples of that. Same with Red Star and certain other clubs as well, which I just really, really like. Speaking of, you're not going to believe the words that are about to come out of my mouth. Last night I was sat there after I'd just done 10 hours. I sat in front of this computer and I said to myself, do you know what would be really fun? If I just randomly, if I felt like it, and the game's in a state where I actually want to do this, made a Let's Play series on the second channel just for funs. Because I was like, I miss making that type of content as well. but I don't think it's main channel content anymore. But I do miss doing it. And I actually think that maybe there's a bit of a returning demand for less edited, more organic content again. Old school YouTube style, where it's quicker to make because of that, and therefore it's not such a taxing thing. Job your love, damn right you do. Fulham Women Save, maybe, or potential. Also, we are also managing a red star right now. This is very true. Very true. All the Grotta fans, they all hate me. That's the problem. I don't know. I'm just debating with the idea and seeing how I feel about it, potentially. Just to sort of pop that in there. Keeps me some structure as well. The one thing I wouldn't want to do is have it to distract from the main stuff as well, though. But I feel like there seems to be more of a desire, not just within the FM space, but in general, across YouTube as a whole, in certain communities, for more of that type of content again. It's almost like it went too far the other way, and now it's sort of swinging back a little bit. But that's just the nature of trends, isn't it? You know, I would have to monetize. Yeah, I'd have to monetize the channel if I did that. Otherwise, it would be a little bit excessive to be able to do that there. Because I was like, oh, do I make a third channel? It's like, Matt, you literally have a perfectly fine second channel that you could put this exact type of content on. Like, that's the whole purpose thing. So, yeah, what happened with that with Cutsy? Why did he stop doing YSL? I know that I literally would have got a Patreon update about it because I am a patron of Cutsy's, but I tend to miss things, as you know. It's great, isn't it, Scary Boy? I can't wait to see where they're going to take it as well with the things they will be able to do too. Of the old days. No, I don't think you need to, though. As a side project's fun thing that people might enjoy, where it's more just pure personality driven and banter based, but still tickles the things I enjoy about the game, might be quite fun, potentially. I look forward to doing like tactical deep dives and analysis videos and stuff like I used to. That was really fun to do. Like the reason I started doing the type of content I did on YouTube originally is because I enjoyed making it. And I do enjoy the stuff I do now. It's just the evolution of it, right? It's always one of those things that blurs the lines when you start doing something as a job, because then you have to try to find a way to separate the motivations, which is very difficult to break the two bonds apart once you establish that as a sort of a meta going forward, if you like. I want to keep it going. Oh, really? That sucks, because I mean, I say that as someone who probably hasn't actually watched it this year, and I suppose that's part of the problem, isn't it? Clace is great, yeah. And he brought some fresh takes on these kind of things in general, right? See you later, UFC Pro. Once it's obvious the creator has worked out the game, kind of losing. Yeah. That's where I feel like I would have to use the vibey side of things and try to not min-max, because I wouldn't be playing it to min-max, because you know I hate doing that in every form of content. So I think if I was going to do it, it would have a silliness to it that perhaps was actually missing from my original content, because at the time, not that I took myself particularly seriously then either, but at the very least I was sort of trying to prove something. I think it'd be cool to do that. Is it Manny time? Oh, sick. We won't have any Manny time on the next stream because that is the sponsored one. So let me get my Manny out for you all. We've got 15 minutes to go. I just want to make sure we can get this over the line. This would be a tremendous dub if we were to get it. You got Paquetá. Yeah, I mean, like, I still remember playing pro clubs with Cutsy back in the day in like 2015. Like, he's been around these sort of communities in FIFA and FM as long as I have, pretty much. Stick conditions to it. Exactly, yeah. And because it's like a thing that I'm doing for fun, I'm no longer like super worried about. I wonder if part of the reason that a lot of those saves can go like that from a content perspective is because there's a pressure to prove yourself as a gamer and as a like an efficiency, proficiency to it, where you feel like almost that you have to be maxed out in every single thing. Whereas if I was doing this for fun, I don't care if we're losing loads because it's still fun, and it always has been for me. Make a new channel. No, I think I'd still stick to the second channel just because it would just be easier. Because it is an established thing that already exists, and it would still have the stream vault on it or anything. If I did start doing it, they would just be in there as well. I wouldn't change that. That's the thing. I have nothing to prove. I'm incredibly average, and I know that by now. You know, it's taken me 11 years to figure it out, though. Excuse me, I'm just going to pick up my lipstick. I don't know why I call it lipstick. It's chapstick. I always have to have something in my hand to fiddle with. There's literally a fidget toy on my desk, but I prefer apparently things that are literally anything except that. Manny. We're doing Manny, aren't we? Of course we are. Watch my animations be smooth as fuck and not actually interfere with my GPU in any way. Let's check out the Manny times. Pog's on a video call as well. You'll have to see it. Right, Manny. Let's have a look. Former smoker. Yes, I am. How did you know? It's another one of the very bad habits I picked up back in the day. Right, Manny. What are we saying? Okay. Docker would be good. I think I actually have him already, but base. I got Jokerit again. Oh dear. Bournemouth. Actually, wait. It could be Troffair. Oh, is it? No. I thought it could be Troffair. He's been really good and really cheap. No. Dikikite, not who I want there. I love those transitions so much. Yeah, no, I stopped smoking. I can't remember what it was. It's another one of those things that you do a lot when in bands because it would give you a chance to network outside gigs. Gambling, no. It's just it's like a fantasy football app, but it has a slightly different what's the word I'm looking for here? A slightly different methodology to it, if you like. The thing I like about it the most is just genuinely the fact that players get rewarded for more things. So the scores are a lot higher, but that's fine because more players are usable in it, which is I think the thing that makes it fun for me. Like I've been enjoying it more than FPL, honestly. Although I did kind of chef a bit with FPL this weekend. Go on, Mohammed. Surely not. If we actually get a dub over Napoli. Oh, he's through. Oh, come on now. So bloody close. And then I vaped for ages, which was obviously not great either. But then I gave that up as well. And that worked nicely. I think I just have quite an addictive personality, unfortunately, which is not ideal. Saka's had an absolute... Not Saka, Soko. He's been dreadful. Yeah, I think there needs to be a tell my wingers to shoot even less option. We could put Provod on, actually. I could put Dudera up there too, actually. 20th to 6th, fair play. I had a really good weekend and I somehow slipped down the creator league I'm in. And I think I gained a bit in our league, though, at least. So that's something. I'm still like 90th. Something to do in between things. Yeah, there's a few... Yes! As if we're actually going to beat Napoli. And it's Bidstrip of all people. It was a thing I used to do when I was like editing. I would be like chain vaping while I was editing a video or something. And having something in my hands is a nice way of like... It just... Yeah. It's... satiates that urge slightly. Now we have the drug. I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, I suppose I am still on one, aren't I? Just a different one. Last more than 3 weeks. The only year I've ever really taken it super seriously was that COVID season because there was just nothing to do. Pog and I both got properly into FPL that year, but since then I haven't really touched it much. I am still engaged this year though. I've made transfers every week. Got rid of Salah at the exact time he started scoring goals. You know how it works. You're welcome, everybody. Okay, good win. Very good win. That's a huge dub. So we've got a draw away at Sporting and a win against Napoli. Damn. Mike, it worked. Sometimes you just got to take away the voices of the voiced. Sometimes you need those people that can speak for the voices of the voiceless. Sometimes you need the other way around. The person that shuts them up. Sometimes you're speaking too much, you know. Lewandowski and win. Yeah. Oh yeah, you can't. I always instinctively click off of that screen, but you can't. Lovely. I do want to look at the Champions League. Like, should be really easy to find, shouldn't it? It's probably not. Oh, I can click that. Turns out it is. Look at me go. I'm learning, chat, and the world is healing. We're still only 21st, but 5 games played. Our goal difference is gopping, mostly thanks to Arsenal. But like, we've won 2 games in the Champions League. It wasn't those, but we have won 2 games in the Champions League. Who? Do you know what? That doesn't seem correct to me. I don't think Karlovy Vary and Olimpia Grudzic, who sound Polish, are in the Champions League. Who did we draw against by any chance? Was it Sparta? No one? Cool. Excellent. And okay. Is it? Lovely. Yeah, they do need to fix that because that was a really useful function in the past. Good God. So yeah, 21st place though. Is anyone great? Newcastle down here. I mean, to be fair, Napoli haven't been great either. They'd only conceded 9 goals though, and 3 of them were us. What's our remaining fixtures in the Champions League? There is a chance we might actually get through, which is wild. Those tactical tweaks have genuinely made us very, very good. Have we done anything other than win today? Oh yeah, we lost to Bayern. Of course we did. But other than that, good God, have we actually only played like 7 matches today? That's why I need to be on key highlights when we actually start playing the proper save. I get too invested in things. Mostly talking to you lot as it happens. Right, let me see what we got left. So we've got Newcastle. Oh, good. Newcastle and Dortmund away. Wait, and also Borussia. Wait, where's the... There should be another one, right? We've played 5 games. Where's the last... So we've got Newcastle there, Dortmund. Oh, and Atletico Madrid. It's going to be tough. I'm not sure it's going to be quite doable for us there, but we've given it our best shot. We've got 7 points. Maybe 1 point for a draw in there, maybe at home against Atleti. Like, Newcastle may be doing crap in the league in right now, but they're still Newcastle, and Lewis Miley won't be able to play against them either because they'll have probably recalled him. Right, so those lookups as well before we head off. Listen. I'll have to do a bigger search here because clubs should narrow it down a little bit. Oh, or not. Cool. Can I sort this screen? Anyone else think that this doesn't need to exist the way... Why would I need a separate panel for nations? Just show me them all in here. And you can't sort it either. Jesus Christ. And there isn't even an all option either. My Christ. Okay, let's just go to the check second tier. It would be much easier. If that's actually even what I can do here. Hello, Gringo. We're doing well, actually. Just beat Napoli in the Champions League, incredibly. This is where they're not even here. So what is it? Listen. Unfortunately not. It could be the accent doing it as well, potentially, yeah. Bring the notepad out. Nothing wrong with a bit of notepadery, right? Is it artists? These guys here? Is this them? Oh, you're right, SK Leeson. Oh, it could be because of name fixes. Don't know why, but because again, I have to reinstall the name fixes and stuff, so maybe they're called artists. Here. Or it's just another name for it. Yes, it does, Gringo. The in-game editor will be, as far as I know, purchasable as soon as, that we know of, when the full game drops, along with, obviously, the pre-game editor, which is free. And some of you, of course, already have it, even though it is balked. But yeah, there they are. Wait, they've got a regen. Peter Chiamak. Any good? Hard to tell, isn't he? Worth a scout, though. I'm sure future me will definitely appreciate that. Yeah, we used to see them all the time, Inferno, in the last save. And I think it's because their job was constantly coming up and it was always in like our jobs report. For all we know, there was a bug in there and they just kept sacking their manager and we just never noticed it throughout the entire save. Because I feel like I saw their name more than anybody else. Artist formerly known as Leeson. Good. Solid work. How many scouts do we have? I actually don't know, mostly because it's not really that important at the moment because there's still that buggy thing where it assigns all the reports to the chief scout, which is really annoying. We got Mohamed Cham's full name. Let's have a go. This one particular transition is still so broken. There it is. His full name is, which is that on? Is that on personal? Mohamed Cham Sarcevic. Oh, of course. Yes, because there's a really interesting story about that, isn't there? Original Drifter. Thank you for the follow. An eyebrow mod. I want a beard mod or a hair mod. Just a mod for everything. Let me change everything, please. If I can't have a pro club's haircut on my centre back, why are we playing this game? Is the full question here. But there he is. Mohamed Cham, which is actually weirdly hyphenated here, but not up here. The hyphens have fallen by the wayside, it would seem. Thanks for the player. That was in the game before. It just wasn't as easily visible, I think. Felipe Longo. Unfortunately, because the way I've loaded this database, he's probably not been loaded in. He almost certainly will be in the full one, though. If the way we saw the new gens in 24... so the world screen doesn't work in the same way in general, as far as I know. So... it might do. I mean, if you go to world, firstly, this pops up instead of world itself, so you still have to sort of do something within that. But you could go to... Oh, no, you can go to world in here. I like that world is listed under continents. Feels like someone's oofed a little bit there. And I know you can go into world transfers, and I think intakes do show up in here. Obviously, if there are any, which there are here, you see some for Japan. So yes, technically it is possible. The world has always been my favourite continent. So yes. Now, what you can't do is select multiple players on that screen, Scaraboy, which means that you can't just like select all and scout like you used to be able to. And to be honest, I'm not super bothered about that, but that's mostly because I never did, well, not never, stopped doing that. I did at one point, but it just got tedious looking through 3,000 scout reports a year. So now I found there's more focused ways to do that, I guess. For some reason, it's not letting me refund your points there. That's really odd. Is Twitch broken? This guy's also from Corinthians, so there's less likelihood of him showing up as well. No, same kind of thing. I am trying to refund them, but Twitch is being weird about it. The Felipe Longa one just will not go back, unfortunately. I don't know the exact overall amount, Argent Wings, but I think we were in excess of 3 billion. It might have even been more than 3 billion, to be honest. It was a lot. Particularly as if, I don't know if you saw the end, but they got another tycoon and actually then shattered the world transfer record right at the end of the save by signing a guy from Man United whose name was Dean Trudgeon. And he was from Bolton, and they paid £348 million for him, which was an absurd amount of money. And I've never seen a team in FM ever spend 350 million on a player before. In fact, I've never seen a team actually even really spend anywhere close to that. It was a full like 100 million more than any other player in that save had moved for, I think. Vicea, thank you very much for the follow. So, it's 3 o'clock, and since the game, when it comes out later, is largely going to be exactly the same as it is right now until tomorrow when we get the good stuff, hopefully. My original plan was I was going to go longer if we actually got a patch that has stuff in it that we could look at together, but there you go. So I'll be back on Thursday, working on the how to build a nation video in the background tomorrow. And it will be the first sponsored stream on Thursday as well with the biscuit people. So that's going to be fun. Hope you guys will be on board for that because you can win some biscuits. I mean, really, what's not to like about that? So, who's live this afternoon that I can send you lovely people over to? Good Lord. Bloody everyone. Why am I surprised by that? It's like, it's almost like it's release day or something. Oh, good. Recommended for me. How about we do it in a different order so I can actually... Jesus Christ. So many people streaming it. Wow. It's like the opposite of Saturday. Sorry, Sunday. I wasn't streaming on Saturday. So the question is, who are we gonna raid to? Let's raid Murph. I raided Robbo last week. He goes live basically as I finish most days, which is really useful for both of us, I'd say. So I'm going to raid Murph FM because I don't always get a chance to do so. Chat, thank you very much for joining me today. And I will see you guys very, very soon. Thank you for the general just loveliness in chat today. It's been extremely... wow, that's so quick. What's going on? I might be going immediately. Oh, no. I was looking at the wrong progress bar. We've all done it. But yeah, thank you for the support today. It's been really cool. Thank you for tuning in. If you're new to the streams and you've enjoyed today, drop a follow. I'd appreciate that. I stream during the week on Tuesdays and Thursdays between 11 and 3, roughly. And on Sundays between 10 and 2. That way we don't get clashed with the football and F1 and stuff like that. Also, I do stuff on YouTube. I will be bringing back the TikToks and Instagram stuff too, but I haven't got something to say yet. When I do, I'll say it. We'll get Weird FM coming back again. Is what I'm trying to say. Weird stuff will happen because, I mean, it's FM26. The saves are not exactly lacking in weird stuff happening. It just hasn't happened to me just yet. So, yes, enjoy the rest of your afternoons. Enjoy Murph and enjoy your lives in general. Find fun in the small things. Making a sandwich. Having a drink.